Chapter 1057. Female literature, is that the power of heaven's will? The Emperor of Shura was an emperor-level expert. This was the first time Su Yan had seen an expert of this level truly unleash his power. It was truly terrifying. When that ray of light fell, Su Yan felt as if the entire world was tilting towards it. A huge pressure pressed down on him, making it hard for him to breathe. Fortunately, this power was not aimed at him. Otherwise, he would not have the strength to resist this power. Only that freak, the God-Slayer sword, could do it. It was at this moment that he realized that the King of Destruction was heading towards him. At this moment, the King of Destruction was actually in a very sorry state. Half of his body was even frozen by ice and snow. Previously, he had directly smashed the ice-snow divine scepter at the Emperor of Sky Punishment. Although it had caused a lot of trouble for the Emperor of Sky Punishment, he definitely did not have it easy either. The power that poured out directly froze half of his body. Quick, cover up our auras and leave this place. He knew very well that the Emperor of Sky Punishment could not be trapped for too long. After breaking free from the ice, he would probably immediately chase after him. At this moment, he was not in a good state, so he could only rely on Su Yan. At this moment, Su Yan did not waste any time. He directly spread out the power of the Exalted. Like a water curtain, it enveloped the two of them. At the same time, he activated the Exalted Sword Escape and directly disappeared from this place. After only 30 breaths, the Emperor of Sky Punishment had completely shattered the power of the Ice Seal. Will of Shura, search heaven and earth. At this moment, he directly activated his will. He wanted to find the King of Destruction and then shatter his bones. However, what made him angry was that his search was quickly interrupted because the aura of the King of Destruction suddenly disappeared. Damn it, it must be that intruder. Damn it, don't let me catch you. At this moment, he directly roared at the sky to vent his anger. Under the terrifying roar of his power, everything was headed for annihilation. His power was simply too terrifying. When his terrifying aura was released along with his fury, the city of ice and snow was immediately destroyed. The gigantic city of ice and snow crumbled and turned into ruins. This was the power and terror of a Shura emperor. Pass down my orders. Search for the King of Destruction and the invader with all our might. At this time, his will directly shot towards the sky. This will then be transmitted to all the Shura kings. As long as they were within range and could sense his will, they would have no choice but to obey. Otherwise, they would have to face his wrath. This was the power and dominance of a Shura emperor. The strong were always above the rules. At this moment, he was completely unaware of the fact that he had killed so many living beings. Because in his eyes, they were nothing more than ants. Humph, I don't believe that you can hide forever. At this time, he had already made arrangements. One of them was to have the Shura kings and other Shura search for him. More importantly, he had already used his special power as an emperor to directly communicate with the will of the heavens. However, the hateful thing was that the mysterious intruder was so powerful that even the will of the Shura realm was affected. Otherwise, his combat strength would be many times stronger than it was now. If the will of the heavens was not affected at this time, then the King of Destruction would have no chance at all in this fight between him and the King of Destruction. The King of Destruction's strength was indeed terrifying, but he did not know what realm the Emperor of Shura was in. After all, it was impossible to imagine without fighting. If the King of Ice had already become the Emperor of Shura, then his combat strength would be even more terrifying. Today's hunting operation would be impossible to succeed. Even Su Yan and the King of Destruction would die here. This was the biggest difference between the two. However, it had to be said that Su Yan and the others were lucky this time. This was because the God-Slayer sword had directly invaded the will of the heavens, affecting the newly born will of the Shura realm. At this moment, Su Yan and the King of Destruction were fleeing with all their might. After an unknown period of time, they finally stopped. In fact, Su Yan did not want to stop at this time unless he had no other choice. The reason he stopped was because the King of Destruction seemed to be unable to hold on any longer. The power released by the Ice Divine Scepter was much more terrifying than his. Although his combat strength was terrifying, he did not cultivate the law of ice after all. Moreover, his law of destruction seemed to be in conflict with the law of ice. No, I have to adjust. If I continue like this, my origin will be damaged. Since the King of Destruction said so, there was nothing Su Yan could do. He just said calmly, "Okay, but let me say this first. If the Emperor of Sky punishment comes at this time, I will leave immediately. I will not stay here for even a moment." This was not just empty talk. Although he and the King of Destruction had a cooperative relationship, they were just using each other. If this cooperative relationship could last until the end, it would naturally be for the best. However, if it could not last until the end, there was nothing they could do. They could only say that they were unlucky. The King of Destruction smiled and nodded. Of course, he did not expect Su Yan to risk his life for him when the Emperor of Sky punishment came. In fact, when the Emperor of Sky punishment came, it would be good enough as long as he did not add insult to injury. After the two of them came to an agreement, the King of Destruction did not waste any time and sat down cross-legged. At this time, he had to make the best use of his time to recover from his injuries. His strength was accumulating bit by bit, and everything was gathering toward him at this time. It was also at this time that Su Yan's gaze became extremely grave. This was because when he observed the King of Destruction, he found traces of the ice law. This was an extremely powerful and terrifying law power, even more powerful than the Emperor of Ice and Snow. Of course, he knew what this meant. This meant that the King of Destruction should have already obtained the secret of the Emperor of Ice and Snow. At this point, Su Yan was naturally able to guess all of this. In fact, Su Yan even had the thought of directly intercepting and killing the King of Ice and Snow. How could he not be interested in something that could make the Emperor of Ice and Snow so powerful? However, he finally gave up in the end. Su Yan was not a person who went back on his word. In comparison, he started to condense the law power in his body. His Taiji sword swallowed this power into its own body, making its power complete again. There was already a certain connection between Su Yan and the Taiji sword, so he naturally began to release the light at this time. His power was constantly growing stronger. After accepting this law power, this power would become even more terrifying and tenacious. At this time, the two of them directly entered seclusion. They did not know that this area of the Shura realm was in an uproar at this time. The Emperor of Tianxing had really paid a huge price in order to find them. Time passed too quickly. In an instant, more than 10 days had passed. During these 10 days, Su Yan had already woken up 3 times. To his surprise, this powerful Shura king did not have any reaction at all. However, at this time, the ice on his body was melting bit by bit. This was good news for Su Yan. If he did not get better, then Su Yan might just abandon him and leave. Another day passed, and the King of Destruction finally woke up from his meditation. At this time, his gaze fell on Su Yan. He said, "Not bad. Your strength has improved a lot." Although he had long known that Su Yan would definitely improve a lot after devouring the law power of the King of Ice and Snow, such a terrifying speed was still beyond his expectations. Su Yan did not take his praise to heart. He only said, "Your strength should have improved even more. Alright, let's not talk about this nonsense. What should we do now?" Now that they had harvested the law of the King of Ice and Snow, and the King of Destruction had also obtained what he wanted, it was naturally time to move on to the next step. "Let's go to the Shura cave and see if your power can cover up my world imprint," the King of Destruction said directly. At this time, although it was not difficult for them to stay in the Shura realm, it was definitely not easy. Therefore, the best choice was to leave the Shura realm. And if they wanted to leave the Shura realm, they needed to go to the Shura cave. Shura cave was the name of the Wuji realm. In fact, it should be called the World Imprint. At first, Su Yan thought that it was created by the Shura king. But later, he found out that although the Shura king was powerful and proficient in the power of space, crossing the World Imprint was not something they could create. Not to mention them, even the Shura king would find it difficult to do so. Therefore, the Shura cave was naturally formed. Moreover, the formation of the Shura cave was accidental. Okay. Su Yan nodded. At this time, he still looked calm, but in fact, he was very excited. After waiting for so long, the moment was finally here. How could he not be excited? At this time, the two of them had recovered, and their movements were naturally much faster than before. However, at this time, they were still very careful and did not dare to make the slightest mistake. If the Emperor of Tianxing were to find traces of them, then it would be another tough battle. However, at this time, they could not afford to fight. Chapter 1058. Female literature. The existence of the World Passage was no longer a secret. However, there weren't many powerhouses who could pass through the World Passage. In order to pass through the World Passage, the first condition was to be familiar with space. In other words, without the strength of the Shura king, it was impossible to open and pass through the World Passage. Even the Shura king found it extremely difficult to open the World Passage. When opening the World Passage, one would suffer a powerful backlash from the spatial power. If one wasn't strong enough, one might even die from the backlash of this power. Therefore, the Blood River King always said that the King of Destruction was a madman. If not, which Shura king would risk his life all year round to do such a thing? At this time, Su Yan and the King of Destruction had to go over and reopen the World Passage. Along the way, he and the King of Destruction were extremely cautious. They encountered several pursuers, but they were able to resolve them all. At this moment, the space in Su Yan's eyes began to fluctuate. This place was like a quagmire. Su Yan had already touched upon the power of space, so his perception of space was more sensitive. At this time, his eyes were filled with incomparable calmness. The King of Destruction was a little surprised to see Su Yan like this. He didn't expect Su Yan to be so shocked at this time. However, this wasn't strange. After all, Su Yan's sea of consciousness had come here through the Shura cave. At this time, he said to Su Yan, "The space here is very unstable, so you must be careful. You must know that not all spaces lead to your world. In fact, there are very few spaces that lead to your world. Therefore, if you are not careful, you may die here." Su Yan nodded. Of course, he understood that this place definitely wasn't that simple. He followed behind the King of Destruction and watched him search for the path with ease. The space was here, but the path needed to be explored by the explorers themselves. Su Yan's power advanced bit by bit. At this time, ripples suddenly began to flood in front of him. Those ripples were extremely beautiful and enviously gorgeous. However, the power that filled them was extremely frightening. Su Yan could even feel an extremely violent and terrifying aura coming from them. Those were spatial ripples. Once touched, they would definitely be much more powerful than blades. At that time, it would be difficult to survive. "Open for me." Right at that moment, King of Destruction let out a loud roar, and a terrifying shockwave surged forward. Then, a huge door appeared in front of King of Destruction. At this time, Su Yan couldn't help but think of the huge door that appeared in front of him. This was the spatial door. It was also at this moment that an aura suddenly appeared. After feel this aura, Su Yan, this was the aura of the boundless realm. At this time, Su Yan almost wanted to rush in directly. However, reason made him stop. It was not because of the promise, but because he knew that the King of Destruction would definitely not be so stupid. At this time, the King of Destruction did not move at all. It was as if he was not afraid of Su Yan leaving directly. The King of Destruction had spent so much effort to help Su Yan improve. How could he just watch Su Yan leave like this? Naturally, he had his own plans. That spatial door was definitely not something that could be passed through so easily. The King of Destruction turned his head and looked at Su Yan. Then, he said indifferently, "This spatial door hasn't been completely penetrated yet. In order to prevent the will of the boundless realm from spreading here, Shura's will is still needed to slowly stabilize this space. If you forcefully pass through now, it's very likely that you will die immediately." Su Yan snickered in his heart. This guy was indeed prepared. He could have said these things at the very beginning, but he didn't. However, this was normal. If it were him, he would have also left behind a precaution. Then, what should I do next? Su Yan asked directly. At this moment, the King of Destruction said, "You've already sensed the aura of the boundless realm. Look." After saying that, he stretched out his hand. At this moment, an unforeseen event happened. At that moment, Su Yan realized that the color of this person's palm had changed. Of course, this change was not very obvious, but the change had already appeared vaguely. The King of Destruction seemed to be very wary of this change. It didn't take long for him to retract his arm. You should be able to see that this is the repulsive phenomenon of the world mark. The moment I came into contact with the boundless realm left a mark on me. This made me feel very uncomfortable, he said straightforwardly. Now, let's see if your power can cover up my aura. Don't worry. I only entered your world to become stronger. If it's not necessary, I definitely won't slaughter living beings, the King of Destruction said again. He was not allowed to start a massacre. This was one of the agreements between Su Yan and him. After all, he was the king of Shura and an extremely powerful existence. If he viewed the Asuras of his own world as ants, then it was even more so for the humans of the limitless world. If he went berserk and started a massacre, who knew how many living beings would die? Su Yan's strength was constantly increasing, but he did not have the heart to treat living beings as ants. If he did the same, then he would lose himself. Su Yan nodded and said, "Okay, let's begin." At this time, he directly activated the power of the Exalted. This power directly spread towards the King of Destruction. The King of Destruction frowned. For a person like him, it was very dangerous to let other people's power enter his body. If he didn't handle it well, the other party would take advantage of the situation and enter his body. In particular, he was very afraid of Su Yan. After all, Su Yan's power was too domineering. If he was not careful, he might even be killed. At this moment, Su Yan's expression was as usual. He tried his best to remain calm and then used the power of the Supreme into the King of Destruction's body. The power of the Supreme was not the power of the Shura realm, but in fact, it was not the power of the boundless realm either. Therefore, Su Yan was confident that he could do this. His power slowly entered the King of Destruction's body. Then, that layer of power directly merged with the King of Destruction's aura. At this moment, a unique bridge of power had been formed between the two of them. It was obvious that the King of Destruction was restraining himself at this moment. He tried his best to remain calm and not act rashly. However, he was very vigilant against Su Yan. Even his heart of destruction was secretly prepared. If Su Yan made a slight move, he would immediately take action and kill Su Yan directly. Su Yan's expression did not change at all. He seemed to have not noticed the King of Destruction's thoughts. At this moment, his power was constantly flowing toward the King of Destruction. After receiving Su Yan's power, the aura on the King of Destruction's arm suddenly began to dissipate. It was effective. At this moment, the King of Destruction was overjoyed. He was most afraid that Su Yan's power would not have any effect on him. However, it seemed that all of this was unnecessary now. Of course, at this moment, his mind also began to become active. The power in this kid's body is actually so terrifying. If I can obtain this power, it will be of great benefit to me. I'm afraid I will be one step closer to my goal. At this moment, he was indeed greedy. Su Yan's power was too tempting for him. If he could get his hands on this power, then his cultivation would increase in an instant. Moreover, this was not all. More importantly, he could deceive the way of the heavens. No matter which world he was in, he would be like a fish in water. He would simply be too happy. At this moment, Su Yan suddenly said, "King of Destruction, you're not thinking of seizing my power, are you? But you're right. I'm actually very weak at this moment. Moreover, my power is so strong. If I were in your shoes, I would also take action directly." The King of Destruction frowned. He did not expect Su Yan to point this out directly at this moment. At this moment, his gaze was fixed on Su Yan. He wanted to see the truth of Su Yan's current situation. At this point, the reason why he had not taken action was not because he kept his promise or anything like that. Instead, it was because he was afraid of Su Yan. After all, he did not know Su Yan's true trump card. Forget it, this kid is too strange. He has a big secret. If I take action directly like this, I might get myself into trouble instead. There's no hurry now. As long as I enter the Wuji world and absorb power from the origin of the Heart of Destruction, my strength will definitely increase rapidly. At that time, it won't be too late to find him. In the blink of an eye, he had already made up his mind. Huh, you must be joking. How could I, the King of Destruction, be such a person? However, your power is truly miraculous. To think that you were actually able to block my world imprint. That's truly incredible, King of Destruction said. He merely wanted to show that he had no intention of obtaining Su Yan's power. How could Su Yan not know what he was thinking? However, he would not point it out at this time. After all, he was not a fool. He knew very well that it was definitely not a good choice for him to fall out with the King of Destruction at this time. Chapter 1059. Female Literature. This guy had an extremely terrifying power, and his aura was incomparably powerful. Su Yan had no confidence in defeating him. If the God-Slayer sword was here, Su Yan would naturally not be afraid of him. However, Su Yan would not always rely on the God-Slayer sword. The two of them continued to feign civility. Finally, Su Yan retracted his power from the other party's body. When he circulated his power throughout the other party's body, he had secretly used his analysis ability. Of course, this was only a weak analysis. After all, he could not be so unscrupulous. He discovered that this guy's heart was exceptionally strong. This situation was similar to his own. The King of Destruction looked at Su Yan and said, "Have you ever thought that you are no longer of any use to me? If I want to kill you now, you might not be able to do anything." After saying this, the atmosphere between the two of them instantly turned cold. At this moment, killing intent spread out bit by bit. At this moment, the two of them already had killing intent towards each other. Previously, because the two of them were cooperating, neither of them would make a move. However, now that the cooperation had ended, they naturally had other thoughts. The King of Destruction had taken a fancy to Su Yan's supreme power and the divine sword in his hand. On the other hand, Su Yan was very eager to obtain the King of Destruction's destruction origin and the powerful law of ice origin that he had just obtained. However, the two of them were very wary of each other because they did not know what preparations each of them had made. This was the fear they had for each other. If it wasn't for the existence of this fear, these two people would have already started fighting at this time. Hee, if you are envious, why don't you give it a try? Let's see if you can kill me in an instant. Perhaps my power will belong to you then, Su Yan replied directly. His words were filled with dominance and confidence. The two of them looked at each other, but not long after, the two of them seemed to have a tacit understanding and smiled at the same time. It was a pleasure working with you this time. I hope we can work together again next time. Goodbye. After saying so, the King of Destruction charged into the passageway. As soon as he entered the passageway, a wave of pressure immediately rushed towards him. At this time, even someone as powerful as him was panicking. But at this moment, he suddenly realized that the pressure he was enduring wasn't as great as he thought. He finally confirmed that Su Yan's power was really effective against blocking the world imprint. Ha ha ha, good, good. For a long time, he had always wanted to enter the Wuji world. However, because he was too powerful, the world's attention was naturally stronger. If he dared to cross the lightning pool, he would be directly killed by the Wuji world's heaven's will. This was also the reason why every time the Shura grotto opened, there would be a huge commotion. But this time, when he entered the Shura grotto, the spatial fluctuations were actually so calm. Su Yan looked at the Shura king who left and sighed deeply. He didn't know what kind of trouble the Shura king would cause after entering this world, but this wasn't important. For him, returning to this place was the most important thing. At this moment, his power began to circulate continuously, and then he rushed directly into the passageway. The aura that he hadn't felt for a long time rushed towards him, and the aura in his body changed even faster. At this moment, he felt extremely carefree. Lu Lan. Wait for me. Su Yan muttered in his heart. Then, he withdrew his power and directly headed into the distance. His destination was naturally the limitless demon sect. For Su Yan, the worst thing was that he didn't know what time it was, and he didn't know if Lu Lan was still safe. Therefore, the first thing he had to do now was to find Yan Xiao. At least at that time, he and Yan Xiao were still working together. Of course, he could also find another person, and that was Blue Moon, a fanatic of the heavenly demon. She could also help him. Su Yan's speed was much faster than before. Even if this place was full of spatial turbulence, he didn't care much. In just a few blinks of an eye, he was already far away from this place. Following the path in his memory, he finally left the Shura battlefield. At this moment, Su Yan discovered that he could no longer sense the aura of the King of Destruction. This guy was really something. As soon as he came here, he immediately fled far away. Now, everyone's attitude had changed. To this world, he was an intruder. If he was discovered, then he would immediately be attacked by the experts. And he was very clear that this place was guarded by experts. Su Yan flew all the way. Gradually, he discovered that something was wrong. At this time, the limitless demon sect was filled with an extremely oppressive aura. In the past, when he came here, although the limitless demon sect was also very heavy, it was not as oppressive as this. Moreover, there was even a faint smell of death hidden in this aura. This made Su Yan a little worried. Of course, he didn't care about the life and death of the limitless demon sect. However, he was worried about Lu Lan. He didn't know how the woman he loved was doing at this time. Because he was too worried, he didn't care about anything else at this time and directly released his divine sense. When this divine sense was completely released, everything appeared in his mind. Even Su Yan was stunned at this time. This was because the limitless demon sect, which was extremely powerful in the past and protected by a terrifying array, was actually in ruins at this time. One had to know that this was the limitless demon sect and not some other place. There were many experts in the limitless demon sect. Even a powerful Dao sovereign like Yan Xiao was only the 7th vice sect master. The strength of the 1st vice sect master of the Ghost Killing Hall was simply unfathomable, not to mention that there was also a legendary sect master. How is this possible? The limitless demon sect was actually destroyed. How long has it been since I left? What happened during this time? At this time, Su Yan was full of questions. Generally speaking, if he released his divine sense so wantonly, it would probably attract the attention of those experts. Even more powerful people could directly use this divine sense to give Su Yan a huge pressure and blow. However, at this time, Su Yan's divine sense was not disturbed in the slightest. This meant that all the experts here had disappeared. Perhaps they had all left, but it was also possible that they were all dead. Thinking of this, Su Yan's heart became even worse. Although the Limitless Demon sect was his enemy, such a powerful sect was reduced to such a state overnight. He could not think of any force that could do this. Could it be the Taihang sword faction? Su Yan's heart emerged, but this was really absurd. Although the Taihang sword faction had joined forces with the Divine Wind sect and the Blazing Flame sect to launch an attack on the Limitless Demon sect, Su Yan was not optimistic about them. Until now, he still hadn't seen clearly how powerful the number one sect of the 10 great sects was. Su Yan took a stroll around the Limitless Devil sect, so everything was destroyed. At this time, only the ruins of the demon subduing hall were left, and Yan Zhao's palace had been completely wiped out. Who did this, how could they have such a terrifying power? Su Yan's heart became more and more flustered. Originally, he thought that he would be able to rush back from the Shura world, and even hoped that he would be able to arrive before the battle between the so-called Son of Demons. After all, Yan Zhao had once told him that the time in the Shura world was actually different from the time in the Infinite world. But now, he was completely flustered. Lu Lan. Su Yan directly flew into the sky, and directly shouted at the sky, hoping to convey his thoughts. However, it was empty below, and there was no sound at all. Everything was like this, and only a desolation was left. No, I have to go to the Taihang sword faction, I have to know what happened here. At this time, Su Yan made up his mind and immediately went to the Taihang sword faction. He flew all the way, and even used his spatial jump ability, but the changes here still shocked him. The huge Pan province had almost been directly wiped out. Everywhere he saw was scorched earth, and the ground even collapsed a little. Damn it, what kind of power could do this? Did a saint-level battle happen? The sudden appearance of such a terrifying power made Su Yan feel extremely anxious. At this time, he just wanted to know what happened here. The scorched earth gradually disappeared until it was out of the hinterland of Pan province. Only then did a few spots of green appear in front of his eyes. This kind of change simply shocked him. Finally, Su Yan also gradually found signs of human habitation. His gaze fell directly on a figure in the crowd. Su Yan's divine sense was very strong, and naturally, he could see at a glance that there was a fluctuation of spiritual qi on this person's body. This was a cultivator, and he was also a disciple of the Limitless Demon sect. At this time, he needed to ask for information. Finding a cultivator, and a disciple of the Limitless Demon sect, was naturally the best thing to do. The crowd was moving numbly, like a flock of sheep migrating. Everyone's face was filled with pain. The disciple of the Limitless Demon sect was hiding among them. At this moment, he felt an indescribable absurdity in his heart, as if all of this was a dream. At this moment, a person suddenly appeared beside him, and before he could react, his power had been directly imprisoned. Chapter 1060. Female Literature, What's Going On? He was immediately alarmed. However, he did not even have the strength to resist. However, this disciple's mentality was not bad. In just a short while, he had already calmed himself down. Who is this friend? Don't joke with me like this. Why don't you come out? To be able to appear silently and directly imprison him, this kind of strength was definitely not something he could resist. Therefore, at this time, he simply let himself relax and tried his best to cooperate with the other party. He had no choice but to do this. At this time, Su Yan said, You're very smart. When he heard Su Yan's voice, he realized that Su Yan was standing beside him. This person's sudden appearance made him break out in cold sweat. Sir, why are you looking for me? He looked at Su Yan, not knowing what the other party's intentions were. However, he knew that if someone like him really wanted to kill him, he wouldn't need to spend much effort to do so. At this time, Su Yan said directly, "You don't have to be nervous. I'm too lazy to make a move on you. I just want to ask you some things. If you cooperate with me, I won't make things difficult for you." Hearing Su Yan's words, his heart immediately relaxed. At least now, the other party did not seem like someone who wanted to kill him. He said directly, "Sir, please ask. This little one will tell you everything I know." Su Yan said, "Let me ask you, what time is it now?" This was a very normal question, and it even made people feel that it was a little idiotic. However, this disciple of the Limitless Demon sect did not even dare to have such thoughts. "Sir, it's already the 738th year of the Limitless Demon sect." After he finished speaking, his gaze fell on Su Yan. Because at this moment, he realized that the senior in front of him was clearly shaken when he heard his answer. He did not understand why this person was like this, but he did not dare to ask too much. He only looked at Su Yan nervously. At this time, Su Yan's heart was filled with bitterness. It turned out that 2 years had passed in the blink of an eye. 2 years. It's already been 2 years. I really didn't expect that 2 years would pass just like that. He felt an indescribable pain in his heart. Back then, he had tried so hard to save Lu Lan before the fiendish demon ceremony. However, he didn't expect that not only did he fail to do it, but he also missed the opportunity. During the demon ceremony, Lu Lan must have been very scared. Thinking of her face, Su Yan's heart ached. Seeing how engrossed Su Yan was, this person did not dare to make a sound. At this time, Su Yan suddenly sighed and asked again, "Let me ask you, what happened in the past 2 years? Why is your Limitless Demon sect like this?" When he heard Su Yan say the words, "Your Limitless Demon sect," he immediately knew that his identity had been discovered. At this time, he was even more afraid, but he did not dare to hide anything. He said directly, reporting to Sir, "In the past 2 years, the Sage sect has changed too much." As a disciple of the Sage sect, this lowly one feels that it is unbelievable. The reason why the Sage sect has fallen to such a state is because of the sacrificial ceremony 2 years ago. 2 years ago, Su Yan was swept into the Shura cave during the battle. Then, he struggled bitterly in the Shura world. However, the time in the limitless world was still running. Although the time in the 2 worlds was different, if Su Yan could come out of the Shura cave at that time, there might be hope for him to make it in time for the ceremony. However, Yan Shao did not expect that Su Yan would be lost in the Shura world and experience so many things. Not long after Su Yan left, the Limitless Demon sect's Demon Sun battle began. And that battle with the son of the devil was the prelude to the disaster. The 3 demon sons of the Limitless Demon sect were all extremely terrifying existences. However, Hua Yunfei unexpectedly died early, leaving a position open. Only Murong Wudi and Shengguan Sheng were left. However, the sacrificial ceremony of the Limitless Demon sect had always been to choose the crown prince from the 3 demon sons. Only then could the ceremony begin. In this selection, there was one person who was particularly terrifying. That person was Rosen. Rosen was a disciple of the Ghost Killing Hall. He was an absolute genius in the Ghost Killing Hall. Originally, he would not have been so terrifying. However, the Hall Master of the Ghost Killing Hall, who was also the first deputy sect master of the Limitless Demon sect, had taken a fancy to his body and wanted to possess it. Therefore, he had given him a lot of training and even the demon god armament. Although the 2 of them had broken off on the demon island, Rosen had announced that he would betray the Hall Master. However, for some unknown reason, he had returned and participated in this competition as a disciple of the Ghost Killing Hall. The strength he had displayed was really terrifying. No one was his match in the competition. They could not even block one of his moves. In the end, he became the Demon Son. The 3 demon sons were gathered just like that. After the 3 demon sons were gathered, the sacrificial ceremony would begin. The competition for the crown prince of the Limitless Demon sect would begin. However, during this competition, the nightmare began to truly descend. The three young demon sons were locked in a fierce battle at the beginning. Everyone said that Murong Wudi was the strongest, and the truth seemed to be so. At the beginning, the strength he displayed was almost dominating. However, it was not like that in the end. The aura of the ancient demon appeared on Sheng Guansheng's body. That was the terrifying power of the ancient demon emperor. Suddenly, the door to a world was opened. Luo Sen's body was shrouded in endless shadows. The most terrifying shadow covered the sky and appeared directly. In the end, Murong Wudi summoned a demon venerable. The three extremely terrifying existences directly replaced the three young people and started the battle. In the end, except for those experts, the ordinary disciples of the limitless demon sect were killed and injured. That battle was really too terrifying. At that time, I was lucky to be carrying out a mission outside the Pan province and escaped the disaster. Later, the deputy sect master of the limitless demon sect tried his best to bring the disciples out of the limitless demon sect and migrate. I was ordered to come and see if there were any surviving disciples. This person's explanation was not clear, but Su Yan directly used his extremely powerful and terrifying divine sense to see through his mind and saw what he wanted in his mind. A terrifying great demon, a terrifying demon, and a destructive shadow creature. Behind the three demon sons were actually these three terrifying things. To the limitless world, they were all foreign races. Unexpectedly, they all appeared in the limitless demon sect at the same time. Moreover, the terrifying power they displayed was at least the strength of a venerable sovereign. It seems that these three guys have all become puppets. However, if that's the case, the limitless world will not be stable from now on. Su Yan sighed in his heart. As for how the curtain fell this time, it was at the most critical moment when a huge island suddenly appeared. Then, an extremely terrifying power directly suppressed the three forces and completely turned them into ashes. However, when they disappeared, Sheng Guanfei, Murong Wudi, and Rosen also disappeared. As for the other things, it was not something a small figure like him could know. In the end, it was already very difficult for him to know so much. Through him, Su Yan already knew some information. However, he still did not know what he wanted to know the most. Where did Lu Lan and the others go? Su Yan asked, which deputy sect leader do you serve? That person seemed to be a little hesitant. At this time, Su Yan said, you should know that in front of me, your lies have no meaning. Therefore, your best choice is to tell me everything you know. Hearing Su Yan's words, that person did not dare to hesitate and directly said, I serve under the 7th deputy sect leader, Yan Shao. He felt uneasy, afraid that this expert had a grudge against Yan Shao. After all, in the entire Jiuzhou continent, the limitless demon sect had always been incomparably arrogant. They had too many enemies. This time, the alliance of the righteous sects was about to launch an attack on the limitless demon sect. However, they did not expect that such an unforeseen event would occur within the limitless demon sect. The entire Pan province had been affected by this terrifying power. The limitless demon sect, which had been prosperous for a time, was now in an extremely difficult situation. Yan Shao? Great, take me to see him. Don't worry, he won't blame you. The disciple felt helpless. However, since the other party had already said so, he did not dare to be unappreciative. He directly said, I will do as you say. Thus, the two of them went on their way. Along the way, Su Yan was thinking while feeling the changes in the power in his body. Although the appearance of the three powerful monsters had been suppressed and killed, this might be a signal. As for that huge island, it was undoubtedly the Divine Demon Island. After all, he had cultivated on the Divine Demon Island before and deeply understood the strength of the Divine Demon Island. The strength of the Divine Demon Island's island master was probably a super expert at the Saint Venerable level. Now, troubled times were about to arrive. Thus, he had to increase his strength. As for Lu Lan, although he was incomparably heavy, he really did not know what to do at this time. The knowledge of this limitless demon sect disciple was limited. It was better to talk to Yan Xiao and see if he could get any new information. At this time, Yan Xiao was sitting cross-legged in Wu province. Outside his body, a powerful force was constantly revolving around him. Chapter 1061. Girls' Literature. It could be seen that his strength had increased in the past 2 years. Although he lost to Wuxia Xianxia, it didn't mean that he was useless. On the contrary, compared to many people in the boundless demon sect, he was one of the more outstanding ones. Among the 7 vice sect leaders of the boundless demon sect, he was the youngest. The reason why he was so outstanding was because people like Wuxia Xianxia and Zhang Zhe had appeared in this era. Speaking of which, it was worth mentioning that this was the great fortune of the Taihang sword faction. Although the Taihang sword faction had always been one of the top 10 sects, it had gradually declined in the past few generations. Although it had the divine sword, it had never produced a true powerhouse. Although the previous sect leader had reached the level of a Dao Lord, his combat strength wasn't strong enough, so the Taishang sword sect could only close its doors. Later on, Zhang Zhe appeared out of nowhere and broke the monopoly of the 3 aristocratic families. His cultivation was terrifying, and he was almost invincible in the same realm. This made the Taihang sword faction famous. Later on, he became a Dao Lord and officially took over the sect. From the very beginning, he was already bold and decisive, displaying extremely powerful boldness. Zhang Zhe was truly a genius. Under his management, the Taihang sword faction's strength had greatly increased, and its ranking among the top 10 sects had also skyrocketed. Yan Xiao was naturally inferior to this person. Moreover, strictly speaking, he was still a generation younger than Zhang Zhe. When Yan Xiao first appeared, he was also in the limelight. Coupled with his background in the boundless demon sect, he became a famous figure. At that time, everyone thought that he was the most outstanding person after Zhang Zhe. Yan Xiao's idea was to directly defeat Zhang Zhe and suppress the rising Taihang sword faction, using Zhang Zhe and the Taihang sword faction as his stepping stones. At that time, everyone thought that he had a chance. However, all of a sudden, a new member of the Taihang sword faction rose to prominence, and that was Wuxia Xianxia. When Yan Xiao challenged the Taihang sword faction, Zhang Zhe didn't make a move. Instead, it was Wuxia Xianxia who accepted his challenge. The young and hot-blooded Yan Xiao disdained to fight with a peer. He didn't even want to use his sword. However, Wuxia Xianxia forced him to use his sword, and in the end, defeated him. Not only did Yan Xiao not only didn't follow his plan to crush the Taihang sword faction, but he also became Wuxia's stepping stones. However, this did not mean that he was incompetent. On the contrary, after Su Yan had come into contact with him last time, he felt a little more admiration for this Yan Xiao in his heart. The disciple of the limitless demon sect felt uneasy, but he didn't dare to do anything now. He could only obediently lead Su Yan forward. At this moment, Su Yan was looking straight ahead. At this moment, his will was gently operating. At the same time, his strength was also slowly changing. He had returned to his own world, so his strength naturally had to adapt to the changes in his world. This was a kind of attitude. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Now that 2 years had passed, Su Yan wasn't in a hurry to wait a day or two. After his trip to the Shura realm, Su Yan's strength had increased a lot. It could even be said that it was terrifying. However, the most important thing was the change in his mentality. The more experience a person had, the more his mentality would naturally change. Now, he knew that he had to be more patient. Only in this way could he become better. At this moment, the two of them had already separated from the main group. During these few days, Su Yan also knew that the group was actually an exploration team. After that battle, the land of Pan province had been completely turned into ruins. However, there were many treasures in the ruins. After all, that was the ancestral land of the limitless demon sect. Although the Saint Devil Mountain had been destroyed, there must be a lot of good things inside. However, after the Saint Devil Mountain was destroyed, the space here had become extremely unstable. Sometimes, shadow creatures would appear here. Sometimes, demons would descend. Sometimes, demonic beasts would appear. Therefore, this place had become an extremely dangerous place. In fact, he had been ordered to enter this place to search for the treasures of the limitless demon sect. The two of them were in a barren mountain. This place was really desolate. There was yellow sand everywhere. There was no life. However, Su Yan's spirit consciousness could see clearly that this was actually a smokescreen. Behind the yellow sand, there was a green world. When the two of them stepped in, the scenery in front of them changed immediately. At this moment, a calm and terrifying voice was heard. "Why did you bring outsiders here?" The voice drifted over from afar. It was obvious that this person was very dissatisfied with outsiders entering this place. At this moment, Su Yan's mouth twitched slightly. He already knew who this person was from the voice. Su Yan. The person beside Yan Shao was a 5-origin supremacy. Su Yan had a good impression of him. In a sense, he had saved his life. Back when he had been attacked by Zhuo Leidao, who was under the 3rd deputy sect master, he had almost died in his hands. It was this person who had saved him. He was still alive. Su Yan suddenly felt carefree. It turned out that there was still hope in his heart. Su Yan's speed was very fast. In just a few breaths, he had already appeared in front of the two of them. "Greetings, Senior Su." At this moment, the disciple of the limitless demon sect directly knelt down. Although Yan Shao had always been known for his tolerance in the limitless demon sect, bringing an unknown person into the base without permission still made him feel incomparably fearful and fearful. At this moment, Su Yan did not pay attention to him. Instead, his gaze fell on Su Yan. Su Yan gave him a strange yet familiar feeling. "Who are you?" In the end, he was unable to recognize Su Yan. A thought suddenly appeared in Su Yan's mind. He didn't say anything, but instead took a step forward. It was at this moment that Su Yan's entire body was filled with shock. The instant Su Yan stepped forward, he felt a sense of danger. At his level, his perception of danger was extremely sharp. Su Yan's step was naturally not simple. It was a simple space jump. Although Su Yan still did not understand how this guy could do this, it did not prevent him from directly putting up a defense. At this moment, his void shadow directly slashed in front of him. The place where his sword slashed was actually empty. However, when the sword fell, it was directly stopped. 2 fingers clamped down on his sword. Su Yan raised his eyebrows again. Although he had not yet stepped into the Dao Master realm, his strength was already extremely strong. Even if he was also a 5 essences supremacy, he believed that not many people could block his sword. However, this person blocked it so easily. Moreover, this person's power directly rushed towards him at this moment. It was a kind of blazing and terrifying power that almost burned his fingers directly. This power forced him to give up on the void shadow sword and kick backward again. At the same time, his palms shook in the void, and an even more powerful power gathered. "Your Excellency, who exactly are you? Why are you making things difficult for me?" His power was surging like the sea, giving off an extremely deep feeling. At this moment, he was so deep and so imposing. Su Yan smiled but did not say anything. At this moment, another voice sounded. "Alright, Su Yan, don't be nervous. This is an old friend." An extremely strong power appeared and directly calmed Su Yan's power, and also dissolved Su Yan's aura. Needless to say, the person who could do this was naturally Yan Shao. Yan Shao had become stronger than before. This was not surprising at all to Su Yan. Su Yan, I thought that you were already dead. I really did not expect that we would meet again one day. Yan Zhao's shadow directly appeared. This was a shadow that was similar to a power projection. He stood there, but in fact, he already had the power to attack Yan Zhao. The power of a Dao master's attack could not be said to be weak. Su Yan. Hearing this name, Su Yan was very surprised. In fact, he had almost forgotten about Su Yan, because he would never spend time to remember the name of a dead person. At that time, Su Yan entered the Shura cave. At that time, they still thought that Su Yan had a chance to come back alive. However, as time passed, this hope became less and less. This caused Yan Zhao's plan to fail. Rosen defeated everyone and became the son of Devil. Of course, there was no need to talk about the unforeseen events that happened later. However, Su Yan clearly remembered that Su Yan's strength was not so strong at that time. But now? Although it was just a hurried exchange of blows earlier, he knew in his heart that he was already completely not Su Yan's match. Not only did he come back alive from the Shura world, but he also made his strength more terrifying. This was really a terrifying young man. Long time no see, Deputy Sect Master Yan Zhao. Su Yan said to Yan Zhao. When he faced a Dao master in the past, he did not have the strength to fight back at all. He still remembered that when the third Deputy Sect Master attacked, he did not even have the chance to release the killing move that he had prepared before he was directly suppressed. However, it was completely different now. He had killed many Shura kings who were at the same level as Dao masters. If they were to fight, he was not afraid of Yan Zhao at all, even if his strength had improved. This was also the reason why Su Yan dared to come here. Now, he was more and more aware of one thing, that is, equal status needed to be fought for with equal strength. Yan Zhao might not necessarily harm him, but his strength was not enough, so naturally, he was not qualified to talk to him as an equal. Chapter 1062. Female literature. Back then, the reason why Yan Zhao helped him wasn't because he was kind-hearted, but because he had a plan. Yan Zhao needed him to be his chess piece, which was why he saved him. However, when it was time to abandon him, he wouldn't hold back at all. There was nothing to complain about. This was the reality. But now, it was completely different. In terms of realm, Su Yan was still far from reaching the Dao sovereign level. However, in terms of combat strength, he wasn't inferior to Yan Zhao at all. He might even be able to kill Yan Zhao in a battle of life and death. Of course, all of these were just his theoretical speculations. Even so, it was enough to show his strong confidence at this moment. At this moment, Yan Zhao's incarnation appeared. Although he hadn't fought with Su Yan yet, in fact, he had already sensed Su Yan's extremely terrifying strength. He was also extremely shocked by Su Yan's progress. After all, like Su Yan, he actually thought that Su Yan wouldn't be able to survive. But now, not only did Su Yan survive, but he was even better than before. Yes, it's been a long time indeed. I didn't expect you to still be alive. But, it's always good to be alive. At this moment, Yan Zhao was also quite emotional. The last time they met, the difference in strength between them was like heaven and earth. But now, Su Yan was qualified to talk to him as an equal. At this moment, of course, he wouldn't doubt Su Yan's strength anymore. He said faintly, "Come in and have a seat." He knew that Su Yan must have a lot of questions to ask at this moment. In fact, he was also very curious about Su Yan's experience. After fighting with the Shura world for so many years, it wasn't that no one had fallen into the Shura cave, but almost all of those people had died. But now, not only did Su Yan come back alive, but his strength had also increased greatly. Su Yan smiled faintly and directly walked in. When he passed by Su Yan suddenly said, "Thank you." This gratitude came from the bottom of his heart, because his life was saved by Su Yan. If it weren't for Su Yan, he would have died. Back then, outside the Shura cave, he should have fallen into it. In fact, he was very clear that although Su Yan could come out from inside, it did not mean that he could do the same. If he entered the Shura realm by himself, he would most likely die. No need, Su Yan said. Indeed, there was no need. The reason why he saved him was merely to return a favor. It was just that at that time, he didn't think that he would be the one to fall into the trap. Soon, Su Yan saw Yan Zhao's real body. When he saw Yan Zhao's real body, he was shocked. At this time, Yan Zhao's appearance was completely different from when he first saw him. Dark veins appeared on his skin. Su Yan could clearly see that those veins did not belong to Yan Zhao. Instead, they were some kind of parasitic veins that were embedded in his body. Yan Zhao's cultivation was high. Putting everything else aside, he was at least a Dao master. Needless to say, his realm was very high. But at this time, he was actually parasitized by these lines. This is, shadow lines? Su Yan said in surprise. He had already dealt with shadow creatures. During the battle with Emperor Wuhui, he had come into contact with shadow creatures. At that time, he had consulted the God-Slayer sword. The God-Slayer sword was indeed an antique that had existed for countless years. It directly explained the existence of such things to Su Yan. Shadow lines was an extremely dangerous thing. These things were the parasitic means of high-level shadow creatures. The terrifying thing about shadow creatures was that they could silently enter the bodies of other creatures and live there. And these shadow lines were their way of showing that they were living there. I didn't expect you to know about these shadow lines. It seems that you have a lot of knowledge. That's right. When the sect was in trouble last time, I fought with the shadow creature summoned by Rosen and ended up in this situation. He directly sighed. It had to be said that Yan Zhao always looked so tragic. His strength was naturally not to be doubted, but the shadow creature still managed to live in his body. It was obvious that the shadow creature was very powerful. But there's no need to worry now. At this time, it's still far from being able to successfully live in my body. It won't be that easy for it to successfully live in my body. Yan Zhao's words were somewhat calm, but Su Yan could see that Su Yan was very worried. He knew that Su Yan was loyal to Yan Zhao. If he showed such an expression at this time, it could only mean one thing, and that was that the situation was so serious that it could not be changed. Su Yan directly said, "Senior Yan Zhao, you should know that this shadow line is not a small matter. You can't suppress and destroy it immediately, so you can only let it grow deeper and deeper until it completely devours you one day." Of course, Su Yan wouldn't believe what he said so easily. He still had a deep understanding of this. Shadow creatures were extremely terrifying. If they could be destroyed so easily, it wouldn't have been so difficult back then. If you couldn't suppress this shadow line, then one day, it would completely destroy your consciousness. This was an extremely terrifying cycle of death. Even if it was Yan Zhao, it would be extremely difficult to get out of this cycle. It seems that you know a lot. He said so, which meant that he had admitted to it. In fact, this couldn't be helped. The shadow creatures were too powerful back then. If Yan Zhao didn't stop them, more disciples would have died. "Senior, perhaps I can help you." Su Yan pondered for a moment before saying. Yan Zhao was startled when he heard this. His eyes flashed. This was something he hadn't expected. If Su Yan didn't know about this, then perhaps he wouldn't believe him. However, Su Yan knew about the shadow line and seemed to have a deep understanding of it. This meant that Su Yan's words were quite credible. At this time, Su Yan directly said, "Is what you said true?" Back then, he could easily defeat Su Yan. If it wasn't for Yan Zhao's high regard, he wouldn't have cared about Su Yan at all. But now, it turned out that Yan Zhao's insight was much more powerful than his. After more than 2 years, Su Yan had grown to such a level that he could easily defeat Su Yan. At this time, since he said that he could help Lord Yan Shao, then it was very likely that it was true. During this period of time, although Lord Yan Zhao's cultivation had improved, this problem had also become increasingly obvious. In fact, Yan Shao had even said that if there came a day when he couldn't hold on anymore, then Su Yan would kill him. He clearly knew that even though Yan Shao was still holding on, his heart had already given up all hope. However, Su Yan's appearance had actually brought him a new ray of hope. Try it. Su Yan didn't say anything else and directly walked towards Yan Shao. Yan Shao didn't stop him. He only watched as Su Yan walked towards him. Su Yan arrived in front of him and said, "Senior, my power will enter your body. Please don't resist." At this time, his aura directly spread out. The power of the zenith directly entered Yan Zhao's body. In fact, Su Yan only wanted to give it a try. He wasn't sure if he could really help Yan Shao. But now that things had come to this point, it was better to give it a try than to do nothing. At this time, his power directly spread out and the aura formed a cyclone. This cyclone directly reached his face. At this time, the power of the zenith began to come into contact with the shadow runes. Yan Shao was extremely calm. His expression didn't change at all, as if all this wasn't happening to him. Putting everything else aside, just this point alone was already admirable. Su Yan clearly knew that it was actually an extremely painful process for the power to seep in at this time, although he had not experienced it personally. But how could it not be painful when it involved one's soul? But at this time, he was still able to maintain a calm expression. This alone was very impressive. At this time, the shadow runes began to shine brightly. When the light appeared, Su Yan felt the power fluctuations within it. It seemed that the shadow runes were going to go deeper. At this time, Su Yan wasn't shocked. Instead, he was happy. If the shadow runes were indifferent to his power, it meant that he didn't care about this power at all. But now, when Su Yan's power came over, it reacted. This meant one thing. Yan Shao was reacting to his power of the zenith. He was even a little afraid of it. If there was no reaction at all, it would be terrible. But now, it was a good sign. At this time, Yan Shao said, "Su Yan, don't have any scruples. I'm fine." Yan Shao knew that Su Yan had some scruples at this time. After all, this was his body. If he didn't use his power properly, it was very likely that he would be seriously injured. It might even cause the shadow runes to go deeper. However, at this time, he discovered that Su Yan's power had an effect on the shadow runes. Therefore, he no longer had any fear or scruples in his heart. The only thing he felt was joy. Suddenly seeing the light of hope while waiting for death naturally made him happy. Su Yan smiled bitterly. But since the other party had said so, he immediately put down the scruples in his heart and directly covered the shadow runes with his power. Chapter 1063. Female Literature. Su Yan's power was like a flame. When he no longer had any misgivings and directly rushed up with this power, the powerful force almost made people collapse. The terrifying aura kept surging. At this time, the shadow patterns were like poisonous insects, directly twisting and circling. And it was also at this time that Su Yan suddenly felt an extremely ferocious force coming toward him. "You want to counterattack?" Su Yan's heart froze. He had to admit that the power of this shadow was really terrifying. At this time, not only was it not afraid, it actually wanted to counterattack and implant the power of the shadow into Su Yan's body. However, this time, it found the wrong target. At this time, its power came out in full force. The powerful and terrifying aura went berserk. It was like a wheel of wind and fire that directly suppressed Yan Liqiang. Such power could not be said to be strong, but it had its own majesty. The power of the shadow patterns was very insidious. After being hit by this power, it began to retreat. However, Su Yan did not give it the chance to do so. At this time, the powerful force directly began to chase after it. At this time, Su Yan's aura was too strong. At this time, his power was accumulating bit by bit, and his aura was simply overwhelming to the extreme. At this time, he was like a mad god. Senior Yen Xiao. Su Yan's power suddenly skyrocketed. Obviously, that power was very uneasy. At this time, it wanted to directly spread to other parts of Yen Xiao. Even without Su Yan's reminder, Yen Xiao had naturally sensed this as well. Evil creature, don't think you can succeed. At this time, his power directly rushed out. An extremely powerful and terrifying force burst out from his body at this time. This was a war, and it was a war that could not be lost. And the battlefield of this war was his body. If he lost this time, there would naturally be endless troubles in the future. However, if he won this time, he would be able to get rid of it. He might even be able to take this opportunity to go further. A battle began just like that. This was a war that absolutely did not allow for failure, because once they lost, it would mean that they would be completely annihilated, and that was an outcome that was even more terrifying than death. Both Su Yan and Yen Xiao knew this. The power of the shadow was strange and terrifying. He was the most cunning of enemies and would seize every opportunity to launch an attack. Time passed bit by bit. At this time, the terrifying whistling sound from the shadow grew louder and louder. This sound had a terrifying power that made one's heart palpitate. In the past, such a voice would have been enough to disturb Su Yan's mind, but now, Su Yan was different because he had grown to an extremely terrifying level. Since that's the case, let me add fuel to the fire, he suddenly said. At the same time, a golden light was released from his body. When this power appeared, Su Yan's entire body was pushed back. Because he couldn't withstand such power. At this moment, he was extremely shocked. Of course, he had not become a Dao master, but he was extremely close to becoming one now. One had to know that his talent was extremely powerful, and this great figure had taken good care of him and constantly guided him in his cultivation. Many people envied the fact that a Dao master personally taught him. Therefore, his combat strength was extremely terrifying. In the battle back then, Zhuo was an expert of the same level as him, but it was obvious that he was not Su Yan's opponent during the battle. But now, Su Yan was unable to withstand the power released from Su Yan's body. How terrifying was that? He stared straight at Su Yan as if he was looking at an evil spirit. Of course, after a while, his shock turned into a pleasant surprise. Since Su Yan could display such a terrifying aura, it meant that he was confident enough to help Yen Xiao. This was not a bad thing. However, what he did not know was that at this moment, Su Yan was far from being at ease. This power was naturally the power of Shura's fire. Shura's power was domineering, and anyone who had fought with them before would know it. Shura's fire, especially, was almost on par with heavenly thunder. Although Su Yan had mastered this power through devouring, it was far from enough for him. This was because this was the first time he had used this power in this world. Different worlds naturally had different laws. He was not a Shura, so it would naturally take time for him to master this law. However, he did not have time at this moment. The power of the shadow was really stubborn. When Su Yan and Yen Zhao's power attacked it, it launched an extremely stubborn resistance. Its power was so terrifying, but of course, its soul was the most terrifying thing. At this moment, Yen Xiao realized that even though he had been suppressing it for the past few days, the depth of the shadow's penetration was still beyond his expectations. At this moment, the shadow had actually begun to fuse with his soul. Of course, this fusion was still very simple at this moment, but if it was allowed to develop further, this power would become even more profound with his soul. When that time came, there would be no saving him. At this moment, the attack of Su Yan's power had revealed its true form. At this moment, Emperor Shura's attack immediately caused him great pain. Of course, Yen Xiao was also in pain. However, at this moment, he had no other choice but to endure. Under Emperor Shura's continuous attacks, the power of the shadow finally stopped penetrating. At this moment, Su Yan showed an extremely strong attitude. If he did not compromise, Su Yan would not stop either. He did not care about Yan Zhao's life or death. At this moment, even as a Dao master, Yan Zhao could no longer bear it. His body began to tremble. What kind of pain was this to make such an expert convulse like this? At this moment, Yan Zhao suddenly shouted, "Su Yan, stop." Shura's fire was too strong. At this moment, he was afraid that Yan Zhao's life would be in danger. Because at this time, he was shocked to discover that Su Yan and Yan Zhao were not friends. Strictly speaking, they were even enemies. Their standpoints were different. Yan Zhao was the vice-sect leader of the Limitless Demon sect, while Su Yan was a disciple of the Taihang sword faction. At that time, Yan Zhao had tried to kill Su Yan. Could it be that this guy wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to kill him? This seemed to be a very likely thing. Thinking of this, Yan Zhao's heart became more and more furious. This despicable guy. The more Yan Zhao thought about it, the more afraid he became. Even though Yan Zhao might still die without Su Yan, there was still a slim chance of survival, wasn't there? At this moment, Yan Zhao attacked Su Yan with the formless sword. He did not hesitate to attack Su Yan. He wanted to kill Su Yan. However, at this moment, a shadow suddenly appeared outside of Su Yan's body. It was the Shura demon tiger. When Su Yan first sent Aina to Blood River City, he sent the Shura demon tiger into the square seal. Now, the square seal was suppressed by him, but the Shura demon tiger was able to escape. Su Yan knew what Yan Zhao was thinking. However, at this moment of life and death, he did not have the time to waste with Yan Zhao. Therefore, he directly summoned the Shura demon tiger. After following Su Yan, the Shura demon tiger had always been in the square seal. Su Yan was wary of the square seal. Therefore, after putting the Shura demon tiger into the square seal, he constantly guided the energy towards him. The Shura demon tiger could be said to have profited from a disaster. In the square seal, he actually became a king-level Shura demonic beast. At this moment, when he appeared and saw Yan Zhao, he immediately roared. At this moment, an extremely terrifying aura was released, and a powerful force rushed towards Yan Zhao. Yan Zhao directly fought with the Shura demon tiger. In fact, the Shura demon tiger was naturally not a match for Yan Zhao. Although he had obtained great benefits in the square seal, it was absolutely impossible for him to reach the sky in a single step. His strength was already very strong, but compared to Yan Zhao, who was only one step away from becoming a Dao master, he was still too far away. However, this did not matter. His mission was not to kill Yan Zhao, but to hold him back. After all, he was the Shura demon tiger. If they were at the same level, Yan Zhao would definitely not be a match for him. Su Yan focused more of his attention. This was an extremely important moment. Under the continuous burning of the Shura fire, that thing finally could not hold on any longer. It began to gradually leave Yan Zhao's body. At this moment, the shadow slowly crawled out of Yan Zhao's body. When it was residing in his body, this thing was only the size of a palm. However, when it left this guy's body, this shadow began to change, and finally turned into a huge and terrifying shadow. It was a terrifying creature. At this moment, Yan Zhao finally stopped his attack. He knew that he had misunderstood Su Yan. At this moment, he felt extremely regretful. Of course, he knew that this regret was useless because he now had to face an extremely powerful enemy, and that was this terrifying shadow creature. After the shadow creature appeared, he immediately wanted to leave this place like a madman. This was because the Shura fire released by Su Yan made him feel incomparable fear. That was a fire that could kill him. Even if he was strong, he had no choice but to compromise under the influence of this fire. However, how could Yan Zhao let him leave? Yan Xiao was at the most furious moment. This shadow creature was making his master suffer. Chapter 1064. Female literature. In fact, back then, Yan Xiao had been taken advantage of by this shadow creature because he had tried to save him. Yan Xiao had always been brooding over this. Now, he finally had a chance to pay it back. At this moment, his power spread out. The void-shattering sword appeared and flew out, slashing at the shadow creature at an extremely terrifying speed. His void-shattering sword had always been very powerful, but this time, it returned without any effect. That shadow creature seemed to know his plan. In that instant, its body turned into nothingness. Yan Zhao's sword directly pierced through the shadow creature's body, but it did not cause him any trouble at all. At this moment, a strange expression appeared on the shadow creature's face, as if it was mocking Yan Zhao's words. At this moment, it suddenly changed its direction and no longer fled outside. Instead, it charged directly at Yan Xiao. Not good. Yan Xiao was shocked. At this moment, he already knew what this evil creature was planning to do. It wanted to enter his body and take over his body as a parasite. This time, he was extremely afraid. He knew very well that even Dao's sovereign Yan Xiao was so powerless against this shadow creature. If it were him, he would not have any chance of survival. However, at this moment, that power had already arrived in front of him. At this moment, he had no choice. He gritted his teeth. Since he had no choice, he might as well go all out. In times of desperation, going all out was the only way. At this moment, a loud tiger roar was heard. Then, a shadow suddenly flew down, and a claw mark appeared directly at this time. Shura Demon Tiger. At this moment, Shura Demon Tiger attacked. His power was extremely domineering. At this moment, Shura's aura was fully displayed. Since Su Yen could conceal the world imprint of the King of Destruction, it was easy for him to prevent Shura Demon Tiger from being detected by this world. After following Su Yen, Shura Demon Tiger obtained enough benefits from the square seal. At this moment, his arrogance was on full display. The moment his powerful strength descended, the shadow creature actually felt fear. His body turned into nothingness again, but this time, his luck was not good. The power of the Shura Demon Tiger was actually able to injure him. The shadow creature's shadow kept changing like a cloud of smoke. At this time, it was looking at the Shura Demon Tiger, its eyes filled with terrible anger. He wanted to kill the Shura Demon Tiger. However, right at that moment, his body suddenly trembled. He had a bad feeling about this. Su Yen suddenly woke up. Previously, his power was entangled with Yan Zhao's power, and he was unable to extricate himself. But now, he was finally able to withdraw his power. The shadow creature glanced at Su Yan's face. Then, it no longer had any thoughts and wanted to leave immediately. This guy made him loathe him to the extreme. If it wasn't for him, he wouldn't be in such a miserable state. His plan had succeeded. As long as he had enough time, he would be able to take a Dao Master for himself. The most terrifying thing about the shadow creature was that it was a parasite. When it killed the original person and became itself again, its power would be greatly increased until it completely absorbed the person's nutrients. But Su Yan's appearance disrupted all his plans. This guy was really hateful, but he was also really powerful. His appearance gave him a sense of helplessness. It was especially so for the Azura fire and the power of the Exalted on Su Yan's body. To him, they were like the bane of his existence. So at this time, he chose to escape without hesitation. However, since they had already come to this point, how could Su Yen let him leave just like that? Since you're already here, why leave? Stay with me. His power suddenly erupted at this moment, and then a powerful aura spread out at this moment. If Su Yen didn't want him to leave, then he had to stay. This was Su Yan's overbearingness. Su Yan's power became so violent at this time. That terrifying power was simply too strong at this time. Then, his power flew out and formed a huge net. The net condensed by his power filled up all the places in an instant. The powerful power kept roaring, suppressing the shadow creature. At this time, the shadow creature saw that it had nowhere to go. It seemed to give up everything and rushed toward Su Yan. Su Yan just sneered at its suicidal behavior. He didn't summon the Taiji sword. The Taiji sword was too powerful, but now was not the time to use it. This was the trump card Su Yan kept for himself. His power changed again. In the Shura realm, Su Yan's biggest breakthrough was to unify his power. Whether it was the power of the great demonic dragon or others, under the operation of the power of the exalted, they had been combined with the power of Shura to become the third power. The so-called third force was a powerful force that had fused together. Its characteristics were incomparably violent, but it was also terrifyingly profound. The power of Shura's fire and thunder worked at the same time. Shura's burning, thunder's rumbling. These two terrifying powers erupted at the same time, immediately causing the shadow creature more pain. At this time, Su Yan directly bombarded it with a palm. Seeing Su Yan's palm bombarding it, the shadow creature didn't retreat at this time. Instead, it directly flew towards Su Yan. Su Yan, be careful. Be careful of its parasites. Su Yan shouted in horror. The most terrifying thing about this shadow creature was that it was almost immune to physical attacks, and contact with it was the road to death. Back then, Yan Shao accidentally touched its body in battle, which was why it directly parasitized him. At this time, Su Yan's actions were even more suicidal. Su Yan had spent a lot of effort to expel this power from Yan Zhao's body, but if it parasitized his body, he might not be able to do anything. However, Su Yan turned a deaf ear to Su Yan's words. Perhaps it was already too late. His palm quickly slammed into the shadow creatures. Just as Su Yan worried, the shadow creature didn't die at this time. Instead, it directly rushed toward Su Yan's body. It's over. Su Yan regretted. At this time, the curtain fell on the battle. At this time, Yan Shao opened his eyes. He had just suppressed his injuries and saw the last scene. He frowned and said to Su Yan, "Don't you think you're too reckless?" Obviously, he didn't think highly of Su Yan. After all, he had suffered at the hands of this darn thing, and he knew how terrifying it was. He had felt Su Yan's power, but in fact, the reason why they had won earlier was because he and Su Yan had joined forces. Now that the parasites have just started, let's work together and see if we can force it out and kill it directly. In his opinion, Su Yan shouldn't be so impatient. Since his strength had a restraining effect on the shadow creature, he should buy time. When he woke up, the combined strength of the two of them could directly kill the shadow creature. In fact, there was only a small difference in time. At this time, Su Yan smiled and said, "It's fine. Since I dared to do this, I naturally have my own confidence." He had a calm expression on his face, as if all this had nothing to do with him. Yan Shao shook his head slightly. Once bitten, twice shy. But taking a step back, this thing was indeed extremely terrifying. He knew how terrifying it was after coming into contact with it. However, since Su Yan had already said so, he naturally couldn't say anything more. He only said, "Then pay attention at all times. If you discover any problems, immediately come and find me. Don't worry, I, Yan Shao, am not an ungrateful person." Su Yan nodded. He agreed with this point. The Limitless Demon sect was a demonic sect in their eyes, but they saw it as a holy sect. In fact, not all of the disciples of the Limitless Demon sect were evil. The only difference was in their views. It was like ruling a country. Everyone had their own views. However, Su Yan really didn't care about the shadow creature. The reason why he let this thing enter his body was because he wanted to close the door and beat the dog. He had already seen the strangeness of the shadow creature and deeply understood that the scariest thing about shadow creatures was that they were difficult to kill. As long as a shadow still existed, it could be reborn. However, it was different now. Now that this guy had entered his body, there was no way for him to escape. His sea of consciousness had already given birth to lightning, which was the biggest nemesis for shadow creatures like this. Su Yan's body was now so strong that it might even be stronger than Yan Zhao's. "Senior, this junior has many things to ask you." At this time, Su Yan directly changed the topic. Although he had obtained a lot of information from that disciple, it was still too little compared to what Su Yan wanted to know. Therefore, he still had many questions at this time. Yan Zhao's gaze fell on him and said, "I know, you want to ask about Lu Lan, right?" Yan Zhao's eyes were unique. He immediately guessed. However, when he said the two words, Lu Lan, he smiled bitterly. Su Yan didn't say anything and looked at Yan Zhao. At this time, Yan Zhao finally began to speak slowly and recounted the incident from the beginning. As the deputy sect master, he naturally knew more than an ordinary disciple. Chapter 1065. Girl Literature. Back then, what happened at the beginning was indeed as that disciple had said. The three sons of demons had all summoned extremely terrifying things. Rosen's shadow creatures, Shengguan Sheng's terrifying demons, and Murong Wudi's powerful demon clan. The battle at that time was extremely terrifying. The three creatures almost tore down the boundless demon sect. Of course, the experts of the boundless demon sect would not sit still and wait for death. Several deputy sect masters took action one after another. That battle was extremely difficult. But what was worrying was that it was such a dangerous situation. The most powerful deputy sect master and sect master did not take action. They did not even show up. Fortunately, the 6 deputy sect masters were not weak. They fought in pairs, and with the help of the boundless demon sect's formation, they finally suppressed the 3 monsters. They thought that this would be the end, but they did not expect that at this time, a woman would suddenly burst out. This woman was none other than Lu Lan. The so-called demon ceremony was to draw out the blood of the most powerful woman with the demon clan's bloodline, and then combine it with the demon sect's crown prince to create the most powerful bloodline. There were actually 10 candidates for the demon clan. Lu Lan was the last one to survive. Her strength was needless to say, but compared with those deputy sect masters who had reached the level of Dao Master, it was nothing. However, it was precisely at that moment, at that extremely crucial moment, that woman had appeared. Lu Lan broke through the power restriction of the boundless demon sect and went directly into the sky. At this time, she was no longer weak, but full of unimaginable majesty. A powerful aura was released from her body. Even Yan Zhao, a Dao master, was shocked by that kind of power. He was very sure that Lu Lan's cultivation had reached the level of sovereign master. An expert at the level of sovereign master was equivalent to the emperor of Shura. Back then, even an expert like the King of Destruction could only flee in the face of the emperor of Tianxing. Su Yan could not believe it when he heard the news. However, Lu Lan was still alive, which was the best thing. After Lu Lan soared into the sky, the extremely terrifying demon stood directly below her, respectfully as if it was a servant. The son of the limitless demon sect's number 1 demon, Murong Wudi, stood quietly behind him. Even at this point, the powerful Grandmaster had yet to appear. Lu Lan stood in the air like this. Her appearance and rise directly broke the current situation. Her power was so great that when she looked down, it was as if the entire world had fallen into a terrifying silence. Her eyes were filled with incomparable hatred. Her hatred for the limitless demon sect was as deep as the sea. It was the limitless demon sect that had forcibly snatched her away from Su Yan's embrace and made her suffer such great pain. It was also the limitless demon sect that made the monster palace suffer generation after generation. At this moment, she gently waved her hand, and the demon expert was immediately enraged. What was even more terrifying was that the demon had actually more than doubled in strength at this moment. What a terrifying power this was. At this moment, his aura had simply reached its peak. The violent power flew down, causing everything to shake and crumble at this moment. The outcome of the balance being broken was extremely terrifying. The limitless demon sect began to waver. At this moment, it was as if the end of the world had arrived. At this moment, Rosen's shadow power suddenly surged towards the ghost-killing hall. In the limitless demon sect, the person that Rosen hated the most was the master of the ghost-killing hall, who was also the first deputy grandmaster of the limitless demon sect. That person had once saved him long ago, and he had been deeply grateful to him at that time. However, later on, he had guessed that the purpose of that guy was to directly devour him, like a piece of fatty meat, and eat him directly. This was something that he could not tolerate no matter what, so at that moment, he had gone berserk and angry. However, at that time, he was simply too weak. Compared to this person, the difference was like heaven and earth. At that time, if that person from the divine demon island had not interfered, he would not have been able to survive at this time. However, the current him had already become extremely powerful. In fact, when he had just arrived at the limitless demon sect, he had already wanted to directly turn hostile. However, the person behind him did not allow him to do so, and he had to follow the plan. He did not know how that person made that old thing let him go and not do anything to him, and even gave him a reasonable identity. However, at this moment, all of this did not matter anymore. That person wanted him to obtain the demon blood, but now, it was obviously impossible to obtain the demon blood. Moreover, under the powerful demon race, the limitless demon sect was already in chaos. At this moment, his first thought was to find the first deputy grandmaster to settle the score. The current him could control the shadow power, which was enough to reach the emperor realm. The feeling of being invincible made him feel an indescribable sense of carefreeness. At this moment, Shengguansheng also began to release his full strength. Of course, his strength was not to attack, but to open. To open the door to the descent of the demons. Facing such a situation, the 6 deputy grandmasters of the limitless demon sect could only retreat and protect themselves. At the same time, they were trying to buy time for the people of the limitless demon sect to use the formation to evacuate. While ensuring the evacuation of the disciples, an uncontrollable battle broke out. The demon gate was opened, and terrifying demons rushed in. Even the limitless demon sect could not withstand it. At this time, Zhang Zhe led the disciples of the righteous faction into the limitless demon sect. Fortunately, Zhang Zhe was not blinded by greed. When facing the demons, he was clear that these terrifying existences from the otherworld were the greatest enemies, so he directly took action. With the addition of many powerhouses, the casualties were not disastrous. Of course, when they were at their most desperate, a huge floating island descended. When that terrifying floating island appeared, all the demons and shadow creatures died at that moment. Of course, those powerful existences fled. Su Yan was silent for a moment, then said, "In that case, Lu Lan is fine. She is safe now, but did she leave with the demon clan?" Yan Xiao said with a wry smile, "Of course she's fine. If I'm not wrong, there is an extremely noble bloodline of the demon clan hidden in her body. That's why the powerhouses of the demon clan acted like this. But I didn't expect Murong Wudi to be a chess piece of the demon clan. I really don't understand. In this generation of the limitless demon sect, the 3 sons of the demon clan are not members of the limitless demon sect." Yan Zhao's idea had always been to run the limitless demon sect better, to make it stronger, so that his ideas could be carried out. However, the grandmaster of the limitless demon sect was too majestic, and his strength was too terrifying. Even though he had become a Dao master, he did not know how strong the grandmaster was. Therefore, in the beginning, he wanted to let Su Yan compete for the son of the demon clan, so that he could obtain some of the rights that he hoped to obtain. But he did not expect that he would be disappointed in the end. This was simply a great irony. The only difference was that Hua Yunfei, the son of the demon clan of the Limitless Demon Sect, had died in his early years because of his ambition. Even he felt a sense of helplessness. Su Yan, now that you are strong enough, where do you want to go next? Yan Shao asked directly. Su Yan furrowed his brows and said, "It seems like troubled times are about to arrive." Yan Shao nodded. In fact, this incident was a signal. The shadow creatures had reappeared, the invasion of the demon clan was about to begin, and the powerful demon clan seemed to be recovering at this time. Putting everything else aside, for the infinite world, this was definitely not a good thing. Who knew, that terrifying thing might come. Su Yan knew that although the master of the divine demon island was mysterious, his strength was extremely terrifying. He had been guarding the limitless world all this time. Although the invasion of the demon clan was suppressed by him this time, what about the next time? Although he was strong, he was not invincible. When the demon gate was opened the next time, a large number of greater demons would gather, and it would not be a time when he could fight against them alone. In the ancient times, there were 7 saint sovereigns, but what about now? There were almost no sovereigns, so it was impossible for them to survive the invasion of the demon clan. Time was running out. That's right, that's exactly the case. This time, it's just a signal. It's a pity that the 10 great sects aren't united yet. The royal sect and the other powerful sects all feel that they're the main characters of this world. As for our limitless devil sect, I don't know what our sect leader is thinking either. He didn't even appear during the calamity this time. Because of this, the limitless devil sect is already in disarray. In this great calamity, the limitless demon sect master did not appear, so some thoughts and suspicions emerged. Some said that he was already dead, but no matter what, dissatisfaction towards him had already appeared. The few vice sect masters were not willing to be under others. This time, the limitless demon sect master was calm, which naturally gave them some ambition. Since the limitless demon sect was already torn apart, the third vice sect master directly established his own sect. The other vice sect masters also did the same. Therefore, the limitless demon sect, which was once the number 1 sect of the 10 great sects, was torn apart overnight. The other 9 great sects were also in their own camps at this time. These things are not suitable for me to worry about. I think, the world of the 9 continents is so big, there are bound to be people with broad horizons. When trouble comes, they will naturally take action. The only thing I care about is to protect the people I protect. Now, I want to go back to the Taihang sword faction to take a look. If possible, I want to go back to the 5 continents. Chapter 1066. Female literature, that's good too. Our peaceful days are coming to an end, said Yan Shao. No matter what their relationship was in the past, after this incident, their relationship had improved and they could be considered friends. No matter what, they were of no use in the current situation. Although their strength was considered to be in the upper echelons, they were still a far cry from the true powerhouses. Of course, the true powerhouses here were terrifying existences like the Master of Divine Devil Island. Such a person was a supreme existence at the peak. Su Yan knew that his strength was probably at the level of the great demonic dragon. In other words, he was a sacred venerable. To them, these 2 words were like a legend. They were so high up that no one could touch them. This world has always been like this. When you reach a new height, you will find that there is a more distant road waiting for you in front of you. This was an endless cycle, and no one knew when this cycle would stop. He chatted with Yan Shao for a while more before leaving. In fact, the current world was already extremely unstable. One had to know that the space between heaven and earth was originally very stable. However, after many things happened in the ancient times, this world had become extremely unstable. At this time, the energy between heaven and earth fluctuated violently. After the previous great battle, the saints worked together to seal the space. This allowed the Wuji world to enjoy peace for many years. However, this time, the seal of the space was opened again. In fact, the three sons of the great demons were the sinners of the Wuxia world. It was because of them that the Wuxia world was in danger. Of course, they were only a catalyst. Even without their existence, this world would not be peaceful. The terrifying crisis that was about to come would still come at any time. In the current large world, there would occasionally be some wandering evil demons. For those with cultivation, it was not so bad. However, for ordinary people, this was extremely fatal. After all, their strength was not enough to deal with these. No, it could be said that they were weak lambs in front of these terrifying invading creatures. Su Yan headed straight for the Taihang sword faction. The Taihang sword faction had participated in the last war as well. As long as it was a war, there would be casualties. Even the victors would have to pay a huge price. Su Yan did not know how they were doing, especially his friends in the Taihang sword faction. Of course, the Taihang sword faction was not his destination. He still wanted to go to the 5 prefectures. Back then, when he came here from the 5 counties, he wanted to bring back the people he treasured. But now, he failed to do so. Chu Linger had already become a disciple of the Passionless Island. Under the care of the Passionless Fairy, her life would not be in danger. Su Yan's current strength was many times stronger than before, but he did not choose to go to the Passionless Island. She had already chosen her own path back then, so she could only follow suit. Everything needed time to settle down. At the very least, Su Yan was not strong enough at the moment. Back then, the woman from the Celestial Devil Island had told him that the Passionless Fairy was so strong that even the Celestial Devil Island master was wary of her. Such a terrifying existence was definitely not someone he could afford to offend at the moment. Chu Linger would also benefit greatly if she stayed there. It was better than following him around and suffering. As for Lu Lan, Su Yan felt that he had let her down. He wanted to see her and save her, but he did not expect that something would happen at that time. He did not even get to see her face. This woman had given herself to Su Yan, but now, she had to face everything alone. Even though she had displayed an extremely terrifying strength and had even reached the level of an emperor master, Su Yan still felt deeply guilty towards her. As for her sister, that was her own choice. She had chosen Su Yan, so Su Yan would not do anything to her. After all, Su Yan did not treat her well. Now that Su Yan had become a demon, it would be best for her to die. Otherwise, they would probably have to meet again on the battlefield. At this moment, Su Yan's aura was constantly increasing. He suddenly sped up, and Taihang Mountain soon appeared in front of him. Returning to this place made Su Yan feel an indescribable emotion. This was his first stop. Back then, he had just arrived at the Taihang sword faction. Now that he was back, he felt like he was revisiting an old place. After not seeing each other for 2 years, the Taihang sword faction had not weakened. Instead, it had become even stronger. This was obvious. It could be seen from the radiance of the Taihang sword faction. Before he even got close to the Taihang sword formation, he could already feel an extremely murderous aura. However, the current Su Yan was completely different from before. This formation could no longer make him feel any fear. This time, he only wanted to take a look. He did not want to alarm anyone else. He activated his Taihang aura and merged it into the formation in this deserted corner. Su Yan walked slowly in the Taihang sword faction. However, the disciples of the Taihang sword faction did not seem to notice him even when they brushed past him. The first place Su Yan went to was the Shui clan. He wanted to see if Shui Xianxia was safe. He went to the courtyard and saw Shui Xianxia. She was still as calm as ever. She was in a very good state. Her strength was much stronger than before. Su Yan did not choose to meet her. It was not necessary. At this moment, a thought landed on his body. Senior Shui, it's me. When this consciousness enveloped him, Su Yan immediately knew who it was. It was Xue Xingchuan. Xue Xingchuan was indeed an extremely terrifying genius. After 2 years, his strength was even more terrifying than before. Yan Zhao's improvement was huge, but compared to Xue Xingchuan, Yan Zhao was still lacking. 2 years had not only not narrowed the gap between them, but it had also widened. Su Yan. I thought you were dead. But you've actually reached this level. Xue Xingchuan's consciousness was transmitted over. Back then, the Limitless Demons sect had undergone a huge change. That disaster had attracted the attention of the entire 9 provinces continent. The people of the Taihang sword faction had even participated in the battle to kill the demons. However, they did not see Su Yan's figure at that time. In the end, they all thought that Su Yan had died. They did not expect that Su Yan would appear here again today. Since you don't want to disturb you, why don't you come over and sit with me? Xue Xingchuan said directly. Su Yan was naturally happy to go. In fact, he came here this time not only to take a look, but also to ask for their help. He wanted to return to the 5 provinces continent, so he needed a warship. Crossing between the 9 provinces continent and the 5 provinces continent was not something he could do now. If Kumquat was purely concerned about distance, then he would naturally be able to do it. However, other than distance, there was another important factor, and that was the astral winds. When flying, there would be a huge storm. Even someone as strong as him would be in danger if he was sucked into the storm. Moreover, if he was alone, it would be easy for him to get lost. Therefore, it would be best if they could board a battleship and go there. Su Yan saw Xue Xingchuan. This was a man who had been sealed in ice for 13 years. At this moment, his aura was overflowing. His entire body was filled with extremely powerful and terrifying sword qi. On his body, Su Yan could faintly feel the sword qi of the Taixing divine sword. Congratulations, Senior Xue. Su Yan could feel the Taihang holy sword's qi from his body. This could only mean one thing, and that was that Zhang Zhe had allowed him to comprehend the Taihang holy sword. In the Taihang sword faction, the Taihang holy sword was the sect master's keepsake. Now that he had started to come into contact with the sword, it meant that he could very well become the next sect master of the Taihang sword faction. At this moment, Xue Xingchuan said, "Congratulations my ass. You're the one who deserves to be congratulated. Your strength has increased by so much. It's simply shocking. I really want to fight with you." Xue Xingchuan's words gave Su Yan a fright. He knew very well that this person was a battle maniac. Since he said so, it was likely that he did have such thoughts in his heart. However, Su Yan did not dare to fight with him at this time. He was confident that he could defeat Yan Zhao, but he knew that he would most likely lose against this person. Of course, more importantly, the two of them had no reason to fight at this time. If it was only because they wanted to fight, they could only stop at a certain point. There was not much meaning to it. After all, Su Yan's fighting skills were all honed in life and death situations. He was fighting to the death, not sparring. "Speak, where have you been for the past 2 years? We all thought you were dead. You, and the little girl from the Feng clan were sad for a while. To be able to make the 2 moons of Taihang fall in love with you at the same time, you're quite capable." Xue Xingchuan looked at Su Yan with a smile that was not a smile. This made Su Yan unable to raise his head, especially when he mentioned the little girl from the Feng clan. Su Yan was also a little surprised. He had always thought that Feng Yueyu's feelings for him were not real. He said, "When I fell into the Shura world, I couldn't do anything, but I was lucky enough to come back." Chapter 1067. Girls' Literature. Xue Xingchuan was obviously very interested in the Shura world, but Su Yan didn't linger on this topic for too long. He directly brought up his idea. "Senior, I want to go back to the 5 counties to have a look. Are there any battleships going to the 5 counties recently?" Su Yan just wanted to try his luck, but Xue Xingchuan said, you want to go to the 5 counties? That's great. We just lost contact with a group of disciples, so we need to send someone to check. If you go, help me keep an eye on them. Su Yan was surprised to encounter such a thing. The 5 counties were actually very far away from the Jianghu continent, but the Taihang sword faction had battleships going back and forth there because there were many spirit stones in the 5 counties that were suitable for forging swords. To the Taihang sword faction, the 5 counties were an extremely important place. Su Yan had known about this for a long time. The disciples there were actually related to the burial sword tomb, but as time passed, the connection between the two became very thin. Every year, the 5 counties would send the collected mineral resources to the Jianghu continent, but something happened this year. 2 months had passed since the agreed time, but there was still no movement from the other side. There was not even a single piece of information. Therefore, the higher-ups of the Taihang sword faction began to discuss about sending someone over to take a look. Feng Yuhai and Wang Baichuan were at the critical juncture of breaking through to the Venerable Realm, so this time, a Venerable Realm elder of the Feng family was sent over. Logically speaking, a big shot like a Venerable Realm cultivator shouldn't be sent over to the 5 counties. One had to know that in that place, a person at the circumference realm was considered a powerhouse. If a Venerable Realm cultivator went over, he would be suppressed by the laws of the continent, so he wouldn't be able to display his full strength. However, it was different now. Last time, when the space door was opened, demons, shadow creatures, and demons wreaked havoc. Although they were suppressed in the end, it was a bad start. Although the laws in the 5 counties were different, it was possible that these terrifying things would cause trouble as well. Therefore, they needed a strong person who could control the situation. In truth, Wuxia Xianxia was still worried about that venerable going over. He even had the thought of going there himself. However, Zhang had another important matter for him to do. This matter was of great importance. Other than Wuxia Xianxia, there was no one else in the Taihang sword faction who could take up this responsibility. Thus, as a last resort, he could not go to the 5 counties. These 2 days, he had been troubled by this matter, but he didn't expect Su Yan to come. He didn't have the slightest doubt about Su Yan's ability. Moreover, this time, Su Yan's aura was so deep. His formidable strength was almost not under his own, so he couldn't be more relieved. Okay, senior. I'll be careful. After hearing this news, Su Yan had an ominous premonition in his heart. Compared to the Jianghu continent, the 5 counties was his foundation. He had transmigrated to this world, and everything started in this world. If the 5 prefectures were to suffer a huge calamity, he would feel terrible. The warship will depart in 3 days. But you don't have to worry too much. This is just my guess. Maybe the 5 counties are fine now. You don't have to worry too much. After he finished speaking, he asked someone to make the arrangements. Since Su Yan didn't want to expose himself, he wouldn't do so either. In these 3 days, Su Yan had a good rest in the Shui family. Wuxia Xianxia didn't know that the person she had been thinking about day and night was only so far away from her. 3 days passed really quickly. In the blink of an eye, it was time. Su Yan directly sneaked into the cabin. Now that he had concealed his aura, almost no one could discover him. Even the Venerable almost couldn't discover Su Yan. As he was about to return, Su Yan's heart throbbed. In the 5 counties, there was someone waiting for him, Yun Wanqing. Back then, he had resolutely left the 5 counties to come here. To her, it was an unimaginable cruelty. But that woman faced it with a smile. Suddenly, so much time had passed. He didn't know how she was now. The warship sailed on the endless sea. The journey was boring and tedious. But for an expert at Su Yan's level, it was no longer a problem. He concealed his aura directly and then began to cultivate. Time passed little by little as he cultivated. As he got closer to the 5 counties, Su Yan became more and more depressed. In the past, his realm was not high, so he almost didn't feel anything. But now, it was different. Although he hadn't become a Dao master, he already had the power of the law. Even if it was a stolen law, it was still the power of the law. He could clearly feel the rejection of the law by this continent. He couldn't describe this feeling. It was as if this continent had its own will. At this moment, the wind and waves suddenly rose. At this moment, a powerful and terrifying force directly suppressed him. A terrifying aura directly surged at this moment. At this moment, Su Yan suddenly opened his eyes. Sea beasts. The vast sea had always been extremely terrifying. Even the powerful 9 provinces continent didn't know what kind of terrifying existence was in the sea. In the infinite world, the 9 provinces continent and the 5 counties continent were only 2 known continents. The continent's area was extremely vast. On the continent, there were many powerful demonic beasts in the mountains. Even the top 10 sects couldn't conquer these mountains. However, compared to the bottomless sea, the demonic beasts in the mountains were nothing. Last time, when Su Yan went to the 9 provinces continent, he encountered a powerful sea beast. However, that strength was only for him at that time. For the current Su Yan, that strength was nothing to him. But now, it was different. Su Yan's realm was no longer what it used to be. He looked over and saw that it was a powerful sea beast that almost reached the venerable realm. Its terrifying appearance was much more terrifying than the winged serpent in the past. Su Yan didn't make a move because there was a venerable realm here. Of course, a demonic beast of this level was no threat to Su Yan and the others. However, at this moment, Su Yan's divine thought went to a deeper place. It was deep in the bottom of the sea. In the depths of the sea, there were many creatures moving. Most of these sea beasts weren't powerful, but they were terrifying enough. It might not be a big deal for one sea beast to stir up trouble, but when those sea beasts stirred up trouble at the same time, they would stimulate an extremely terrifying power. This power was enough to overturn everything. Even Su Yan couldn't stop this power. Although the sea beasts hadn't come up yet, Su Yan already had a bad feeling. He realized that these sea beasts were releasing extremely violent auras. They were like infuriated bulls that could go crazy at any time. At this moment, this sea beast was the first to go berserk. This was an extremely unreasonable situation. Generally speaking, even if sea beasts went crazy, they wouldn't be in such a group. But now, wherever Su Yan's divine thought passed by, everything was like this. That terrifying aura was so terrifying. This won't do. We have to leave this place quickly. At this moment, Su Yan immediately realized that the situation wasn't good. If they continued to stay here, they would all die. After pondering for a while, he came to a conclusion. The sea beasts' violent behavior wasn't caused by humans. Perhaps they were attracted by some kind of aura. At this moment, the powerhouse from the Feng family had made a move. Facing this ferocious and terrifying sea beast, he displayed an extremely powerful power. He took a step forward, and his aura directly charged at the sea beast. At the same time, he raised his arm, and a huge sword chi immediately appeared in the air. The sword chi was magnificent, and judging from its appearance, it was even bigger than the sea beast. He was indeed a venerable one. After witnessing this scene, the disciples were excited. They felt that as long as the elder was around, nothing in this world could hurt them. At this moment, his power had reached such a level. If they could also be like this one day, how awe-inspiring would that be? The person they admired would probably go crazy for them. Nevertheless, the moment the elder made a move, another power suddenly appeared. As soon as the power landed, it shattered his sword chi. The huge and terrifying sword chi was directly crushed into pieces in this short instant. The elder's face changed drastically. At this moment, he was extremely shocked. He didn't understand why the sword chi that he had painstakingly condensed would collapse in an instant. More importantly, now that the sword chi had collapsed, what should they do with the gigantic sea beast in front of them? The sea beast would directly devour their lives. However, right at that moment, a voice entered his ears. "Elder Feng, I'm here. Don't worry." Hearing this voice, the elder from the Feng family was obviously startled. The voice sounded somewhat familiar. Nevertheless, at this moment, he was still in a state of shock. Who is this person? Why is he here? Is he going to become an enemy of the Taihang sword faction? While he was thinking, the terrifying sea beast seemed to have been greatly frightened and suddenly returned to the sea. The elder from the Feng family was shocked when he saw this. Who is this person? How can he reach such a level? Chapter 1068. Female Literature, Elder of the Feng family, I'm Su Yan. Get the ship to sail at full speed and try to reach the 5 counties as soon as possible. At this time, Su Yan could no longer hide his identity, so he spoke directly. When the elder of the Feng family heard the name Su Yan, he was stunned for a moment. All of a sudden, he finally remembered why he was familiar with this voice. Su Yan. Su Yan, who made a shocking appearance in the Taihang sword faction and made great contributions. At that time, Su Yan was indeed stunning enough that many of the older generation remembered his name. However, didn't he die 2 years ago? He knew that Taihang Shuangyue had been sad for a long time because of this guy. Until now, she seemed to be depressed all day long. Why was this guy on this ship? What surprised him even more was how his power had reached such a level. He was already a venerable one, but that guy was able to dissolve his power so easily. In that case, what was his cultivation base now? At this time, he dared not imagine. At this time, Su Yan's voice was heard again. There are many powerful and ferocious sea beasts under the sea. If we killed that sea beast earlier, its blood and the energy fluctuations from the battle would only make this place the focus of the sea beasts. At that time, it would be difficult for us to escape. Su Yan explained to the elder. Of course, he did not have the intention to meet the elder because there was no need for that at this time. With different strengths, one's mentality would naturally be different. In fact, it was not without reason that those powerhouses regarded ordinary people as ants. When he was strong enough, he could easily do things that ordinary people would never be able to do. Naturally, he would not put ordinary people in his eyes. This was a very natural thing. The elder smiled bitterly. Nevertheless, there was nothing he could do. Since Su Yan was unwilling to meet him, he must have his reasons. Therefore, at this time, he immediately passed down an order to let the helmsman work hard to control the ship to reach the other side as soon as possible. Time passed like this. Half a day later, Su Yan suddenly stood up. This time, he no longer hid himself. He suddenly stood at the bow of the ship and floated above it. At this time, a disciple of the Taihang sword faction noticed Su Yan and immediately shouted, "Hey, hey, hey, who are you, you bastard? Get down here now. Do you want to die?" That was the captain's deputy. At this moment, when he suddenly saw that there was an extra person at the bow of the ship, he immediately became angry. These few days, the orders from above had made them sail with all their might, which was enough to annoy him. At this time, that guy actually acted recklessly, which was simply adding to their troubles. However, at this moment, the powerful venerable master of the Feng family suddenly appeared. "Shut up." The moment he appeared, the deputy immediately went silent. He could only stare at the Feng clan elder. At this time, the Feng clan elder walked in front of Su Yan. Su Yan, the situation doesn't seem to be right. He was a little hesitant. He didn't know how to address Su Yan. After all, at this time, Su Yan's cultivation was much stronger than his. Although this was really shocking, it was a fact. After thinking for a long time, he decided to call Su Yan by his name. Fortunately, Su Yan didn't seem to care about this. He said, "Yes, there are a large number of sea beasts following behind us. It's very dangerous. These sea beasts seem to be restrained by someone. This was not good. If they encountered a sea beast by chance, they could just kill it. But now? A large number of sea beasts appeared, and they were so disciplined. This could only mean one thing, that was, there was an even more powerful sea beast behind them. It was because of the existence of the sea beasts that they were so disciplined. Let everyone be prepared for battle." In the face of so many terrifying sea beasts, Su Yan certainly wouldn't have any problems. However, whether or not the warship could be saved was another matter. The Feng clan elder also realized the horror of the situation. He directly passed down an order to let everyone be prepared. Roar! It was also at the moment when he gave the order that the sea beasts finally attacked. A powerful force began to attack, and the terrifying aura was fully displayed at this time. It was a giant whale. Its body was terrifyingly huge. It was actually 1/3 the size of the warship. This was a giant beast. When it slammed into the warship, it shook directly. The warship immediately became chaotic. "Quick, fire the crystals and run. Kill these beasts," the captain immediately said. The so-called warship naturally had extremely powerful firepower. At the very beginning, Su Yan felt a sense of fear when he felt the power of the warship's cannons. At this time, the sea beasts finally began to attack. Such a violent and dense attack was really terrifying. After a while, the warship's cannons were completely unable to suppress the crazy sea beasts. At this time, the Feng clan elder said, "Su Yan, I'll do it. You protect the warship." The Feng clan elder said in an inquiring tone. Su Yan's strength was far superior to his, so naturally, he would let Su Yan make the decision. However, at this time, Su Yan shook his head and said, "No, elder. Let me do it." Su Yan already saw very clearly that there was an extremely terrifying monster under the sea. It was the mastermind behind these sea beasts. If they couldn't kill it, then they would still be in danger. Therefore, Su Yan decided to dive into the sea and kill it directly. Although the Feng clan elder's strength wasn't bad, it was obvious that he couldn't do this. As long as he dared to enter the sea, he wouldn't even be able to touch that powerful sea beast. He would be directly torn apart by the sea beasts. At this time, Su Yan directly jumped and immediately headed towards the sea. The sea beasts seemed to be paying attention to the sea surface at all times. At this time, countless sea beasts directly jumped up from the sea surface. Such a scene was actually quite spectacular. At this time, the terrifying aura directly appeared at this time. The appearance of this powerful force and aura directly strangled the sea beasts that jumped up. This force was truly too powerful. Under this force, a huge wave directly appeared in the sea. This terrifying aura seemed to be able to suppress everything. At this time, the violent force shook and an extremely terrifying burst of power erupted. It was simply shocking. Such a powerful force. At this time, the Feng clan elder's expression changed. Yesterday, Su Yan easily dispelled his sword energy. Although he was surprised, he still didn't think that Su Yan was that terrifying. Now, however, he truly witnessed Su Yan's terror and strength. Such a sword was simply earth-shattering. The violent and terrifying sword energy rose up in defiance of the heavens. If such a force rushed towards him, he would be directly killed in an instant. My God, what exactly did this kid go through? How did he become so powerful? Although Su Yan had already displayed extremely powerful and terrifying strength back then, how could he reach this level? But what about now? Su Yan's strength was already completely beyond his estimation. He even felt that Su Yan had already reached the realm of a terrifying Dao master. So far, there were only 2 Dao masters in the entire Taihang sword faction. One was Wuxia Xianxia, and the other was Shui Xingchuan. Could there be a third Dao master in the Taihang sword faction? If this was really the case, then it was really a blessing from the heavens. However, at this moment, he still felt extremely horrified. Su Yan's strength was truly terrifying. His strength had reached an unimaginable level. Back then, he was clearly on par with Wang Baichuan and Feng Yuhai. He did not know how Wang Baichuan was doing recently, but he knew that his family's genius, Feng Yuhai, was currently breaking through to the venerable realm. Such a young venerable was already a miracle. Perhaps he could not be compared with Shui Xingchuan back then, but in the history of the Taihang sword faction, he was also an extremely outstanding genius that could be recorded in the annals of history. However, Su Yan had displayed an absolutely overwhelming strength at this moment. This was truly terrifying. Su Yan naturally did not care about the opinion of the Feng family's elder. As soon as he fell, those sea beasts directly rushed towards him. Of course, these were all low-level sea beasts. Su Yan did not even bother to pay attention to these low-level sea beasts. At this moment, his power directly erupted. That power was extremely tyrannical and unreasonable. In an instant, it had already strangled everything. In an instant, blood filled the air. Originally, he did not want to see such a situation. After all, the more blood there was, the more sea beasts would be attracted. However, at this moment, these sea beasts had obviously surrounded him. Since that was the case, he did not care so much. Since they dared to surround him, he would just kill them all. At this moment, his aura directly erupted, and that violent power rose to its peak at this moment. At this moment, a powerful force ruthlessly pressed down. It was an incomparably terrifying power that seemed to want to obliterate everything. Su Yan entered the sea and headed towards the deep sea at an extremely terrifying speed. Although those sea beasts were powerful, they were not the real main sea beasts. It would be useless no matter how many of them were killed. The real terror was in the deep sea, where the powerful sea beast was controlling everything. The deep sea was definitely an extremely terrifying place. There was an enormous pressure in the deep sea. At this moment, Su Yan had already felt an enormous pressure crushing towards him. It was water pressure. Chapter 1069. Female literature. The water pressure was the enemy of human beings. Those sea beasts had lived here for countless years. Everything they did was to survive and evolve here. But human beings were different. At Su Yan's level, he could wrap himself with extremely powerful spiritual power, so he could also move freely in the deep sea. But if it was another person, his spiritual power might not be able to circulate before he was directly crushed by this terrifying water pressure. This was the horror of the deep sea. At this time, a powerful force was constantly shaking at this time. The terrifying aura almost destroyed everything. Su Yan's speed was very fast. Even the water pressure in the deep sea could not stop him. Finally, he had approached the powerful sea beast. At this time, the sea beast did not seem to notice his approach. It was still slowly moving horizontally at its own frequency. At this time, Su Yan's heart suddenly moved. At this moment, he felt a force attacking him from behind. At this moment, his eyes suddenly shone brightly. "Humph, damn thing, you want to plot against me." At this time, he immediately knew that there was an invisible force attacking him from behind. At this time, it was needless to say that the sea beast in front of him would launch such an attack at this time. This thing was very cunning. On the surface, it was so calm, but secretly, it had launched an attack to kill him directly. However, how strong was Su Yan now? His divine sense was not worse than that of a Dao master. At this moment, layers of power suddenly appeared behind his body. This power directly formed a shield, immediately blocking everything. Regal sword escape. At this time, Su Yan did not want to waste time here. This sea beast was very powerful and very cunning. He even felt that the reason why this sea beast launched this attack was to target him. He had obviously restrained his aura, but the sea beast could still sense his aura. Although this was very incredible, this world was full of strange things. Many of these sea beasts had extremely powerful and terrifying innate abilities. It was not strange that he was able to discover him. Su Yan immediately activated the regal sword teleportation technique. At this moment, his speed broke through and he arrived in front of the giant sea monster. At this moment, he discovered that the giant sea monster was terrifyingly huge. Outside its body, there was an extremely terrifying electric power. If Su Yan didn't cultivate the power of thunder and was extremely sensitive to electricity, he might have been hit by this time. This was really an extremely cunning sea beast. However, this was actually not rare. After all, how could a sea beast that had reached this level be simple? At this time, Su Yan took another step forward and directly released a power at this time. That was the power of the law of ice. This was the deep sea, so it should be extremely difficult to release the law of ice here. However, Su Yan's power was not weak. His law of ice was plundered from the Shura king, especially the king of ice. He had reached the peak of what the Shura king could achieve. Needless to say, the power of this law was terrifying. At this moment, the brilliance of the sea became deep, and the aura became extremely oppressive and deep at this time. Su Yan's law of ice directly hit the huge sea beast. The sea beast probably did not expect Su Yan's counterattack to be so powerful. At this moment, his body was actually sealed in ice. That sea beast's body alone was hundreds of meters long. There was no need to say how terrifying its power was. However, its body was still frozen by Su Yan. From this, it could be seen how terrifying Su Yan's law of ice was. However, Su Yan's complexion did not improve in the slightest because at this time, he found that a power vortex suddenly appeared in the sea beast's body. The appearance of this power vortex directly impacted everything. At this time, his ice seal had already begun to tremble. Damn it, what a powerful power! As expected of a sea beast. The strength of this monster was really terrifying. When it went crazy, its power was much stronger than that of humans. Origin of destruction. However, it was not easy for Su Yan to seal its body. How could he let it wake up so easily at this time? At this time, he had already launched his second attack. His power was violent and direct, and the powerful force directly rushed over. That was the power of destruction. This was the origin power of the King of Destruction. There was no need to say how powerful this power was. Its name already showed how overbearing it was. This power took advantage of this opportunity to directly rush into the body of the terrifying sea beast. At this time, the sea beast immediately let out an extremely tragic roar. It was an unimaginable pain. At this time, it was in extreme pain. The terrifying power was rolling at this time, and the terrifying aura had reached an extremely terrifying level. The power of destruction began to destroy everything in this huge sea beast. At this time, Su Yan's face was cold. He did not feel any joy. Instead, he looked solemn. The sea beast was actually so powerful. At this time, he suddenly felt a sense of crisis in his heart again. Damn it, there are still sea beasts. At this time, his heart suddenly trembled. He had already realized that there were sea beasts lying in ambush at this time. Damn it, when did these sea beasts learn the art of war? This was not good news. Now was the time to end the life of this terrifying sea beast. However, the power that suddenly erupted at this time completely shocked him. At this time, he did not dare to have any other thoughts. He directly activated the regal sword escape technique. In an instant, a light flashed and he disappeared on the spot. At this time, he found that there were actually more terrifying headless sea beasts around him. At this time, Su Yan suddenly understood that he thought that the huge sea beast was the commander. In fact, this was a mistake. It was just bait to lure him here. The real commander was still behind the scenes. To be able to use such a tactic, it did not seem to be a sea beast, but a human. It's really interesting. Who could it be? They actually ambushed me here. This place is the center of the sea. It's really a good choice to ambush me here. After all, it's very difficult for Su Yan to escape in this place. There's a terrifying astral wind in the sky. Of course, this also meant that his whereabouts had been completely exposed. However, it seemed that only one person knew his whereabouts this time, and that was Wuxia Xianxia. Even the elder of the Feng family did not know when he entered the cabin. Could it be that Wuxia Xianxia wanted to kill him? However, this seemed to be impossible. Wuxia Xianxia had no reason to kill him. This matter was really confusing. Su Yan could not figure it out. Since that was the case, he might as well not think about it. At this time, he calmed his mind and began to think of a way to get out of this predicament. If this place was not deep in the sea, these things would not be too difficult for him. However, it was a pity that there was no such thing as, if, in this world. A few powerful sea beasts were already charging towards him. These sea beasts were very powerful. Their aura fluctuated, giving people a suffocating feeling. At this time, Su Yan found that his escape route had been completely sealed by these things. Their existence was extremely terrifying to him. At this moment, the powerful sea beasts directly launched an attack on him. A terrifying and powerful force directly spread out at this time. The thick light was simply terrifying to an unimaginable extent. With such a powerful force, coupled with the deep water pressure, Su Yan immediately felt an unimaginable pressure. At this time, his Taishang power directly erupted and blocked this force. His eyes were cold as he looked for a flaw. At this time, a greenish-brown light suddenly appeared and began to connect bit by bit. Chapter 1070. Female literature. Moreover, under the connection of that greenish-brown power, their strength had been greatly enhanced again. That kind of terrifying power was almost at the level of a Tao master. With the help of the strong water pressure of the vast sea, if Su Yan did not handle it well, it was very likely that he would die here. At this time, Su Yan's Taiji divine sword appeared in his hand. Facing such fear, he had to be cautious. The power of the Taiji divine sword was released, and the power of law was directly condensed. At this moment, he directly displayed the power of his domain. Although those powerful sea beasts were not to be trifled with, Su Yan was not a good-for-nothing. At this time, his aura was circulating, and his entire person was filled with an extremely strong killing intent. Since he could not find an opening, he would directly kill his way out. At this moment, his aura was condensed to the extreme, and then his entire body directly flew out, and the powerful and terrifying power reached the extreme at this time. An extremely powerful energy fluctuation directly rushed out, and it was a sword edge. The powerful sword edge had too much power, and Su Yan had already condensed the power of ice and fire the moment he attacked. Such a power impact had reached the extreme at this time. That terrifying power at this time rolled out like an endless and terrifying strangling storm. This energy collided with the energy of the sea beasts. These sea beasts were extremely berserk and berserk. When this power violently collided, it immediately formed an extremely terrifying vortex. Several sea beasts shook continuously. Obviously, this attack was also extremely heavy and terrifying for them. However, just as they were about to retreat, another power directly appeared. As soon as this wave of power fell, the sea beasts immediately stopped in their tracks. At this time, they seemed to be unable to bear the terrible pain, and their huge bodies actually struggled a little. However, this struggle was quickly calmed down. That green light was controlling them. Su Yan's divine thought immediately went down, and he finally found the green light source. It was an extremely strange creature. Its body was not very strong, but the light it emitted was extremely strange, and it could actually control these extremely terrifying sea beasts. Moreover, now that Su Yan was blocked by these sea beasts, even if he wanted to break the space temporarily, he could not do it. This was the deep sea, and the pressure here was almost unimaginably strong. If Su Yan directly broke the terrifying pressure here, he would definitely be hit by an extremely powerful force. Perhaps he would suffer a backlash before he could break the space. Therefore, now there was only one way out, and that was to use his power to force a gap. This is really tricky. I don't know why, but I actually thought of an old friend. The one who can do this, most likely, it's you. Su Yan struck out with his sword once again. After he struck out with his sword, he suddenly thought of a person in his heart. The possibility of Xue Xingchuan wanting to kill him was very small, almost impossible, and even Xue Xingchuan, although his strength was terrifying, definitely could not do this. At this time, the person Su Yan thought of was Duan Mulonghu. Although there was no evidence, Su Yan had already determined that this matter was done by Duan Mulonghu. This guy was really good at scheming. Of course, there was no point in thinking about this now, the most important thing now was to break out of this situation. If he really wanted to kill me, why didn't he show up personally? I really don't understand, what's the purpose of this guy's probing? At this time, Su Yan made his aura stagnate again, and at the same time, his strength directly rose at this time. Continuing to be entangled was not good for him, he did not know whether more sea beasts would come here. Therefore, at this time, he decided to directly break through. In fact, he already had a way to break through the blockade, but it would cost him a lot. He activated the Taiji sword with all his strength, directly combining the law of ice and Shura's law of fire into one, and then exploding with the terrifying destructive power of ice and fire, he would definitely be able to break through all the barriers. After all, this was one of Su Yan's ultimate killing moves, which was enough to kill experts at the level of Dao Master. In fact, the sea beasts were similar to him in one way, and that was, although their strength was terrifying, their cultivation level had not reached that level yet. Su Yan only needed to forcibly crush them with the power of the law, and then he could still kill them, but by doing so, his law of Shura would definitely suffer from the backlash. Of course, with the existence of the supreme power, the backlash would not be too severe and terrifying. Just as Su Yan was about to condense his power, a voice suddenly called out in the depths of his mind, "Master, my great master." The sea-splitting demonic snake? This voice came from the sea-splitting demonic snake. Back then, the sea-splitting demonic snake had sunk into the bottomless depths of the sea, and began to sleep to break through. The other two powerful sea beasts were also lost in the battle with the Dragon King. At this time, the sea-splitting demonic snake suddenly appeared. Su Yan had to admit that the appearance of the sea-splitting demonic snake at this time was an excellent opportunity for him. It was like a ray of hope in a difficult situation. "Yes, my great master, you are still alive. I was wondering how my great master could die like this. Now, your servant is here. Don't worry, these pieces of trash are nothing to me. They are just my food, The arrogant voice of the sea-splitting demonic snake sounded very friendly to Su Yan. In fact, he did not care whether the sea-splitting demonic snake could really be of use at this time, because even without the sea-splitting demonic snake, he could directly kill these sea beasts, but he would be slightly injured. However, what he cared about was whether the sea-splitting demonic snake would betray him. At this time, he could certainly feel that the sea-splitting demonic snake had broken through to become a holy beast, which meant that he was now an expert at the level of Dao Master. In a one-on-one battle, Yan Xiao might not be his opponent. At this time, he had enough power to break the connection between them, but he did not do so. Instead, he welcomed him with great excitement. "Okay, let's do it together." Su Yan transmitted his thoughts to the sea-splitting demonic snake. At this time, Su Yan's crisis was that he was trapped and could not break out of the situation. He could only use his absolute power to find a way out. But now, it was different. With the arrival of the sea-splitting demonic snake, everything would be different. The sea-splitting demonic snake shook, and then the sea seemed to boil. The power of a holy beast was fully displayed at this time. Those powerful sea beasts were originally suppressed by the faint green light, so they attacked Su Yan without any regard for their lives. However, at this time, the sea-splitting demonic snake's powerful majesty arrived. The majesty of a holy beast was naturally extraordinary. Its terrifying power directly increased at this time, and those sea beasts were already in a mess. It was also at this time that Su Yan released his sword light. The moment his sword light was released, a terrifying power turned into a whirlwind and directly chased after it. That incomparably violent power displayed its most terrifying lethality at this time. If the formation of these sea beasts hadn't been messed up at this time, they would have been able to resist Su Yan's power by relying on the power they had connected with each other. But now, under the impact of the sea-splitting demonic snake's majesty, their power had long been in a mess. So, at this time, their defense was naturally useless in front of Su Yan. Su Yan's swordlight directly killed a powerful sea beast. At this time, the powerful sea-splitting demonic snake's terrifying body twisted and immediately wrapped around two sea beasts at the same time. Those two sea beasts were very powerful, and they were not far away from becoming a holy beast. However, they were not holy beasts after all. Finally, under the extremely powerful strangulation of the sea-splitting demonic snake, they were directly killed. With three sea beasts dead, the other sea beasts were no longer a threat at all. The sea-splitting demonic snake was even more excited. It cooperated with Su Yan to devour those powerful sea beasts. Great Master! The sea-splitting demonic snake's huge body surrounded Su Yan. Su Yan's hand gently touched the scales of the sea-splitting demonic snake. At this moment, the minds of the two powerful existences were connected. "Oh Great Master, that damned blood-winged wyvern actually dared to betray us. Don't worry, I will definitely tear it apart and use that idiot's blood to wash away this humiliation for you." The sea-splitter demonic serpent roared from its soul. At this time, Su Yan said, "I have my own plans for this matter. What owes me will naturally be returned. Now, tell me, how are the two-winged sky tiger and the oriole?" Those few were his companions. They did not betray him when he was on the brink of death. Perhaps at the beginning, it was because of the Godslayer sword's coercion. However, at this time, they were already true comrades. At this time, the sea-tearing demonic snake roared, "Great Master, please rest assured. Although these two guys have experienced a lot of dangers, they are still fine. At this time, they are on the verge of transforming. Although they can't be stronger than me, there is not much difference between us." Hearing this news, Su Yan was naturally happy. After all, they were his beast pets. The increase in their strength was naturally enough to benefit him. However, Su Yan did not care about this. He cared about their safety. At this time, he said, "The world is changing." At this moment, he said to the sea-splitting demonic snake, "The changes in this world have begun. This world will become more dangerous in the future, so please protect yourself no matter what. Now, you should leave first and think of a way to make yourself stronger. Of course, you should also protect the two of them. To me, your department is very important to me. Nothing must happen to them." Chapter 1071. Female Literature. Su Yan bid farewell to the sea-rending demonic snake and returned to the warship. At this time, the warship was in a sorry state. The battle just now was really terrifying. If it wasn't for the fact that the warship was incomparably sturdy and had a venerable protecting it, it would have capsized long ago. At this time, Su Yan walked in front of the Feng family's venerable and said, "Speed up as soon as possible. The sea is even more dangerous for us. We can't stay here any longer." After saying this, Su Yan returned to his residence. At this time, he was going to start his closed-door cultivation. He had to seize every minute and second. Now, he was even more convinced that it was Duan Mulonghu's doing. This guy was really insidious. He actually caused trouble like this. However, fortunately, his strength was actually not bad. Therefore, he could continue to persist for a while. However, it was hard to say in the future. After all, this guy was in the dark. He was a poisonous snake, but he didn't know where this snake was. This was an extremely bad thing. If he couldn't deal with this poisonous snake, then he would have to live in fear all the time. Of course, this wasn't the most terrible thing. The most terrible thing was that if this guy attacked the people he cared about, how would he deal with it? Therefore, at this time, Su Yan was already thinking about some things. He was thinking about how to lure this Duan Mulonghu out. Su Yan definitely wouldn't underestimate Duan Mulonghu. Now that his 20 kilometers had been greatly improved, this Duan Mulonghu's strength would definitely increase tremendously as well. This Duan Mulonghu was definitely a terrifying figure. If not, how could he survive the desperate situation of death in the past and still be able to stir up trouble now? Rosen was originally an outstanding genius, but now he was used by Duan Mulonghu. This time, an extremely powerful shadow creature appeared behind Rosen. Su Yan immediately guessed that he must have joined Duan Mulonghu. This was really a terrifying person. It seemed like there was nothing in this world that he couldn't do. Another few days passed, but these few days were calm and tranquil. The situation of being besieged by the powerful sea beasts did not occur again. The ship finally docked. At this time, Su Yan said to the Feng family's ancestor, "I know you're here for the mine. Remember, this matter may be more complicated than you think. So, if anything happens, don't try to be brave." In the past, the strength of a venerable realm ancestor was the top here, but it's different now. No matter what, if anything happens, send a signal to me. Su Yan, the Feng ancestor, didn't have the ancestor's sword. The Feng family's venerable realm ancestor didn't have any objections. After all, he had already seen Su Yan's unfathomably powerful strength. This was actually human nature. When facing someone stronger than oneself, one's heart would naturally be filled with fear and would never have other opinions. If Su Yan was still the junior from back then even if his potential was unlimited, he wouldn't pay attention to Su Yan. After Su Yan finished talking to them, he directly used his escape technique and left. His destination was the Heaven and Earth Organization. After all, Yun Wanqing was still waiting for him. At this time, Su Yan suddenly felt an unimaginable loneliness. He longed to find a harbor that he could rely on. This loneliness came so suddenly that he couldn't control himself at all. For so many years, he had been fighting bitterly. Perhaps he had companions, or perhaps there were women who liked him, but in fact, Su Yan didn't dare to get too close to them because he was afraid that he would implicate them. Because he was afraid of being alone, he became even more lonely. Su Yan flew with all his might. However, at this time, he suddenly felt a difference. While flying, he felt the changes in the world. At this time, the world seemed to be completely different. While moving forward, he felt an enormous pressure. The appearance of this pressure made Su Yan feel uneasy. He had always known that the 5 counties and the 9 provinces were different. However, in the past, he didn't feel this way. Of course, at that time, he wasn't strong enough and hadn't reached the point where he could feel this pressure. And now, he was qualified enough to feel this terrifying pressure. He couldn't help but look at the sky. He suddenly realized that the 5 counties seemed to be worried about the outside world. If it was in the past, it would be impossible for him to feel this way. However, it was different now. He had already stepped into a different world. He had already felt the different power of the other world. Because of this, his heart was even more flustered. The closer he got to the core of the 5 counties, the more obvious this feeling became. At this time, something suddenly appeared in front of Su Yan. It was an inconspicuous crystal. It floated in the air like a dandelion. However, within it, Su Yan could feel an extremely huge amount of energy. At this time, Su Yan's heart was filled with disbelief. How could such a small thing have such a strong power? What was even more frightening was, why would such a thing appear in the 5 counties? If this thing exploded, how terrifying would the destructive power be? Perhaps the entire world would be annihilated. It was at this moment that a terrifying thunderbolt struck towards Su Yan. What's going on? Why do I feel like I've returned to the Shura world? At this time, Su Yan was shocked. He felt like he had returned to the Shura world and was being targeted by the Heaven's Will. Heaven's Will. Yes, at this time, Su Yan realized that the 5 counties seemed to have given birth to its own will. This was an incredible thing. Giving birth to its own will meant that he had undergone a brand new transformation. However, this was clearly the same world. Why was it like this? At this time, Su Yan suddenly stretched out his hand. He wanted to grab the crystal in his hand. However, at this time, the crystal suddenly disappeared. It was as if it had never appeared. This made Su Yan somewhat unable to believe it. Everything that had just happened was like an illusory dream. However, was this really a dream? No, it was impossible. At his level, it would be a joke if he was still bewitched by dreams. He could not have made such a mistake. Su Yan's divine telekinesis suddenly activated. He wanted to search. His intuition told him that this dandelion crystal was extremely important. However, he could not find it. Forget it. This is an opportunity. If I can get it, it will appear in front of me again. However, if it doesn't belong to me, then it's useless to force it. I can't make a conclusion about the changes in the 5 counties yet. However, things that should be clear will always be clear. Once he had figured this out, he immediately flew off into the distance. Heaven and Earth Organization. The Heaven and Earth Organization was now the undisputed #1 sect in the 5 counties. Although the sect leader of the Heaven and Earth Organization had disappeared, the sect's strength had not weakened. Instead, it had increased. Compared to the past, this world was very different. In the past, the spiritual qi in the 5 counties was very scarce. This was also the reason why there were no powerful experts in the 5 counties. It was rumored that the Limitless Demons sect had once launched a blood sacrifice. They wanted to sacrifice the entire 5 counties in order to revive their great demon god lord. Although that crazy act did not succeed, it had damaged the foundation of the 5 counties. It was also because of this that the 5 counties began to fall silent. Of course, although the spiritual qi was gradually dissipating, this 5 counties still had its unique place. Therefore, the experts of the 9 counties could not all come here. Now, the spiritual qi in the 5 counties had suddenly increased. Although it was somewhat unbelievable, it was the truth. The increase in spiritual qi was extremely beneficial to the entire 5 counties. There were many geniuses in the 5 counties. They should have gone further, but because of the lack of spiritual qi, they could not break through the shackles. Moreover, because of the sea, it was not easy for them to leave even if they wanted to. Only when the warships of the 9 counties arrived, a few lucky people could leave. However, at this moment, everything was different. This world was no longer what everyone had imagined. The spiritual qi was returning. Those who had been stuck in this realm and felt that there was no hope at all saw hope again at this moment. The feeling of despair was very terrifying. In the 5 counties, there were many experts. When their strength had reached the peak and could not go any further, they were waiting for despair to come. This kind of pain had tormented generations of people. However, they were lucky at this moment. Like the sect master of the sword tomb who had undergone plastic surgery, his cultivation had reached the peak. However, he was restricted by the heaven and earth and could not break through. However, recently, when the spiritual qi of heaven and earth increased, he felt that the time for him to break through had arrived. In fact, it was not only them. Many experts felt the same way. In the Heaven and Earth organization, Yun Wanqing looked at the endless sea of clouds. Below the sea of clouds was a cliff. Back then, she and Su Yan had fallen in love at that place. However, it was also a place of sadness. It was there that he saw the true face of his father. Yun He had left him at that place. Recently, her cultivation had improved very quickly. However, to him, this was not something to be happy about. In fact, he did not care about this at all. She only cared about seeing the person she cared about again. Chapter 1072. Female literature. Of course, increasing her strength was actually a good thing. When her strength increased to a certain level, she might be able to catch up with that man and find him. A cool breeze blew, and Yun Wanqing stroked her hair. This inadvertent action made her look incomparably charming. At this moment, a hurried voice sounded. Sect leader, bad news, sect leader. After Yun He left, she naturally became the sect leader of the Heaven and Earth organization. After all, Su Yan did not reveal Yun He's evil deeds, so in the hearts of many disciples of the Heaven and Earth organization, Yun He was still their hero. Yun Wanqing frowned slightly. She really did not like to be disturbed when she was deep in thought. However, at this time, she still left this place and walked forward. After all, she knew that the disciples of the Heaven and Earth organization should know her temperament. If nothing really happened, they would not disturb her like this. Yun Wanqing went outside. At this moment, the worry between her eyebrows had long been hidden. No matter what, she was a sect leader. She could not let the people of the sect see her weakness. Elder Shao, what happened? Why are you so flustered? Yun Wanqing asked. This Elder Shao was an old man in the Heaven and Earth organization. However, his strength was mediocre, so he was not eye-catching in the sect for so many years. However, after that big battle, this Elder Zhao's talent was gradually revealed, so Yun Wanqing promoted him and made him an elder. She naturally knew the person she had promoted. If there wasn't anything urgent, he wouldn't do this. Sect leader, 342 people in Mo village, 300 miles away from Yun City, were massacred, and he was a little hesitant. Yun Wanqing said, speak, and what? Over 300 lives was no small matter. However, if it had been done by ordinary corrupt bandits, this elder wouldn't have been so alarmed. Elder Shao finally spoke, furthermore, their corpses have all disappeared. When he said this, he was still a little frightened. Then he continued, I felt that this matter was extremely strange, so I rushed over to take a look myself. The village was not damaged at all, but everyone in the village was gone. Yun Wanqing frowned even more, and then asked, since everyone is gone, how can you be sure that they are all dead? This was indeed a problem. Elder Shao said, because one disciple witnessed the massacre. Although this disciple was lucky enough to come back alive, but now. Yun Wanqing immediately said, take me there. The fog technique was a holy healing technique. Back then, she had used the fog technique to heal Su Yan's injuries. It's too late. He was already dead, and his death was very miserable. At first, his body was black all over, but when I came back again, his body had disappeared. Elder Shao smiled bitterly. He was already more than 70 years old. Naturally, he was not young. However, among all the things he had experienced, this was definitely an extremely strange thing. Even if he had been poisoned, his body should not have disappeared. Even if it had been corroded by the poison, there should still be some residue left. But now? Gone, there was nothing left. It was as if this person had never appeared. What a terrifying and strange thing this was. It was also because of this that he finally had to call Yun Wanqing. Let's go to that village and take a look, Yun Wanqing said. This was not a small matter. If it was just an ordinary murder by a cult, with the current strength of the Heaven and Earth organization, it would naturally be easy to solve. However, this was obviously not the case. Yun Wanqing knew very well that this was definitely not a good sign. Therefore, she had to go and see for herself. Meanwhile, in the distant Leitang sect, Lei Wanjun also received the same news at this time. So, someone is deliberately looking for trouble. This is really interesting. The 5 counties have been peaceful for too long. At this time, the spirit qi has been restored. Even those bastards have woken up and want to cause trouble? But this is also good. If they have been so quiet, wouldn't it be too boring? I also want to see how powerful these bastards are. At this moment, there was an extremely terrifying gaze in his eyes. Square and circle. The sky was square and the earth was square. His realm was deeper than before. In the Burial Sword sect, Old Man Burial Sword fell into deep thought at this time. This kind of action is somewhat like the demeanor of the Devil sect. It's just that after the Great Calamity, the Devil sect had already gone to the 9 regions. This is already something that happened many years ago. Why would such a thing happen at this time? I keep feeling that something is wrong. In an extremely remote place in the 5 counties continent. A strong wind blew, but there seemed to be nothing but rolling sand and dust. However, under the ground, it was a completely different world. This place was filled with thick darkness. Only torches illuminated this darkness. It seems that our time has finally come. It's finally time for the Dark Devil sect to recover. Then, let's take our first step. A person seemed to be completely silent in the darkness. His voice was a bit flat, but there was an indescribable indifference in this indifference. At this time, suddenly, the sound of crying could be heard in the darkness. It was the crying and wailing of souls. The Dark Devil sect. It was a sect that had completely disappeared in the history of the 5 counties continent. Yun Wanqing arrived at a village. This was an extremely ordinary village. There were not many people and it was not far from Cloud City. In the past, this village was considered lively. After all, it was on the way to Cloud City and many people would come here to rest. However, today, this place was so quiet. This place was empty and there was nothing. The houses were clearly there, but there was no one. There was only a thick smell of blood. Yun Wanqing stepped into this place. At this time, she spread out her divine perception. She wanted to see what was causing trouble. Yun Wanqing and the others walked around but did not find anything. At this time, this kind of oppression and heaviness naturally became even more terrifying. At this time, a voice suddenly sounded. This voice was a bit strange. It sounded like the meowing of a kitten. Right now, these people could be considered to be jittery at the slightest sound. When they heard this voice, they naturally became extremely nervous. At this time, they suddenly turned their heads, but there was nothing. At this time, Yun Wanqing suddenly shouted, "Be careful." Then, she directly activated her drifting cloud technique. Cloud Sword. The clouds and mist transformed into sword chi in an instant, and then slashed forward. There was clearly nothing there, but after her sword landed, a black shadow actually appeared. Elder Shao and the other disciples of the Heaven and Earth organization immediately became alert and then attacked at the same time. The power of this attack was naturally not weak. However, not only did this sword not achieve good results, but it also felt as if their swords had stabbed into a huge rock. The terrifying rebounding force made them suffer greatly. At this time, they saw clearly that the thing that appeared in front of them was actually a black cat. The voice that they heard just now was not fake. It was the sound of a cat meowing. Of course, if it was just an ordinary cat, it would naturally not be a big deal. Even if it was a demonic beast, they could just kill it. However, this black cat was completely different from the ones they had seen before. This was because this black cat actually had a smiling face. Looking at it like this, it was simply terrifying. Meow. Another cry was heard. This made the expressions of Yun Wanqing and the others become even more solemn. Piercing Tiger City. Yun Wanqing suddenly realized that she actually felt a little dizzy. This feeling was very faint. Even if it was an ordinary person, as long as they pulled themselves together a little, they would be able to ignore it. However, at this time, she was immediately overwhelmed with shock. Su Yan had told her that no details could be ignored during a battle. This was because this could become a road to death at any time. They were all cultivators. Under normal circumstances, how could they suddenly feel dizzy? This could only mean one thing, and that was this damned black cat's doing. Elders, you must be careful. This black cat is strange. After saying that, she condensed a cloud sword again and directly attacked the black cat. Over the years, she had also broken through the boundary. When her sword fell, it naturally had an indescribable majesty and lethality. However, the black cat acted as if it did not see her sword. When the power rushed towards it, it actually yawned. Then, it gently swung its tail. The tail that was clearly short turned into a long whip at this time and directly lashed Yun Wanqing's cloud sword. Yun Wanqing's strength was not weak. Logically speaking, she should not be so fragile. However, this attack directly sent her flying. What a powerful and terrifying power this was. Yun Wanqing's body somersaulted in the air. Then, she diffused this powerful force in an extremely neat way. At this time, her beautiful face was filled with endless solemnity. Meow. At this time, the black cat's face once again revealed a strange smile. Then, it suddenly kicked its legs and directly pounced on Yun Wanqing. At this time, Elder Shao and the others finally woke up. Protect the sect master. At this time, they directly attacked. Although their strength was not as strong as Yun Wanqing's, those who came with her were naturally not mediocre. When these people attacked, they naturally slowed down the black cat's movements. Chapter 1073. Girls' Literature. Yun Wanqing heaved a sigh of relief. As she had underestimated the black cat's strength, she had almost suffered a great loss. However, now that she had an idea, she wouldn't be careless in her attack this time. Logically speaking, the demonic beasts here should not have such strength. In the current world, although the spirit energy had increased, no matter how powerful it was, the strength of these demonic beasts should not have increased so quickly. What's more, this black cat was not only powerful, it was also strange. This fellow's existence was really too strange, especially when it cried out, which made her tremble in fear. Even she was affected to some extent. As for Elder Shao and the others, there was no need to say much. At this time, he was not used to this power. Therefore, Yun Wanqing knew that at this time, she had to kill this damned black cat in one blow. Otherwise, there would be more variables. After all, she was not sure if this black cat was the only one. At this time, the black cat suddenly broke free from the blockade of several people and charged directly towards Yun Wanqing. It was as if it had already determined that Yun Wanqing was its only enemy. At this moment, it was charging towards her without a care for anything else. At this time, a powerful force rose directly. That strange and terrifying aura made Yun Wanqing's mind suffer a huge impact. Sect Master, be careful. Elder Zhao's shout came. It was obvious that Elder Zhao was in great pain at this time. In the battle with the black cat, he had suffered a lot of injuries. At this time, Yun Wanqing's cloud sword directly swung out. At this time, she was already a powerful expert. Such a sword could almost be called stunning. At this time, her aura continued to rise and directly repelled the black cat again. She already knew that the black cat's cry was very strange, so at this time, she naturally would not let herself fall for it again. Cloud flow into the sea. At this time, she suddenly shouted. The cloud sword dispersed at this time, and countless clouds rushed directly towards the black cat. The black cat had just been struck by the cloud sword and was knocked back. It was currently unstable, but it did not expect Yun Wanqing's power to be so fast and directly charged towards it. The black cat wanted to dodge, but in the end, it was still one step too slow and was directly entangled by this power. Cloud flow into the sea was an extremely powerful move in the Heaven and Earth Organization's cultivation technique. Back then, even Yun he did not have a good grasp of it. When this power was exerted, it could form an extremely continuous force that constantly stretched out and attacked, directly surrounding everything. Its lethality was indeed not great, but it was best used to trap and kill others. At this time, the black cat was entangled by this force and immediately began to struggle. Its power was extremely strong, but this cloud flow into the sea could not be broken with brute force. At this time, Yun Wanqing's complexion looked slightly better. No matter what, this force had finally trapped the monster. However, she still did not relax. Su Yan had told her that if she was not sure that her opponent was dead, then she must not relax. Because she did not know what kind of trump card her opponent had. At this time, the black cat suddenly let out the most shrill cry. At this time, the black hair on its back stood up one by one, looking extremely terrifying. Then, Yun Wanqing suddenly realized that the air around her had turned dark. She was even more shocked. This black cat's ability was indeed different. Fortunately, she was already prepared, so at this time, she did not panic at all. On the contrary, the moment her line of sight changed, the awakening celestial sword in her hand flew out. The awakening celestial sword was a sword that Su Yan had left for her. According to the grade of this sword, it was already a top-grade famous sword. This sword had accompanied Su Yan for a long time, and Su Yan had nurtured a murderous aura in the sword. At this time, as soon as the awakening celestial sword flew out, a murderous aura immediately appeared. The black cat was different from all the creatures that Yun Wanqing had seen. Ordinary power did not seem to have much effect on it. Perhaps only 70% of his power would be able to affect him. However, this sword was different. When the murderous aura appeared, the black cat's face actually showed some fear. It was afraid. Yun Wanqing immediately saw that the black cat was afraid of the murderous aura. "Brother Su Yan, I didn't expect that I would still need your help at this time." At this time, Yun Wanqing felt a rare warmth in her heart. At the same time, her power had already slashed directly at the black cat. The power released by the black cat kept retreating under the impact of Su Yan's sword aura. In the end, it disappeared completely. Go to hell. Yun Wanqing deeply understood the principle of eliminating evil. At this time, since she had already gained the upper hand, it was impossible to let him continue to be so carefree. At this time, her sword directly slashed at the human face. At this time, the black cat was extremely frightened. However, at this time, it was still tied up by Lu Yun Chenghai. Even if it wanted to, it could not immediately do so. Seeing that the sword was finally about to fall into its mind, its eyes suddenly emitted a red light. Looking at its posture, it was going to perish together with Yun Wanqing. Putting everything else aside, this guy's temper was really bad. At this time, Yun Wanqing was already prepared. She immediately cast a spell to block it. Of course, she also knew that after blocking this move, she would definitely be injured. However, in comparison, this was already the best ending. Unexpectedly, at this time, a figure directly appeared. It was Elder Shao. "Evil creature, don't hurt the sect master," he suddenly exclaimed. Then, his body actually blocked in front of Yun Wanqing. The red light released by the black cat directly fell on his body. And Yun Wanqing's cloud sword also directly slashed into the black cat's body. At this time, Yun Wanqing was completely stunned. She did not expect that at this difficult moment, the elder of her family would actually risk his life to save her. At this time, she did not care about the life and death of the black cat. She just directly said, "Elder Shao." Sect Master, don't worry. I, Elder Xiao, am still alive. I won't die. Elder Xiao had a smile on his face, but his face was so pale. If he said that he would not die, these seemed to be his last words of comfort. At this time, Yun Wanqing was really moved. After all, she was a woman. How could she watch someone die for her like this? So at this time, she immediately said, Elder Xiao, don't say anything. Don't worry, I know the cloudy mist technique. I will definitely cure you. At this time, she did not have much confidence in her heart. If this village and that disciple of the Heaven and Earth organization all died at the hands of this black cat, then it meant that the chances of the cloudy mist technique being able to cure him were actually very slim. However, she was not willing to give up just like this. She directly activated her power, and the cloudy mist technique was about to land on Elder Xiao's body. However, at this time, an unforeseen event suddenly happened. At this time, Elder Xiao, who was clearly seriously injured, suddenly had a fierce look on his face. Then, a sword light appeared, directly stabbing towards Yun Wanqing's heart. Yun Wanqing originally wanted to use the cloudy mist technique. However, after her realm had greatly improved, her senses had become much sharper. At this most critical moment, she finally realized that something was wrong and immediately got up to retreat. However, although she realized it, she was still half a step too late. The sword light pierced her shoulder. However, this was still much better than stabbing her heart. Elder Xiao, you. At this time, Yun Wanqing was full of disbelief. Elder Xiao, who had risked everything to block that terrifying attack for her, was actually trying to assassinate her at this time. At this time, Elder Xiao's expression had completely changed. He looked at Yun Wanqing and said directly, "Humph, what a stupid woman. You still don't know what happened at this time? You're still questioning me here." As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his sword and was about to attack again. At this time, Yun Wanqing had already come back to her senses. Elder Xiao had betrayed her. What made her even more shocked was that the people around Elder Xiao were also charging towards her. They wanted to kill her. Damn it! She cursed in her heart. She couldn't care less and immediately retreated. Due to her injury, she couldn't increase her speed to the maximum. However, she still tried her best because she knew very well that if she couldn't escape at this time, she would die in the next moment. Humph, stupid woman. Do you really think you can escape from my sword? At this time, Elder Xiao sneered and directly chased after Yun Wanqing. The others immediately followed suit. It turned out that his sword had already been smeared with poison. It was precisely because of this that he was so confident. After spending so much time together, he already had a certain understanding of Yun Wanqing. He deeply knew that this woman was not easy to deal with. Even in the previous life and death situation, she would definitely be careful and vigilant. In order to make this woman let down her guard, he had to do what he did just now. Of course, the best opportunity was to suddenly attack when the woman was casting the fog technique. However, if he did that, this woman would definitely discover that he wasn't injured at all. Then, she would be on guard and might even attack him directly. That wouldn't be a good thing. Therefore, he chose to attack when she was about to cast the fog technique. However, he didn't expect this woman's senses to be so sharp. The moment he attacked, she actually discovered that something was wrong. Chapter 1074. Female literature. However, it didn't matter because his sword was poisoned. Although the woman was powerful, he could guarantee that she would not be able to escape. Moreover, the Heaven and Earth organization should have started to take action by now, right? A gloomy smile appeared on his face. At the same time, he unleashed his power. The poison on his sword was extremely strong. However, the woman's cultivation was considered powerful, so he didn't know how long she could last. However, the poison had another characteristic, which was that he could smell it. In this way, no matter how powerful the woman was, she would not be able to escape. He immediately gave chase. At this time, Yun Wanqing was furious. However, his body became even weaker at this time. He immediately realized that the sword was poisoned. Damn it! At this time, she immediately took out the elixir from her storage ring. It was the elixir that Su Yan gave her. She originally thought that she would never need this elixir in the 5 counties continent. She did not expect that she would need it today. Su Yan obtained this elixir from the Stupa sect's treasury. It could detoxify the poison and replenish vitality in a short time. At this time, what he lacked the most was vitality. Elder Shao thought that as long as time passed, the scales of victory would be completely on his side. However, he did not expect that the truth was definitely not so. However, Yun Wanqing was still not relaxed at this time. This was because at this time, the sense of crisis in her heart was very strong. Elder Shao had always been a member of the Heaven and Earth organization. When her father was still alive, he was already a disciple of the Heaven and Earth organization. The reason why she used him was, of course, an extremely strict review. At that time, there was no problem at all. Moreover, for so many years, he worked diligently and did not make any mistakes. However, today, he chose to betray her ruthlessly. Why? Why did he do this? Yun Wanqing could not figure it out. At this time, she did not want to think about it. What she needed to do now was to protect herself. Meanwhile, not long after Yun Wanqing left, a mysterious force suddenly appeared. These people were all wearing strange black clothes. The most frightening thing was that when they appeared, the Heaven and Earth organization's great formation was actually not activated. When the disciples of the Heaven and Earth organization discovered them, they immediately sounded the alarm. At this time, the disciples of the Heaven and Earth organization were much stronger than before. After all, with the increase in spiritual energy, their cultivation would naturally increase as well. However, the most frightening thing was that they were no match for these black-clothed men. Although all the disciples of the Heaven and Earth organization resisted completely, they were dealt a heavy blow in just a short while. Where is the sect leader? Where did the sect leader go? What are these guys? Ah! The disciples of the Heaven and Earth organization were either furious or in despair. Their cries of pain could be heard everywhere. As for those black-clothed men, they were terrifying like puppets. When they killed, they didn't even show the slightest bit of emotion. Su Yan's speed was very fast. After he put aside the problem of the space crystal that he suddenly encountered, he quickly arrived at the boundary of the Heaven and Earth organization. At this time, he realized that he was actually in a wonderful mood. I wonder how Wanqing is doing now. Will she be surprised when she sees me? As the saying goes, when one is close to one's hometown, one will feel even more fearful. Even someone like Su Yan would have such thoughts at this time. However, it was a pity that this thought of his suddenly vanished into thin air in an instant. This was because he saw a massacre. What's going on? Why would there be such a massacre in the Heaven and Earth organization? At this time, Su Yan was immediately furious. The Heaven and Earth organization was where Yun Wanqing was. For such a massacre to occur at this time was naturally not a good thing. How dare you? He immediately unleashed his power. At this time, he couldn't use the power of the laws. This was because he clearly sensed that the suppression of the laws in the 5 counties was extremely obvious. If he directly used the power of the laws, he might even be directly killed by an unknown force. However, even if he couldn't use the power of the laws, Su Yan's own strength was terrifying enough. Moreover, he actually had a very good understanding of the Heaven and Earth organization. His power immediately communicated with the Heaven and Earth organization's large formation. It turned out that the moment these black-clothed men appeared, the large formation of the Heaven and Earth organization had already been destroyed. At this time, he directly unleashed his power. His powerful divine consciousness directly repaired the damaged formation in an extremely irresistible manner. At the same time, he released his divine consciousness. Those powerful and terrifying black-clothed men were originally killing ferociously. However, suddenly, a powerful force directly appeared at this time. The appearance of this force was so sudden and unreasonable. In an instant, everything was completely suppressed. Damn things, all of you can go to hell. Su Yan's divine consciousness was extremely powerful. At this time, he realized that these black-clothed men were not real humans. They were like zombies or puppets. Therefore, he understood that these black-clothed men were no longer of any value. His divine consciousness directly crushed them. At this moment, these damn things were immediately turned into ashes. At this time, the disciples of the Heaven and Earth organization had yet to recover from their shock. They originally thought that they had reached the final juncture and that all the disciples were going to die here. However, they realized that in this short moment, all their enemies were actually dead. However, at this time, Su Yan didn't have the time to pay attention to them. He directly said, "Where is Wan Qing?" At this time, he was standing high in the sky. His voice spread out, making him seem like a god. At this time, a disciple suddenly said, "Sect Master followed Elder Shao to the village outside Cloud City to investigate the case." This was also an elder whose cultivation level was close to Fang Yuan's. However, when he looked at Su Yan, he didn't have any thoughts at all. When Su Yan asked, he couldn't control himself and directly said the answer. At this time, Su Yan immediately frowned. The mysterious force suddenly attacked, but the sect master went outside. If this wasn't a conspiracy, no one would believe it. Su Yan was worried about Yun Wanqing's safety, so he didn't care about the many people here. After all, he had already activated the Great Array at this time. Cloud City was under the control of the Heaven and Earth organization, so Su Yan arrived almost instantly. His divine consciousness was so terrifying that he quickly discovered the original battlefield. His gaze landed on the strange black cat's corpse. That's the power of Yunjian. Wanqing should still be alive. This comforted Su Yan. If Yun Wanqing was already dead, he would go crazy. At this time, his power and divine consciousness began to spread out. It didn't take long for him to find Yun Wanqing's traces. At this time, Yun Wanqing was still surrounded by Elder Shao. If it was just Elder Shao and the original few people, they wouldn't be able to do anything to her. After she took Su Yan's elixir, her injuries had improved. She even had a chance to take down Elder Shao and the others directly. However, she didn't expect a black-clothed man to suddenly appear at this time. This black-clothed man was extremely mysterious, and his strength was even more terrifying. Even Fang Yuan was no match for him. His gaze was so cold, as if he was a dead person from the underworld. Surrender and die. This was the man's words and the choice he gave Yun Wanqing. Yun Wanqing naturally wouldn't allow herself to be captured without a fight. She pushed her strength to the limit and said, "I'm right here. Kill me if you have the ability." At this time, she was actually prepared to die. She didn't know where these things came from. If they fell into their hands, it would be worse than death. In that case, she might as well die like this. However, she would never see Su Yan again. This was the biggest disappointment in her heart. Chapter 1075. Female literature. If she could see him, it would not matter even if she died. However, there was always helplessness in this world. She had countless thoughts in her heart, but she could not even see him before she died. Her heart was already filled with misery. She also understood that she would not be able to escape today. The black-clothed man in front of her was already more powerful than her. Even if she was at her peak, it would be difficult for her to match up to him. The only way was to use the power of the formation to suppress him in the sect. Unfortunately, she had mistakenly believed in Elder Shao and ended up in such a situation. At this moment, her power gathered once again, and the cloud sword appeared. If you want to kill me, Yun Wanqing, we'll have to see if you're capable enough. Although she felt depressed and was in a desperate situation, she would definitely not admit defeat so easily. Even if she died, she would make her enemy pay the price. The black-clothed man looked down at Yun Wanqing. A hoarse voice came from the depths of his throat. Ha ha ha, interesting, really interesting. After he finished speaking, he released a wave of aura at this moment. It was as if he wanted to let this woman know how powerful he was. You should know very well that your resistance is futile in front of me. So, you'd better give up. Don't worry, I won't kill you. I just want to invite you back as a guest. That's all. After all, I really can't bear to kill such a beautiful woman like you. At this moment, his aura had already covered Yun Wanqing. Obviously, it was impossible for Yun Wanqing to escape now. Faced with such a desperate situation, Yun Wanqing did not panic. At this moment, she smiled and said, if you were really confident that you could capture me unscathed, I'm afraid you wouldn't be talking so much nonsense now. Her eyes were sharp, and she had already seen through this point. The moment she finished speaking, she had already attacked. An extremely powerful wave of energy enveloped the black-clothed man, and the light of the cloud sword was extremely bright at this moment. The black-clothed man's voice was heard. Really, I hate dealing with smart people. Obviously, this was his previous plan. No matter what, Yun Wanqing was still a Fengyuan master. A Fengyuan master might not be much in the 9 provinces, but in the 5 counties, she was already a top-notch existence. After all, this cursed land seemed to be the most powerful power it could contain. Although the spirit qi was recovering now, and the mysterious power of the curse had begun to disappear, it did not mean that those powerhouses could break through their limits in a short time. His strength was naturally strong, and it was above Yun Wanqing's. However, there was a limit to his strength, and it was definitely not limitless. He could naturally defeat Yun Wanqing, but it was extremely difficult to capture her alive. He said those words to put great psychological pressure on Yun Wanqing. At the same time, he could also display his strength, unknowingly form a formation, and then capture Yun Wanqing in one fell swoop. Unfortunately, Yun Wanqing was obviously smarter than he expected. In just a moment, she had seen through his plan. Since she had understood his plan, Yun Wanqing naturally could not let his plan succeed. Therefore, it was the wisest choice to attack directly at this time. At this moment, Yun Wanqing had already made up her mind to die. When she unleashed her cloud sword, there was an additional sense of decisiveness and dominance compared to before. For the black-clothed man, this was the worst situation. What he wanted was to effortlessly subdue Yun Wanqing, but this was obviously unrealistic at this moment. Yun Wanqing's choice still put him in a difficult position. However, this was not a big deal. Yun Wanqing giving up resistance was only the most ideal situation. However, he also understood that how could there be so many ideal situations in this world? Do you still choose to resist stubbornly? That's fine too. I will make you pay a sufficient price for your own choice. As he spoke, his entire body disappeared on the spot. Then, in the next moment, he had already directly punched down. The power of the cloud sword was full of determination and domineering. However, this attack of his was even more so. When the black-clothed man punched, a mist-like existence directly appeared in front of him, and that terrifying power rolled towards him. The power of the two collided directly at this time. This was the most direct impact, and the terrifying power was directly suppressed. The rolling aura showed how terrifying this attack was. The nearby mountain rocks were directly crushed into powder by this attack. Yun Wanqing's body suddenly retreated. At this time, her expression was not good. Although it could not be said that she was completely defeated in this battle, it was obvious that she had fallen into a disadvantage. This was not a good thing. Although she already knew that her strength was not a match for her opponent, she did not expect that her disadvantage would be so obvious after this exchange. At this time, the black-clothed man let out a cold laugh. You refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Since he had already made his move, there was naturally no mercy. At this moment, his power poured out again. The violent power turned into a long river of power at this time, directly rushing towards Yun Wanqing. His power was already very strong, and at this time, there was no gap between his attacks. The powerful power pushed forward again and again like a wave. After Yun Wanqing's first attack, her breath had not yet recovered. At this time, facing such a violent impact of power, the pressure was naturally even greater. However, she still gritted her teeth and persevered. The cloud mist technique was quietly used. The cultivation techniques of the Heaven and Earth organization were not overbearing, but in terms of continuous power, it was second to none in the 5 continents. At this time, although Yun Wanqing was at a disadvantage, if she blindly wanted to defend, the black-clothed man would still not be able to break through her defense. Although he had gained a huge advantage, he was unable to turn it into a victory. The two sides were in a stalemate. At this time, the black-clothed man's anxiety gradually increased. He felt that he could not continue like this. At this time, he suddenly said, Miss Yun is indeed a good person, but I don't know if the Heaven and Earth organization has the ability to persist under the attack of our sage sect. He sneered, and his cruelty was revealed at this time. He said this because he wanted to use the safety of the Heaven and Earth organization to shake Yun Wanqing's mind. Everyone had their own weaknesses, and this Yun Wanqing's weakness was undoubtedly the Heaven and Earth organization. Unfortunately, at this time, Yun Wanqing's expression did not change at all. Her cloud mist technique was even more concentrated at this time. She directly said, "Don't think that you can use these words to disturb my mind. Since I am already here, I can no longer control the Heaven and Earth organization. It is a great fortune that the Heaven and Earth organization can survive. If unfortunately, it is destroyed by you, it is also fate. Since that is the case, how can you disturb my mind?" Yun Wanqing sneered. Her words caused the black-clothed man's expression to become even uglier. "I really did not expect that you would have such knowledge. However, even if you are stubbornly resisting, you can only persist for a while." At this time, Elder Shao suddenly said, "Sovereign Yun, I have news about Su Yan. Do you want to hear it?" This Elder Shao had followed Yun Wanqing for a long time and was very clear about many things about Yun Wanqing. If the Heaven and Earth organization could not shake this woman's mind, then this name must be able to. This old thing, he indeed grasped the timing very well. At this time, Yun Wanqing was exhausted, but he did not say it just now. Instead, he waited until now to say these 2 words. Moreover, when this old thing spoke, he looked as if everything was under his control. Even if Yun Wanqing knew that he must be lying, she still panicked at this time. Of course, this was only for an instant. She had already stabilized her mind in an instant. However, for the black-clothed man, this instant was enough. He suddenly activated his power at this time, and then a powerful force directly suppressed her. Yun Wanqing's previous defense was already very difficult, and it was even more so now. "Old thief Shao, if I don't die today, then I will definitely not let you have a good ending." At this time, Yun Wanqing said directly in a cold voice. At this time, Elder Shao said with a smile, "Sovereign Yun, don't think too much. You naturally won't die today. The sage sect will not let you die, so you won't die. As for me, you don't need to worry about me. I have already pledged my loyalty to the Lord. With the Lord's protection, how can I not have a good ending?" Elder Shao was very proud. From his words, it could be seen that he was very proud of himself for being able to become a person below the Lord. This was not so-called loyalty, but a kind of belief. In his mind, the sacred venerate had already become a godlike existence. It was precisely because of this that he was so proud of himself. At this time, the black-clothed man also said, Yun Wanqing, the Lord's power is boundless. The end of the world is coming. I, the Lord, was born to save the infinite world. Why do you have to resist? Why do you have to be so stubborn? The black-robed man suddenly shouted. His shout contained a power that reached straight to Yun Wanqing's heart. His voice directly rushed into Yun Wanqing's mind. However, at this time, Yun Wanqing's forehead suddenly flashed, and the mental power was directly dissolved. Then, she said directly, what a load of crap. The Lord? I think you are just a clown. At this time, Elder Shao immediately shouted angrily, Yun Wanqing, how dare you insult the Lord? Elder Shao was infuriated to the extreme when his faith was insulted. However, at this moment, a voice suddenly sounded, so what? Bullsh *T the Lord. So what if he insults her? So what if he kills her? Chapter 1076. Female literature. Before Elder Shao could react, an extremely powerful force suddenly appeared. He couldn't help but kneel down directly, and the other disciples of the Heaven and Earth organization did the same. These people were considered to be powerful in the 5 counties, but at this moment, they had no power to resist at all. Then, the man in black also felt a huge pressure. His power was about to crush Yun Wanqing, but in an instant, this huge pressure suddenly dissipated. At this moment, he suddenly felt as if his movements were no longer under his control. How could this be? At this moment, his heart was filled with horror. Anyone who suddenly lost all their power would feel the same way. They would feel fear, helplessness, and surprise. However, in the blink of an eye, his emotions had already dissipated. Then, he shouted, who is it? Why are you pretending to be a ghost? Come out if you have the ability. His voice spread out, trying to find the whereabouts of the person who spoke. At this moment, Yun Wanqing was extremely excited. For a moment, she even forgot to defend herself. Fortunately, at this moment, the power of the man in black dissipated without a trace. Yun Wanqing stared blankly ahead. At this moment, she felt as if she was dreaming. They hadn't seen each other for a long time, and they were already in a desperate situation. However, this person actually appeared in front of her once again. If this was really a dream, why did it feel so real? Long time no see. Sorry, I'm late, Su Yan looked at Yun Wanqing and said in his most gentle voice. He was late. Indeed, he was late. She had been waiting for him for too long. Even when she was in danger, he wasn't able to appear by her side immediately. She had to bear the danger and despair alone. At this moment, no words were important. Yun Wanqing directly threw herself into his arms. She hugged Su Yan tightly. She no longer looked like the leader of a sect. After waiting for so long, they could finally meet again. It was too sad and too unbelievable. She was very afraid. This was just a thought before she died. Once she died, there would really be nothing left. But she soon confirmed that it was real because Su Yan had cupped her cheeks and kissed her on the lips. Only the most realistic touch could give people the most realistic feelings. Yun Wanqing was completely lost in it. At this time, she even felt that even if she were to die in the next moment, it would no longer matter. At this time, the black-clothed man finally recovered his strength. However, when his gaze fell on Elder Shao and the others, he felt a chill in his heart. He could already sense that there was an extremely powerful force suppressing Elder Shao and the others. At this time, these people were already extremely miserable. Their knees had been completely shattered, and no matter how they struggled, they could not break free from this power. Seeing this, he already knew that he was no match for that person no matter what. Therefore, at this moment, he made a prompt decision and immediately fled. This guy's speed was not slow, and he was also very decisive in his actions. At this time, Elder Shao saw that the black-clothed man he relied on actually abandoned him and the others and fled. His heart suddenly trembled, and he roared in despair, "Sacred envoy, save me." Unfortunately, the black-clothed man did not pay attention to him at all. At this time, he was already too busy to take care of himself, so how could he pay attention to this person? He was already lucky to be able to escape. After a long kiss, Yun Wanqing finally came back to her senses. She was in Su Yan's arms, and then she asked, "Is everything okay?" In the end, it was just a greeting. Su Yan said, "I'm already standing in front of you." After a moment of silence, Yun Wanqing remembered the important matter. "It's a pity that guy escaped. I don't know where they came from, but they are actually so resourceful." Yun Wanqing sighed with emotion. That was indeed the case. This group of people had silently made Elder Shao risk his life for them and then ambushed him. The black-clothed man's strength was not weak, and he was just a subordinate. What kind of powerful and terrifying existence was the holy sage that they spoke of? Her gaze fell on Elder Shao and the others. Instead of feeling happy, she felt a kind of sadness. These people used to be people that she trusted. If not, how could she follow them here so easily? But now, these people had become her enemies. Su Yan obviously saw through her thoughts, so he said softly, "It's okay, since I'm here, let me deal with these things." At this time, Su Yan actually felt a little lucky that he had returned to the 5 counties. Otherwise, it would be too late for regrets. At the same time, he was even angrier. The sudden appearance of the mysterious force was definitely not a good thing for the 5 counties. Moreover, he had a premonition that the 5 counties, which had been peaceful for a long time, was about to experience new waves. The curse on the 5 counties was gradually disappearing, and everything was returning to normal. Although the restoration could allow the people of this continent to improve their cultivation faster, it was not necessarily a good thing. One had to know that before the 5 counties fell, it was an extremely powerful place. Not to mention other things, the ancestral grounds of the Boundless Demon sect and the Pagoda sect were here. Of course, no one knew what kind of terrible war had happened in the past, but one thing was certain. Those sects and forces that survived the ancient war would gradually rise up at this time. The black-clothed man's strength was not strong, but it was very strange. Now, Su Yan could be considered to be very knowledgeable, but he had never seen such a strange power. As for these powers, he was even more unable to grasp them. The black-clothed man could escape because Su Yan could not be bothered to take action at this time. However, it was more because Su Yan wanted to cast a long line to catch a big fish. At this time, his strength was far above that of the black-clothed man. Su Yan's supreme power could even deceive the heavenly Tao. He wanted to know who the black-clothed man was. "Su Yan, how is the Heaven and Earth Organization?" She had already guessed that Su Yan must have gone to the Heaven and Earth Organization to be able to come here in time. Only then could he detect her so quickly. Su Yan said, "Don't worry. Although we were indeed attacked, we were not seriously injured. The Great Formation has been activated, so naturally, there is no problem. Let's go back to the Heaven and Earth Organization first. Now that this mysterious force has appeared, it is absolutely not just targeting the Heaven and Earth Organization. I don't know how the Burying Sword Tomb and the Leitang sect are doing." This was what he was worried about at this time. Although he had not returned to the 5 counties for a long time, he could imagine that the Leitang sect and the Burying Sword sect must have become second to none sects in the 5 counties. Lei Wanjun and the Burying Sword Old Man's abilities were unquestionable. When he was there, he had defeated the evil sections. With these 2 people's abilities, they would definitely not give the evil sects a chance to raise their heads. This was not a bad thing. The stronger they were, the more things they could do. However, it was different now. With their strength, they would definitely be attacked by this mysterious evil sect. If the Heaven and Earth Organization was attacked, they would also be resolute. Yun Wanqing was also very smart. She said directly, "Now that the Heaven and Earth Organization has you, there should be no more unforeseen events in a short time. Why don't we go and take a look at these two sects now? She knew what Su Yan was thinking, especially about the burying sword tomb. For Su Yan, it was the first sect that rose to prominence. He had a lot of feelings for this sect. Su Yan understood her intentions and was even more moved. However, at this time, he was indeed very worried, so he said, "Okay, let's go now." Yun Wanqing didn't know what realm Su Yan had reached at this time, but when she saw Su Yan calmly controlling everything in his hands, she knew that his strength must be very strong. At this time, she directly snuggled up to Su Yan. When Su Yan was here, she didn't need to worry about things that she didn't know. This feeling was really good. Su Yan hugged her and then directly soared into the sky. Su Yan's speed was so fast that even Yun Wanqing couldn't adapt at all at first. Of course, she didn't feel uncomfortable because Su Yan had already cast a power boundary to protect her. "Brother Su Yan, what realm are you now?" Yun Wanqing finally couldn't help but ask. Now, she really wanted to know how strong the man she had chosen was. Su Yan naturally didn't hide anything and said directly, "Now, I'm probably at the level of a 2 essences venerable." This was in terms of his realm. He had long been different from ordinary cultivators, but according to common sense, his realm was probably like this. However, in terms of combat strength, it was extremely terrifying and was comparable to a Dao master. Although Yun Wanqing already knew that Su Yan's strength must be very strong at this time, when she heard these words, she was still very surprised. "We're here." Just when she was surprised, Su Yan suddenly said. Yun Wanqing was even more surprised. She had long heard that powerful venerables could fly as fast as crossing space, but this had become a legend. Today, she really experienced it. Chapter 1077. Female Literature. The distance between the burial sword tomb and the Heaven and Earth organization was actually very far. If she flew at full speed, it would take her a few days to get there. However, she had just snuggled up to Su Yan when they arrived at the burial sword tomb in an instant. What an inconceivable speed! She raised her head and found that Su Yan's face was not looking good. At this moment, she immediately had a bad premonition. At this moment, Su Yan could see it even more clearly. His divine sense was extremely powerful. At this moment, he could see that the burial sword sect had already turned into ruins. The place that used to be so familiar had completely changed at this time. There was not a single living person left on the mountain. Everyone was dead. Su Yan walked up the buried sword mountain step by step. At this time, the land had completely withered. Without the burial sword mountain, Su Yan would not have existed. This was because Su Yan's initial growth had started here. Although there had been struggles and bitterness here, this was his home. But this was his home, and now, his home had been completely destroyed. He was furious, but his face was even calmer. His anger had completely sunk into his heart. If he found the other party, he would definitely make them suffer a disaster. However, he suddenly realized that old man Zhangjian wasn't on the mountain. There were countless corpses on the mountain. Some of them were familiar faces, but most of them were people he didn't know. These people must have joined the sword burial mound after he left. In any case, these people were already dead. Death was the most painful farewell, but there was no aura of the old man here. This meant that the old man might not be dead. Yun Wanqing wanted to say something, but she did not speak in the end. She knew very well that Su Yan was a wounded tiger at this time. As long as he was a tiger, he would not need to be comforted, even if he had suffered a heavy blow. Su Yan picked up Yun Wanqing and said, "Let's go to the Leitang sect." He activated his escape technique again, and this time, he was even faster than before. It didn't take long before Su Yan arrived outside the Sound of Thunder sect. The Sound of Thunder sect was much luckier than the burial sword tomb. This was because the Sound of Thunder sect hadn't been exterminated yet. The Sound of Thunder sect's grand array had been successfully activated. At this moment, Lei Wanjun was like an enraged beast, erupting with his final fury. Just like Yun Wanqing, he had also received news that something had happened within the boundaries of his sect. Originally, he had wanted to go there, but he suddenly had a sudden impulse and did not go far. That was why he was able to discover the conspiracy in time. His sect's elders had actually betrayed him, which made his heart burn with rage. The men in black continued to attack directly. The Sound of Thunder sect had Lei Wanjuan's existence. Coupled with the fact that the Sound of Thunder sect's cultivation technique was extremely overbearing, they were able to hold on until now. Unfortunately, if this continued, he would not be able to hold on any longer. The other party came in a menacing manner, and his strength was extremely terrifying. Even if he used all his strength, he could only barely hold on at this moment. At this moment, his heart was burning with rage. He hated this powerful invader, but he was also angry at his own incompetence. At this moment, the men in black were just like the men in black that Yun Wanqing had encountered before. They were both powerful and had almost reached the peak of the circumference state. Above the circumference state was the transformation into a dragon. It was called the Dragon Realm. For so many years, the spiritual qi in the 5 counties had been scarce. Due to the existence of the mysterious curse, there were only a few people who had reached the circumference state, let alone the Dragon Realm. It was already lucky for Lei Wanjun to be able to reach the circumference state. During this period of time, the cultivators could feel that the spiritual qi was gradually increasing. Their cultivation was also rising step by step. At that time, Lei Wanjun thought that this was a good thing. However, at this moment, he realized that his progress was too slow. He didn't know where this man in black came from, but he actually had such strength. By now, he had already sent out the news. He hoped that his ally, the Burial Sword Elder, would come to rescue him. After all, the Burial Sword Tomb was not far away from the Sound of Thunder sect. However, there was no reply after he sent out the signal. At this moment, he realized that the situation might be more serious than he had imagined. He and the Burial Sword Elder had been good friends for many years, so they were naturally very familiar with each other. Based on their friendship, if the Burial Sword Elder could successfully receive his signal, the Burial Sword Elder would definitely not ignore him. However, this time, the Burial Sword Elder did not even send back a reply. There was no need to say what this meant. Therefore, he finally knew that it was definitely time for him to put his life on the line. It was because of this that he was extremely ruthless when he attacked. Almost every time, he fought without any regard for his life. It was also because of this that he was able to delay until now. In fact, he did not have the intention to delay because he had a premonition that today was the day of the Sound of Thunder sect's calamity. It would not be easy for the Sound of Thunder sect to get through this. With this thought in mind, he had the spirit to face death unflinchingly. The people of the Sound of Thunder sect were extremely unyielding because of their cultivation method. Seeing their sect leader risking his life to meet his death, they were all shocked. Seeing that their sect master had sacrificed his life, the disciples were naturally the same. As a result, the Sound of Thunder sect became a tough bone to chew. Even the black-clothed men had to admit that they would have to pay a hefty price if they wanted to chew this bone in a short time. Die. At this moment, a cold voice was heard on the battlefield. The words sounded like the call of the Grim Reaper. After hearing the voice, the mysterious and peculiar black-clothed men could not help but become heavier. The leader of the black-clothed men yelled, "Who's there?" According to the plan, the Burial Sword Tomb, the Sound of Thunder sect, the Heaven and Earth Organization, which were currently the top sects in the 5 counties, should have been wiped out. Who would appear at this time to save the Sound of Thunder sect? Just as he finished his question, he suddenly realized that there were 2 more people in front of him. His attention immediately fell on the man. The moment he saw Su Yan, he suddenly realized that his world seemed to be falling. An inexplicable force directly invaded his spiritual world. At this moment, a shadow suddenly exploded in the depths of the black-clothed man's spiritual world. At this moment, he cried out in grief, "No!" However, before he could make a move, his entire body suddenly began to collapse piece by piece like a broken stone statue. It was strange and cruel. Lei Wanjuan's opponent suddenly died. At first, he was stunned. Obviously, he had not regained his senses at this time. He originally thought that he was going to die today, but he did not expect that this powerful opponent would die at this time. However, at the next moment, he saw the two people in front of him clearly. They were Yun Wanqing and Su Yan. Su Yan. He was overjoyed. The light that one saw in a desperate situation was the most beautiful and brilliant light. Su Yan said, "Senior Lei, we can talk later." At this moment, he let go of Yun Wanqing and directly attacked. His huge power had covered the whole place in an instant. An extremely powerful aura weaved into a huge network. Those invaders could not resist at all under this power. At this moment, the people of the Sound of Thunder sect who discovered this would not let go of this opportunity. In an instant, all of them burst out with their most powerful power and launched their own attacks. "Damn it, you bastard! How dare you kill my senior brother? I want you to die. Bastard, go to hell." Sometimes, killing was the final outcome of hatred. A great battle finally ended. Lei Wanjun and Yun Wanqing went to the palace in the deepest part of the Sound of Thunder sect. The Sound of Thunder sect was also a sect that had been passed down from ancient times and had a strong foundation. "Su Yan, have you been to the burial sword tomb?" Lei Wanjun asked directly. At this time, the Sound of Thunder sect had been rescued. Instead, he was more concerned about the situation in the burial sword tomb. Su Yan's face darkened. Lei Wanjun immediately had an ominous premonition in his heart. Su Yan said, "Yes, I've been there. The burial sword tomb is no longer there." No longer there. Lei Wanjun knew very well what these three words meant. The burial sword tomb had gone through so many storms, but today, it was only exchanged for three words. No longer there. Such a huge sect was destroyed just like that. This was truly hard to believe. This reality was actually so cruel. Then, what about that old man Zhang Jian? Lei Wanjun actually already had an answer at this time, but in the end, he still asked. He only hoped that his old friend was still alive so that he could keep a glimmer of hope. Su Yan said, "The ancestors' whereabouts are unknown. We don't know whether he's dead or alive." At this time, Su Yan's face was calm, but one could imagine the anger in his heart. When he first appeared, he wanted to directly enter the sea of consciousness of the black-clothed man directly with his divine thought to find out the origin of this group of people, but he didn't find anything. There was a seal in their sea of consciousness. The slightest touch would directly destroy them. Several people of the Heaven and Earth organization betrayed them. Elder Shao and the others also died directly after the black-clothed man left. Su Yan had already seen at that time that in fact, they had already been tampered with. After the black-clothed man left, Elder Shao and the others' divine souls were directly shattered. The other party was so ruthless and so meticulous. "Brother Lei, go and reorganize the sect. I think the continent of the 5 counties will become very interesting in the future. This world will not be peaceful, so for the sake of the future, you have to work hard to live." Su Yan's words were somewhat heavy. Originally, with his powerful strength, he was already strong enough to sweep the entire continent of the 5 counties. But now, it was different. The curse of the 5 counties had disappeared, and the whole continent began to reveal its true identity. Chapter 1078. Female Literature. Su Yan, what about you? What are you going to do? Lei Wanjun asked. He could see that Hou Yi's anger had reached its peak. It was just that he had concealed his emotions very well. However, he wouldn't give up just because of this. At this time, Su Yan said, "I'm going to do something." Su Yan didn't say much, but his eyes reflected an inexplicable murderous light. At this time, his murderous intent was very strong. He didn't tell Lei Wanjun his plan, so he naturally had his own concerns. The strength displayed by that mysterious force was very clear. Their combat strength was extremely terrifying. Lei Wanjun's strength was naturally not bad, but that was in the past. For the current world that had begun to change, he was just at the beginning stage. Whether it was Lei Wanjun or Yun Wanqing, or even the entire 5 counties continent, it was the same. Fortunately, he wasn't. He had set up some small tricks on the escaping black-clothed man, which allowed him to sense the black-clothed man's location. Now was the time to see where these guys came from. Of course, the most important thing was the sword burial elder. Now that he was missing, it was very likely that he was taken away by this group of people. He could see that whether it was Yun Wanqing or Lei Wanjun, these black-clothed men wanted to capture them alive. Su Yan gave the elixir he obtained in the Taiheng sword faction to Lei Wanjun, then said, "Brother Lei, this is the elixir I obtained in the 9 provinces continent. It's very useful for cleansing your muscles and marrow. Now that you're injured, it's good that you can improve your cultivation by 1 level. Also, open the formation and wait for me to come back." After Su Yan finished speaking, he said goodbye to Yun Wanqing and left. Yun Wanqing looked at Su Yan who had already left. There was a faint bitterness in her heart, but of course, she was more happy. Bitterness because at this time, she could no longer keep up with his pace and could no longer fight together with him. But the joy was because Su Yan's strength had reached such a level, and he had become a true hero in his heart. In the mysterious valley, the black-clothed man finally returned in a sorry state. Under Su Yan's power, he had suffered severe injuries. At the last moment it was already extremely difficult for him to escape with his life, not to mention that he had used the power of the curse to directly kill Elder Shao and the others. "Greetings, my lord." He knelt down at the entrance of the cave. In the pitch-black abyss, a dark aura spread out. Then, a cold voice sounded, "So, you also failed?" The man in black was shocked, but he said calmly, "Yes. Yishir-san is already dead, and now you have also failed. This is really interesting. There is actually such an amazing person in the 5 counties. Yishir-san, tell me everything you know." Since the lord inside had spoken, how could he dare to conceal anything? He directly recounted his encounter with Su Yan. "He is so young and so powerful. You actually didn't even have the strength to fight back. With such a realm, he might have already become a venerable. Now, there are actually other venerables in the 5 counties. This is surprising." The mysterious existence was not surprised at the failure of the black-clothed man. Because he knew very well that his Dark Knight demon guards would never fail for no reason. "My lord, could this person have come from the 9 states? In the 5 counties, it was impossible to cultivate to become a venerable in this era. It was even impossible to transform into a dragon. Yes. When this damn curse was not removed, it was impossible for the venerables from the 9 states to come here. But now, it is different. Although the power here still suppresses them, it is not as strong as before. This possibility cannot be ruled out. Forget it, it doesn't matter. They are just a group of people who are about to rot. Yishir-san, you go and rest first. I will personally handle this matter. I want to see what kind of talent can make you fall to such a state." The voice of the consciousness was very cold. It was not unhappy that Su Yan had disrupted its plan. Of course, this was not because it had a good temper. Instead, it was because it felt that it had absolute confidence that it could control everything in its hands. However, at this moment, a sword chi suddenly descended from the sky. The sword chi broke through the space and appeared. Then, Su Yan's voice followed closely, "There is no need. I am already here to see you. This sword chi was extremely fierce and it directly went towards the land of darkness. The mysterious existence in the land of darkness was obviously a little surprised at this moment. However, it immediately snorted and said, "How dare you?" At this moment, a terrifying dark light immediately erupted and went towards the sword chi. The two forces collided directly above the valley and immediately erupted into a terrifying power fluctuation. This power fluctuation was like a lake that rippled towards the surroundings. Everything that was touched by this ripple was turned into powder. At this moment, amidst the huge explosion, another sword chi flew towards Wuxia. At this moment, Wuxia immediately realized that something was wrong. The threat of death made him feel at a loss. However, under the instinct to survive, he still activated all his power in a futile attempt to block this terrifying attack. Unfortunately, Hou-Yi already had the intention to kill him. The moment he attacked Yun Wanqing, his ending was already destined. He would not be able to block this power. Of course, that mysterious existence would not watch his subordinates die in front of him. At this moment, a figure condensed from darkness suddenly appeared in front of Wuxia. His entire body was shrouded in boundless darkness. All the light in the world could not enter his body. Facing Su Yan's sword chi, he directly struck out with his palm. "Kid, no matter where you come from and what realm you are in, you still can't kill in front of me." At this moment, his power suddenly increased. At this moment, the palm that he struck out seemed to have turned into a mountain and a sea. Under the suppression of such power, he wanted to completely suppress Su Yan to death. "If you hadn't come to this place, perhaps I wouldn't have been able to do anything to you. Unfortunately, you're courting death, so I'll kill you directly. The changes in the world are coming, and the 5 counties will belong to the Dark Devil sect." It was cold, cruel, and incomparably austere. At this moment, a terrifying power directly pressed down. In the face of such power, Su Yan suddenly smiled. "In that case, this thing of yours is still not perfect. It can only stay here. If it leaves, its power will be greatly reduced, right? Today, not only will I kill him, but I'll also kill you." Suddenly, a raging fire directly rushed out from Su Yan's body. The scarlet fire directly became the most powerful fire dragon. The fire dragon soared into the sky and directly attacked the power. At this moment, the dark power was directly disintegrated inch by inch. "Well, you actually hid your power." The dark existence was shocked. He originally thought that Su Yan's power was already so, but he didn't expect that at the critical moment, Su Yan would erupt again and suppress his power in one fell swoop. What was more terrifying was that fire dragon. That was the aura of the law. What did the law mean? Dao Master. The guy in front of him had actually become a Dao Master. This was simply unbelievable. Before he could recover from his shock, Su Yan's power had already broken through his power of darkness. At the same time, the sword chi was no longer obstructed and directly rushed out. "Humph, you want to fight with me like this? Your real body is still lacking in this tortoise shell. Come out for me." The sword chi directly pierced through Wuxia, and at the same time, killed the dark incarnation directly. When Su Yan started to fight with him, he naturally didn't use his full strength because he didn't know the background of this existence. After a few exchanges, he gradually understood the strength of the other party. This guy's power was actually very strong. At least, he must have been so in the past. However, it was a pity that his current strength was much weaker than before. Su Yan did not know what exactly happened back then, but he speculated that this guy in front of him was sealed by someone. Now that the world had begun to change, his seal was gradually loosening, so he started to stir up trouble. At this time, his real body must still be suppressed, so Su Yan directly displayed the fire of Shura, used it as the foundation to condense a fire dragon, and suddenly killed him. Such power was already terrifying at this moment. The incarnation was extremely angry at this moment. The previous strategy was directly destroyed by Su Yan in an instant. How dare you? At this moment, in the extremely deep underground, a terrifying aura immediately permeated. The moment the aura appeared, the world changed color, as if everything began to move with his will as the center. At this moment, Su Yan's eyes flashed and his body suddenly changed. So powerful. The current Su Yan, even a Dao master, couldn't give him such pressure. However, the power of this existence's real body was so terrifying that it could directly change the world, as if he was in the other party's world at this moment. Su Yan's Taiji sword immediately appeared in his hand. Shura's ice and fire kill. He directly operated the two great laws, added them to the Taiji sword, and then slashed down fiercely. I'd like to see how terrifying your power is, old dog. Kill. In the face of such a strong power, Su Yan didn't have the slightest intention to retreat. Instead, he directly slashed with his sword, and the power of ice and fire turned into a yin and yang fish, suddenly strangling and destroying the world. Chapter 1079. Girls' Literature. This sword of Su Yan's already had the intention of directly shattering his power. The guy's real body was naturally terrifying, but Su Yan could already tell that the attack wouldn't last long. In other words, the guy couldn't use his power without any scruples. If he could really do that, why would he need to test the waters? He could just leave the valley and dominate the world. In that case, Su Yan was no longer afraid. Since the other party wanted to fight, then let's fight. A divine sword. Is there another divine sword in this world? At this moment, the existence exclaimed in surprise. It was not easy to create a divine sword. It even involved the mysterious and unfathomable fate. In this era, there were only 10 divine swords that were known to people. At this moment, another divine sword appeared in Su Yan's hand. When a divine sword was created, there would be endless visions and even heavenly tribulations that would destroy everything. This was the main reason why divine swords were so difficult to create. However, the Taiji divine sword in Su Yan's hand was forged in the Shura world. At this moment, the divine sword's majesty was fully displayed. Although the power of the sword did not have the terrifying majesty of splitting heaven and earth, the powerful force was already extremely terrifying. It could easily break through space. The world of darkness wanted to suppress Su Yan and even refine him. However, Su Yan suddenly appeared and unleashed such terrifying strength. Not only did he kill Yi Shi with a single blow, but he even broke through his power. After the attack was repelled, the terrifying existence roared furiously. Endless anger manifested at this moment. However, Su Yan did not care at all. Humph, you're just a sealed guy. I'll say it again. If you can show your real body, I'll immediately turn around and leave. However, you're not qualified to make me retreat. Tell me, where is Old Man Zong's sword? Su Yan had already scanned the valley with his divine consciousness before he made his move. He did not find Old Man Zong's sword's aura. Therefore, at this time, he might as well take action himself. Su Yan was deeply indebted to Old Man's sword burial. If possible, Su Yan would do everything in his power to save him. Humph, you want to save him? Humph, I don't mind telling you that he is already dead and has become my resource. I'm afraid your wish is about to be shattered. The power of that dark existence did not recede. Instead, it grew even stronger. At the same time, his spiritual pressure directly impacted Su Yan's soul. Su Yan naturally wouldn't listen to him. If he just wanted to kill, why would he bring Sword Burial Old Man here? He could just kill him directly. As for devouring Sword Burial Old Man, that was bullshit. Sword Burial Old Man's strength was terrifying. Although Sword Burial Old Man's strength wasn't bad, he was just a Radius Realm expert. Ha ha ha. If that's the case, then it's good that you didn't manage to capture Old Man's Sword Burial. I won't hold back anymore. At this moment, Su Yan's figure suddenly grew taller. His power surged, displaying an almost invincible and terrifying heroic bearing. His valiant strength was fully displayed at this moment. The Taishang danced, and sword chi rose again. Taishang Nirvanic cut. At this moment, the long sword was waved, and a terrifying sword chi swept through the world like a storm. Wherever the sword chi passed, everything was directly destroyed. The terrifying power was like a rolling cloud at this moment. At this moment, the powerful dark power was unable to withstand it and began to retreat. Kill. As soon as the word kill was uttered, heaven and earth fell apart. Su Yan's power reached its peak at this moment. He had already unleashed all the power in his body, not holding back at all. He originally thought that this state would only be used in the battle against the boundless demon sect. He didn't expect that there was such a terrifying and powerful existence hidden in the 5 counties. The strength of the other party was extremely terrifying. Even in this sealed state, the strength that he burst out was extremely terrifying. He was even more powerful than a Dao master like Yan Shao. Su Yan's power surged at this moment, constantly clashing with the dark power. At the place where their power clashed, everything fell into a dead silence. At this moment, the power of the Taishang in his body was also frantically circulating, wanting to devour everything. The dark power was so cold that it wanted to annihilate everything. Su Yan's power was the power of ice and fire, yin and yang. The so-called yin and yang was Tai Chi. Tai Chi came out of a Yuan, which was the most primitive power in this world. The confrontation between these two powerful forces was so terrifying. In fact, Su Yan was under tremendous pressure at this moment. The other party's strength was beyond his imagination, and it was the first time he was fighting in this state in this world. When the mountain-like power suppressed him, he really felt like he was about to collapse. Su Yan's aura continued to rise, and his power reached an extremely terrifying level. The endless violent aura turned into a terrifying edge at this moment. The mysterious dark existence's expression was not good at this moment. After all, at this moment, he was still trapped in the seal. Although he could show off for a while by activating his power, the powerful seal had already begun to counterattack crazily. The powerful power almost sealed him into the lowest level of darkness. He was extremely powerful. If he could break the seal and recover to his peak state, he would have no problem sweeping through the 5 counties. It was a pity that he was sealed. The bastard who sealed him back then was much stronger than him. Even after such a long time had passed, this bastard seal still had such terrifying power. This made him extremely angry and unwilling to accept this. Damn it, if I can break the curse, I will definitely turn your world upside down. His roar spread to the horizon, and then spread to an extremely distant place. At this moment, almost the entire 5 counties heard this terrifying demonic sound. Fortunately, this place was very remote, and there were not many people living in it. Otherwise, all of the living beings would have been annihilated at this moment. This kind of power was so powerful that it was endless. His ferocious power was unimaginably terrifying. At this moment, Su Yan's aura was still spreading. Su Yan was the first to bear the brunt of this terrifying demonic sound. In front of Su Yan, there was even an extremely huge and frightening devil. The existence of this devil was even more powerful and dignified than the towering mountain. It was as if he was the heaven and earth. Su Yan's divine sword moved again. Tai Chi Yin and Yang. At this moment, what he displayed was the principle of Yin and Yang, the will of heaven and earth. All the great Tao pointed to the heart. At this moment, an extremely terrifying aura spread out. Endless power turned into a thunderstorm and spun around. In the sky, a dark cloud was directly dispersed. You are already at this stage, and you still want to be fierce. You are courting death. Su Yan's eyes flashed with a cold light. At this moment, his power was so terrifying. His body had even reached a state of being under full load. However, at this moment, Su Yan still did not give up. His will continued to burn at this moment, and his fighting spirit was boiling at this moment. Such an opponent could be said to be powerful. However, only such a powerful opponent could improve his cultivation further. The power of the two sides clashed for an unknown period of time. Under the strong pressure of the opponent, Su Yan's law of ice and Shura's law of fire began to merge. These two laws were both plundered by Su Yan. Although they were strong, they were not his origin. At this time, when the laws began to merge, they would inevitably evolve and become even more powerful means. At the same time, in Su Yan's body, the heart of the great demonic dragon, the demon god's finger bone, and the Buddha's heart seemed to have been awakened at this time. These things parasitized Su Yan's body. Back then, they provided Su Yan with extremely powerful power, allowing Su Yan to overcome many difficulties. However, in this world, there was no such thing as a free lunch. When Su Yan became strong, these things were actually silently dividing up Su Yan's power to strengthen themselves. Of course, the two sides had reached an extremely delicate balance. This was all because of the power of the very supreme. At this moment, this delicate balance seemed to be broken in an instant. Su Yan's power continued to spread at this time. At this time, these things began to ignite. Perhaps it was because of Su Yan's powerful fighting spirit, or because of the terrifying pressure of the mysterious existence, they seemed to be on the verge of awakening. The appearance of these powerful auras made Su Yan's whole person stronger. Of course, it also made him more terrifying. He was like a terrifying giant beast, full of incomparable danger. At this moment, the confrontation began. Yin and Yang were like knives, and the demonic dragon went crazy. The golden light of the Buddha's heart spread out and rushed toward the dark shadow. The power of the great demonic god seemed to be on the verge of going crazy. When these powers erupted at the same time, the terrifying dark shadow was finally unable to hold on at this time and began to gradually dim. What's going on? I feel so many forbidden powers. No, how can so many forbidden powers appear at the same time? He roared crazily, as if he had lost his mind. However, at this time, Su Yan did not pay attention to him. He just snorted coldly and said, "What's the point of rotting away? What's the point of awakening? Be destroyed." The Taiji divine sword flew out directly. In an instant, the 7-foot sword turned into a giant sword hundreds of feet long. In the blade, powerful power condensed, causing his aura to become even more powerful. Suddenly, the violent aura gathered at one point, and the thickest power finally pressed down at this time. This power was the river of time, and the wind and clouds were destroyed. Chapter 1080. Female literature. After an unknown amount of time, everything finally calmed down. Although the dark shadow was filled with unwillingness, he still lost. His terrifying power was directly suppressed and then disappeared without a trace. At the moment when the last of his power fell, he was so unwilling. However, no matter what, he lost this confrontation with Su Yan. This was the truth. Of course, he wasn't lucky. In any case, he was stronger than Su Yan. However, he was suppressed and could only temporarily release his power. Moreover, this power wasn't 100%. Losing such a confrontation really made him unhappy. That seal was extremely powerful. Originally, he took advantage of this great change in the world and struggled to break free a little. Then, he used his subordinates to move around and break free. His plan was very successful. The strength of the clone he created with his own power was definitely determined in the 5 counties. Therefore, he was very sure that he would be able to escape as soon as possible. However, he never thought that there would be someone like Su Yan in this continent. He had returned from killing in the 9 continents. The reason why this powerful existence of the Dark Devil sect was so anxious to make a move was because he was afraid that the experts of the 9 continents would notice the changes in the 5 counties and those experts would turn their attention to this place. This was the idea of making the first move to gain the upper hand. But it was a pity that Su Yan's arrival was much earlier than he expected. Moreover, Su Yan's strength was much stronger than he imagined. Even when he broke free from the seal for a moment, he couldn't suppress Su Yan. Instead, he was directly repelled. That terrifying and oppressive dark power finally disappeared. Su Yan looked at the valley below. At this moment, his Eye of Truth was fully activated. At this point, Su Yan's Eye of Truth wasn't inferior to the aureole at all. In fact, it was even stronger than the aureole. Previously, he obtained the Eye of Truth from the aureole's innate bloodline. However, now, the aureole benefited from Su Yan. Su Yan's gaze was so calm, but his heart was somewhat heavy. At this moment, his gaze landed on the deepest part of the ground. That was a world that he did not recognize at all. The power there was extremely terrifying, and there was an extremely powerful seal suppressing it. And that so-called terrifying existence of the Dark Devil sect was suppressed below. The strength of the dark existence was much more powerful than Su Yan had expected. His strength was so terrifying that it had exceeded Su Yan's expectations. This person was at least a peak sovereign venerable, or even a saint venerable. The saint sovereign was already a terrifying existence that could shake the heavens and earth. If such a character appeared after breaking the seal, he would definitely not be able to stop him. Such a character was an extremely terrifying existence. Fortunately, he had returned this time and resolved this scheme of his. However, this was not of much use. Su Yan was very clear in his heart that this guy would break out of the seal sooner or later. If he hadn't been able to stop him, then things would have been really bad for him. However, at this moment, he did not have a better idea because he could not go deep into the underground world. Su Yan believed that if he really dared to break in, then he would not be able to come out. "Brat, wait until the day I return, I will kill you. I will definitely kill you. Just you wait." His voice rang out. His entire being was filled with a thick killing intent, as if he wanted to tear Su Yan apart. Su Yan was expressionless and did not care about this guy's threat. He was thinking. Now it seemed that the Five Counties continent was not a simple place. Such an existence was actually sealed here. Then the question was he really the only expert sealed in the Five Counties continent? If he was the only one, then everything would be fine. But what if there were other existences? What should he do? These experts were definitely not easy to deal with. At that time, could he still protect the Five Counties continent? Su Yan suddenly heaved a sigh of relief and gave up on this idea. This kind of thing was definitely not something that he could control, so he did not think too much about it. His speed was extremely fast. At that moment, his entire person directly turned into a stream of light and flew away. His destination was not the Leitang sect, but the burial sword tomb. He originally thought that Old Man Zong was captured by this guy, but now it seemed that this was not the case. The burial sword sect had been destroyed, but Old Man Zong was not captured by them. No one knew where he had gone. Su Yan was still very worried about this Old Man Zong. Once again, he appeared in the sky above the burial sword tomb. He looked at the dilapidated area with a solemn expression on his face. This was once his hometown. He cultivated and grew up here. It was here that he met his first friends and enemies, as well as his lover. However, when he returned, he had become like this. Su Yan's heart was filled with incomparable pain, but he was no longer the Su Yan from back then. He knew that he had to endure, and he was used to bearing it. He was even used to being indifferent. Even to himself, Su Yan was extremely indifferent. He looked straight ahead, and the entire burial sword mountain fell into his line of sight. The burial sword mountain was majestic and tall. This mountain seemed to have an inexplicable spiritual nature. Following that, his gaze fell on the sword well. Strictly speaking, this sword well was the place where he had made his fortune. Here, he obtained the inheritance of the pagoda and finally began to embark on a brand new path. All of a sudden, he entered the sword well without anyone noticing. His gaze kept pausing, and all of his power began to gently circulate at this moment. His gaze was somewhat calm. Everything in the sword well was still so familiar as if those things had happened yesterday. Gradually, his expression began to become solemn. Sure enough, due to the difference in his realm, his vision was also different. Naturally, the things that he could see were also different. Back then, this was just an adventure place with the pagoda. However, now that he looked at it with the eye of truth, he was surprised to find that there was a space under the sword well, or rather, it was a small world. How amazing was this? Even in the powerful Jianghu continent, there were not many places like this. However, there was actually such a secret in the declining Five Counties continent. The Five Counties continent was really too mysterious. Now, this mysterious veil seemed to be revealed bit by bit. At this moment, Su Yan wanted to directly enter this small world. This was not the world of the pagoda, but a real small world. He fully activated his spatial power. Although he was not a Dao master, it was impossible for him to forcibly tear the space and open a spatial door like a Dao master. However, there was no problem in carrying out a simple spatial jump. In an instant, this power had been directly activated, and his body had directly entered. As soon as he entered the small world, a decaying aura directly rushed toward him. At this moment, Su Yan's heart was filled with fear. This kind of decaying and unfamiliar aura made him shudder even at this moment. His exalted power was activated, and he was finally able to block that power. The Grand Supreme Power surrounded his body, releasing a faint light. At this moment, Su Yan's entire body was somewhat throbbing, and there was an incomparably deep look in his eyes. At this moment, his aura was constantly rising. Decaying was a kind of law. Before today, Su Yan had never known that there was such a power in this world. It was a power that was more terrifying than poison. Even now, he was still full of lingering fear. If his Grand Supreme Power was not magical enough, he was afraid that he would have died under this power. It seems that I must not be so reckless in the future, he said to himself. That was indeed the case. The Grand Supreme Power was naturally extremely magical, but it was not omnipotent after all. There would always be things that the Grand Supreme Power could not block. If the same thing happened next time, then he really might be corroded by this power and die mysteriously in the end. Before today, Su Yan had relied too much on the Grand Supreme Power. However, after these thoughts, Su Yan began to explore this small world. The decaying aura in this small world was extremely terrifying, but it was undoubtedly an extremely precious place. Putting everything else aside, just the decaying aura alone was already a precious treasure. This meant a brand new law. If he could grasp this law, then his strength would definitely be able to take another step forward. Although he currently possessed the power of laws, whether it was the laws of ice or the laws of fire, they were not his own power. They were taken from him. Even though he had become more proficient in the use of the two great laws in the fight against the mysterious expert, and he had even begun to fuse the two great laws together. However, what was not his was not his. What Su Yan could do was to become more proficient in this power. That was all. However, it was different now. With the existence of the decaying aura, if he could refine it bit by bit from the beginning, then it would be possible for him to cultivate the power of this law. In the end, it would be his own power. Su Yan did not enter the depths of this world to explore. The reason was very simple, he did not dare to. The radiance of the Grand Supreme Power was somewhat turbulent at this time. It could be seen that even at this time, it was very difficult for him to hold on. If he continued to go deeper, Su Yan could not predict whether he would still be alive. Sometimes, he did need to take risks, but this was definitely not the time. He had just returned to the continent of the Five Counties, and there were still many things to do. Chapter 1081. Girls' literature. Moreover, there was no need for him to go deep into it at this time. He activated the power of the Grand Supreme and began to analyze the decaying aura. Then, he calmed his mind and began to try to guide the power into his heart bit by bit. Su Yan's gaze became more and more solemn. The law of decay was truly powerful. Su Yan even thought of something else, and that was time. What was the most terrifying power in the world? It wasn't ice, it wasn't fire, it wasn't wind, it was time. Time was the enemy of everyone in the world. No matter how powerful an existence was, it was impossible to reach the end of time. How many of those legendary saint sovereigns, or even those super terrifying existences that surpassed saint sovereigns, were still alive? No matter how powerful they were overshadowed in the face of time. Of course, time was also the power that could not be controlled. A Tao master could control the power of space, tear it apart, and advance or retreat without hindrance. However, time was something that could never be grasped. This decaying power actually felt like the power of time, which was simply unimaginable. Controlling the decaying power was much more difficult than Su Yan imagined. At this time, he finally chose to give up. His power suddenly began to rise, and bits of light began to condense in his hand. It was a cloud of gray mist, which was also the initial embryonic form of the decaying power. Su Yan looked at this power and was a little surprised. Such a small amount of power, but its destructive power was extremely terrifying. At this time, a sense of danger suddenly came. Oh no! Although he did not know what was going on, his sense of danger could not be wrong. At this moment, Su Yan did not have any other thoughts. He directly activated his power and wanted to leave this place. This place was really too strange. When it was originally calm, the powerful decaying power was constantly eroding Su Yan's body, let alone when such an unforeseen event happened. Unfortunately, although Su Yan's movements were already very fast, he was still one step too slow. Just as he was about to retreat, a storm appeared behind him. The storm swept over with unparalleled ferocity. Even with his strength, he didn't have the strength to resist at all. It should be known that Su Yan's current combat strength was comparable to that of a Tao master, but this force made him unable to resist at all. How terrible and terrifying it was. Damn it! At this time, Su Yan was unable to break free, so at this moment, he tried his best to stabilize his body. He was very clear that at this time, it was impossible to break free, so he could only try his best to control himself. Only in this way would he have more confidence. His appearance was like a violent wind blowing sand. His terrifying aura had reached an indescribable level. Fortunately, the very high power was the most mysterious power in the world. The decaying power was very scary, but it was unable to penetrate Su Yan's body for a while. However, Su Yan knew very well that if this continued, he would not be able to hold on for long. The only thing he could do now was to pray that the terrible wind would not last too long. Otherwise, he was afraid that he would really pay a heavy price for his actions today. Time passed little by little, but Su Yan found that his prayers didn't seem to have any effect. This was because at this time, not only did the storm show no signs of stopping, but it also became more and more intense. The violent aura was even more violent than before. Not only that, but the decaying power had also begun to become stronger. Su Yan's very high power began to shake at this time, as if it was trembling. Damn it, if this goes on, I will definitely die here. When Su Yan was first dragged in by the storm, he didn't expect the situation to become so bad. Originally, he thought that as long as he could hold on for a while, he would be able to break free from the storm, or the storm would become weaker. However, now it seemed that he was too careless, which was equivalent to sowing the seeds of his own evil. At this time, he had no other choice. The only thing he could do was to directly destroy everything here and then escape. I can't continue like this, I have to take a risk. Su Yan quickly understood his situation. He knew very well that if he continued to wait here, it would be equivalent to a slow death. Although he could still hold on for now, when the time came, he would still walk towards death. Of course, he could still maintain a fluke heart, thinking that as long as he was lucky enough, this power would disappear before he could hold on any longer. The other choice was to take a risk and directly use his strongest power to fuse with the Taiji sword to kill this sword and see if he could directly penetrate this place. If he could, then he would seek a chance of survival for himself. However, if he couldn't, then it would be equivalent to prematurely walking towards death. In fact, when faced with such a choice, many people would be troubled and hesitate, and even lean towards the former. However, Su Yan's character had never liked waiting for death. Even if he had to walk towards death, he would choose the former without hesitation. Therefore, at this moment, his power suddenly condensed. The power of the two laws was activated at the same time and then fused. The laws of ice and fire represented yin and yang. When yin and yang fused, the power within was even more unbelievably strong. At this moment, extremely terrifying ice and fire began to howl. A terrifying radiance fell from the sky. The power of yin and yang was activated and directly affected the changes in the weather. Taiji sword. The divine sword appeared in Su Yan's hand at this moment. This time, Su Yan's enemy wasn't a powerful existence, but this world. At this moment, the Taiji sword seemed to have sensed the change and began to hum softly. Su Yan had long been connected with the divine sword. At this moment, he naturally felt the will of the Taiji sword. It was a kind of excitement. As a divine sword, it could be said to be an even stronger opponent, and this time, its opponent was this small world. Such an opponent was unprecedented for Su Yan. Back then, he knew that the God-Slayer sword had killed a god. At that time, he only felt that it was inconceivable. This kind of occupation was still too far away from him. But now, he didn't think so at all. At this moment, he was very clear in his heart. He felt that he could do it too. Although the time was still unknown, Su Yan was very sure that he could definitely do it and become the most powerful legend. At this moment, Su Yan and the Taiji sword became one. The two auras completely fused together. The terrifying power directly soared into the sky at this moment. The powerful and terrifying sword light displayed extremely terrifying power at this moment. Such a sword was simply earth-shattering. Even the terrifying decaying storm was somewhat shaken at this moment. Of course, it was only shaken. However, after it was shaken, the power of the storm didn't weaken. Instead, it became even stronger. At this moment, Su Yan had no way out. He could only use his most powerful strength to unleash his most terrifying sword light, and then destroy everything in its path. At this moment, he had already become a god fighting against the heavens. Kill. As the sword fell, the dragon of yin and yang suddenly appeared. At first, the dragon light was extremely faint and even somewhat inconspicuous. However, later on, it reached an extreme level. The terrifying power continued to spread. In just a few minutes, it had become a terrifying existence that penetrated the sky. At this moment, Su Yan's body had been directly sucked dry. This was a blow that he had gambled everything on. If this blow didn't work, then he could only choose to walk towards death. If that was really the case, it would be a tragedy. He didn't die at the hands of others. Instead, he died because of his own recklessness. At this moment, the dragon of yin and yang was Su Yan's will. It was constantly fighting with the terrifying decaying storm. This scene was really terrifying. It was as if the entire world was beginning to be affected by these two powers. Such a scene was as if the world had just been born. At this moment, the terrifying light had reached such a level. This was the power of the chaos of the world. At this moment, everything had just begun. At this moment, the violent light had opened a new chapter. At this moment, the clear sound of thunder was heard from the top of the sky. Later on, the sound of thunder was deafening. Su Yan's sword chi finally cut open the decaying storm. However, at this moment, Su Yan discovered that his estimation was wrong. After destroying the decaying storm, not only was he not out of danger, but he was actually in an even more dangerous situation. Thunder descended in the sky of the entire small world. This small world has been nurtured to such an extent that it has already given birth to the divine thunder of the heavens. This is really terrifying. At first, he didn't think that this space had reached such a level. However, he now clearly recognized that this place was definitely not formed naturally. On the contrary, there was someone who was refining this place and wanted to use this space for his own. It could even be said that he wanted to evolve a new world. When he first heard such words from the God-Slayer sword, he felt that it was something that was simply impossible. Refining an entire world, even if it was a small world, was enough to be shocking. At this moment, Su Yan finally understood the meaning of that sentence. It was naturally impossible for people with lower cultivation levels to understand what powerhouses with higher cultivation levels were able to do. It was like in the original world. People in ancient times would have never thought that humans would be able to fly directly in the sky thousands of years later. Chapter 1082. Female literature, that was the difference in cognition. How could a sparrow know the ambition of a swan? He thought that his strength had improved very quickly, and his vision had been broadened. But today, he realized that he had always been a pitiful sparrow. Heaven and earth gave birth to a sea of lightning, which meant that the condensation of this small world had reached a certain level, and it was very likely that it had given birth to a preliminary consciousness. The Shura world also had its own will, which was called the will of heaven, or the god of Shura. In this way, the legendary gods were already qualified to refine a world and then become the god of creation. It seemed that only in this way could he become an immortal and eternal existence. As it turned out, the game between the true experts had long been completely different from what he had understood. However, it was not bad to know these things before death. Su Yan suddenly felt a little self-deprecating. There was a saying, if one hears the truth in the morning, one can die at night. His current situation seemed to be similar. Of course, in fact, he did not look like he was dying. However, it was no longer up to him. That terrifying sword strike from before had already drained all of his strength. Su Yan looked at the divine sword Taiji lying beside him, and he suddenly smiled helplessly. My life has come to an end here. After all, I can't accompany you to the peak. I'm sorry, I hope you can find a better master. Su Yan knew that under such a terrifying power, he would definitely die, but the Taiji sword had a chance to continue existing. The power of the divine sword was not a joke. Even at this time, the Taiji sword could not perfectly exert its power, but its essence was still transcendent. Therefore, although the power of lightning in this world was terrifying, it could not be destroyed. When he was refining the Taiji sword, he made a great promise to accompany it to the peak of the world and become the most powerful existence. But now, he was going to die here, and could not fulfill his promise. Feeling Su Yan's sadness and loss, the divine sword trembled even more. The Taiji sword was refined by Su Yan, and it was like Su Yan's child. The Taiji sword might have been arrogant and unruly in the past, but it was different now. The two of them had fought side by side many times and had become very good comrades. The parting at this time was undoubtedly cruel. Su Yan chuckled. If he could, he wouldn't want to do this, but there was really no other way. Boom! An earth-shattering sound rang out. That terrifying power rushed down at this time and fell on Su Yan's body. The power of thunder was so overbearing that it directly entered Su Yan's body. If it was any other time, Su Yan would still have a way to block it even though the power of this thunderbolt was overbearing. The power of the Most Supreme could even devour this power and turn it into its own nourishment. But now the situation was completely different. At this time, Su Yan was too tired. Although the sword strike just now had reached his peak, it had also drained his strength. At this time, not to mention mobilizing these powers, even just breathing was extremely painful for him. Therefore, the only thing he could do now was wait for death to come. Su Yan closed his eyes. He thought that even if he died, it would be better to be calm. Pain was nothing to him. He had already endured more intense pain than this. The only thing that made him unwilling was regret. Yun Wanqing should be very worried about him. Speaking of which, he was really a cruel person. Not long after he appeared in front of her, he had to leave her again. If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have appeared in front of her. At this moment, hundreds of thoughts ran through Su Yan's mind. However, he suddenly realized that the time of death seemed to be too long. After such a long time, he still didn't feel his body being torn apart. What's going on? Why am I not dead yet? No matter how stupid Su Yan was, he had already understood that he was still alive at this time. That was not all. At this time, he realized that his body began to feel warm. The power that had been dormant seemed to be recovering at this time. After the thunderbolt entered his body, not only did it not destroy his body, but it also began to repair his meridians. How incredible was this? If all of this had to be described in one word, it would be incredible. Su Yan simply couldn't believe it. Suddenly, he felt that there seemed to be a pair of eyes watching him. He suddenly opened his eyes. At this time, he finally confirmed that this was definitely not an illusion. It was real. In the sky, there was a ray of light. That ray of light had turned into a face, which was quietly looking at him at this time. When he looked at himself, the terrifying thunderbolt had already disappeared without a trace. Everything became quiet. There was no roaring of the hurricane, no rumbling of thunder, and even the decaying power had become extremely quiet at this time. What made Su Yan feel even more strange was that he was indescribably quiet at this time. Looking at the face floating above his head, he actually felt an indescribable joy and sadness in his heart. Suddenly, a memory awakened in Su Yan's mind. He finally knew the owner of this face. It was his father. Su Yan had never imagined that he would actually see his father, Su Lai, in this place. Seeing this face, Su Yan actually didn't thump much. After all, he wasn't his real father. He was just a soul that had transmigrated. However, he was now the owner of this body after all. When he saw this face, the owner of this body was extremely excited. Even if his soul had been annihilated, the instincts of this body were still describing his joy. Su Yan quickly restrained his emotions and then began to search for this father in his memories. The word worship was the best interpretation of the original Su Yan's impression of Su Lai. His father was very powerful and had unparalleled combat strength in the family. When his father, Su Lai, was still alive, his uncle, Su Nian, was unknown and suppressed like an ordinary person. However, later on, his parents suddenly disappeared. This wasn't a big deal. According to what he understood at that time, although his parents were powerful, they weren't that powerful. In Tianchuang City, they might be the top beauties, but they weren't powerful to the point of defying the heavens. However, things were different from what Su Yan had imagined. When Su Yan was in the Jianghu continent, he met a person. He was Cui Tianlang. Among the middle-aged people of the Taihang sword faction, he was the most outstanding existence. Even if Su Yan had reached this level, he wouldn't deny that this person was powerful and outstanding. He still remembered clearly that at that time, this guy had said that he and his father knew each other. This was very contradictory. If his father was only at the level where he could run amok in Tianchuang City, how could he be acquainted with Cui Tianlang in the Jianghu continent and even become sworn brothers? Therefore, at that time, Su Yan felt that his father wasn't simple. However, this wasn't his father, after all, so Su Yan didn't take it to heart at that time. However, at this moment, such a scene appeared again. Su Yan was extremely shocked. He never thought that this person's realm had reached such a level. Looking at the face in the sky, he already had a thought in his mind. The master who refined this small world was the father of his body, Su Lai. This was simply overturning his worldview. While he was still in a state of great shock, a powerful force had already gathered towards his body. This force directly entered Su Yan's body and finally merged with his will. The original sword strike had already depleted all of his strength. His strength was already gone, and he couldn't recover in a short time. However, it was different now. After receiving the infusion of power, Su Yan's strength recovered at an incredible speed. In just a short while, his strength had already recovered to its peak. Without power, Su Yan had lost his dependence on survival. This kind of connection was like a very healthy person suddenly being paralyzed. Now, he was recovering his health again. Moreover, this was not all. Su Yan felt that there seemed to be something new in his body. This thing was completely different from the past. In the past, whether it was the heart of the great demonic dragon or the Buddha's heart, they had indeed brought him benefits to a certain extent, even great benefits. However, their existence had its own purpose. Although this purpose had not been revealed so far, Su Yan believed that it would not be far away. When that time came, it might be time for him to face a crisis. However, it was different now. This force had entered his body without any purpose. If there was a purpose, then it was to bring benefits to him and make him stronger. Su Yan already felt what it was. It was the law of decay. This was an extremely powerful law of decay that made him fearful, but it was also very tempting. Su Yan tried to condense this law of decay and make it his own strength. Unfortunately, he failed. After the power of decay condensed into a small ball, it was already very domineering. If this continued, he would be hurt by the backlash of this power. However, it was different now. The core of this law had directly appeared in his body. Chapter 1083. Girls' literature. If one were to use a word to describe it, it would be reaping without sowing. It would be impossible for an ordinary person to achieve this. Cultivation was a very difficult and painful thing. It was even more difficult to cultivate the laws. Only when one reached the Tao Master realm could one have such ability. But now, Su Yan's body had the core power of the decaying law out of thin air. It was really unbelievable that such a thing could happen to him. At this time, Su Yan was full of admiration for his father. From the very beginning, he had deduced that this father of his was definitely not a simple person. However, he did not expect him to be so powerful. His every move carried the will of heaven. He was so powerful that it was ridiculous. It was no wonder that Su Yan could not fight back in front of such an opponent. He suddenly remembered a sentence that Su Lai had said to him when he had just set out for the heavenly spirit pearl to enter the spirit channeling realm. Come to the sword well. Su Yan had indeed gone to the sword well and obtained what he wanted at that time, which allowed him to begin an extremely exciting journey in the cultivation world. But now it seemed that what he had obtained at that time was only superficial. The real thing was hidden in the world deep in the sword well. If the burial sword tomb had not been directly destroyed this time, he might not have noticed this place. The inheritance of the laws took a very long time. Even if Su Lai was already the will of heaven of this small world, it was extremely difficult for him to complete this action. Time passed little by little like this. Regardless of whether Su Yan was willing or not, his strength was increasing bit by bit. This world no longer had any malice towards him. On the contrary, it was his paradise. The only bad thing was that he might be missing for a long time. Yun Wanqing would have to worry about him again. However, Su Yan could not do anything now because he could not break free from the shackles of this power. If he did not know his opponent at the beginning, he would have thought that he had a chance. After all, he was only facing the power of a storm. But at this time, he already knew that he was not facing a storm, but the will of heaven. Even if it was just the will of a broken small world, it was still the will of the heavens. Although he had some misgivings in his heart, after all, he was not the real Su Yan. However, he had to admit that it was actually just a grudge in his heart. The original Su Yan had died, and it had nothing to do with him. He was not the one who killed him. His resurrection had instead fulfilled his wish. Therefore, to a certain extent, the two of them were one. Su Yan had never been a person who liked to be conflicted. At this time, he accepted everything with a clear conscience. The changes in the 5 prefectures were happening all the time. Everyone could feel the changes in the spiritual qi. Now, even those who had never cultivated before could feel that their bodies seemed to be becoming stronger. Some people had even reached the point where they could shatter rocks with their bare hands. Of course, it was not only humans that were changing, but also beasts. At least in this continent, humans were the absolute masters. This fact had existed for thousands of years, or even longer. But now, everything was starting to change. In fact, only real cultivators knew that beasts were more terrifying than humans. Without spiritual power, countless beasts couldn't awaken their bloodlines to become monsters. Although they were stronger than humans, their intelligence was far inferior to humans. That was why humans were able to stand out from the rest in the competition of natural selection. But now, it was different. The world had undergone a huge change. With the increase in the spiritual qi, the bloodlines hidden in the bodies of the beasts began to gradually awaken. The strength of humans was becoming stronger, and it was easier for human cultivators to improve their cultivation. However, they ignored a terrible fact, and that was monsters. It was easier for beasts to become monsters. The strength of monsters was extremely terrifying. This kind of horror was even enough to break the so-called gap in wisdom. After all, in the face of absolute power, everything else was empty talk. What's more, the higher the level of demon beasts, the higher their intelligence. Just like the demon Venerable that appeared in the Limitless Demon sect, his intelligence was comparable to the great sages of the human race. Although it hadn't been a long time since the Spirit Qi revival, there were already a few cases of monster beasts injuring people. The various sects could no longer put all their attention on fighting for territory. Instead, they had to put their attention on the monsters that suddenly appeared. Perhaps the pigs and dogs that were usually eaten as food would suddenly go crazy in their sleep and kill them. Perhaps if the demonic beasts guarding the gates of the sects were to explode one day and escape without a trace, it would be a small matter. In a remote place in the 5 counties, a small sect had been directly destroyed. The one who annihilated them was definitely not their enemy. Instead, it was a wild dog demonic beast that guarded the mountain gate. One day, the disciples of the sect suddenly heard an extremely noisy wild dog barking. At first, the disciples of the sect didn't think much of it. They only thought that the wild dog had started to go crazy again. But not long after, they heard the screams of the disciples. It was only now that they realized that something had really happened this time. An extremely terrifying roar was heard, and the terrifying sound covered the sky and earth. The pack of wild dogs directly attacked the mountain gate. All the disciples of the sect, including the sect master, died in the mouth of the wild dogs. Such news spread quickly, and for a time, the people of the 5 counties were trembling in fear. At this juncture of the world's chaos, the forces hidden in the dark began to quietly appear. Just as Su Yan was worried about, the forces that were sealed back then were definitely not only the Dark Devil sect. At this time, Su Yan's power changed directly in the sky, and rays of light began to appear. Those were the most terrifying rays of light. If these rays of light wanted to attack the enemy, they would be able to tear the enemy apart in an instant. However, at this moment, the rays of light were not. They directly poured into Su Yan's body. At this time, Su Yan's power of the Exalted was operating faster than ever. The power of the Exalted had the attribute of being able to swallow and contain everything. At this time, this power surged directly in his body, directly cooperating with the power of the Exalted. This greatly increased the efficiency of the power of the Exalted. In just a short moment, Su Yan had a considerable improvement in the law of decay. Inside the heaven and earth organization. It had been several months since the last incident. After the Sound of Thunder sect had experienced this huge impact, they had actually suffered a huge blow. Their large formation had been completely destroyed. If it were not for Su Yan's appearance, the Sound of Thunder sect would have been completely destroyed like the burial sword tomb. Moreover, the continents of the 5 counties were constantly changing. After the great changes, the Sound of Thunder sect was no longer as high and mighty as before. Therefore, Lei Wanjun was ruthless this time and simply moved all the disciples to the Heaven and Earth organization. No matter what, they had to deal with this great calamity first. At this time, some of the other righteous sects had also begun to form alliances. Not to mention those terrifying forces that were buried in history but came back to life. Just those demonic beasts that suddenly erupted were enough to make people worry. Yun Wanqing finished cultivating. Originally, she was stuck at the 5-level radius and could not advance an inch. But now, she had reached the peak of the 5-level radius and was only one step away from transforming into a dragon. Yun Wanqing was also extremely talented. Among the younger generation back then, her cultivation was definitely at the top. If it were not for Su Yan's sudden emergence, she might even have become the strongest among the younger generation. At this time, Lei Wanjun walked over. Niece's cultivation is really advancing by leaps and bounds. Compared to us old guys, you're much stronger. He was not spouting nonsense, but really speaking from the bottom of his heart. After the great increase in spiritual energy, his strength had also improved. In terms of cultivation, he was behind Yun Wanqing. At this time, he had already embarked on the path of transforming into a dragon. If Yun Wanqing fought with him, she would definitely be no match for him. But there were some things that could not be determined by the results. How much time had he spent on this process, but what about Yun Wanqing? The efforts of the two were not on the same level at all. From this, it could be seen how powerful Yun Wanqing's talent was. Yun Wanqing smiled. But this smile had a flaw. It was not a sincere smile. No matter how beautiful it was, it still had a fatal flaw. Of course, Lei Wanjun knew the reason. Hence, he said, "All right, don't worry. It's not like you don't know about Su Yan's capabilities. I can't even see how strong he is. Hence, even if the entire 5 counties were to sink into the ocean, nothing would happen to him. You're just worrying for nothing." Lei Wanjun's words made Yun Wanqing relax a little, although the worry in her heart could not dissipate directly. But there was still one more reason to comfort herself. Yes, Su Yan was so powerful. How could he die like this? At this time, he said again, "Senior, is there any news from the Monster Palace?" For Su Yan, in addition to the burial sword tomb, there was another most important place, which was naturally the Monster Palace. Su Yan's rise had an inseparable relationship with the Monster Palace. And his 2 most important women, Chu Linger and Lu Lan, both came from the Monster Palace. Of course, in addition to the 2 of them, Rat Li and other brothers were also in the Monster Palace. So, if possible, Yun Wanqing naturally wanted to take care of the Monster Palace. But now, the Monster Palace had disappeared. Chapter 1084. Girls' literature, that's right, disappear. Completely disappear. It was not destroyed by others, but directly disappeared on its own. Therefore, the monster clan of the Monster Palace, and even the Monster Palace's palace, directly disappeared. There was no damage, and there were no traces. It was as if this Monster Palace had never appeared in this world. Could it be related to the current changes in the spiritual aura? Yun Wanqing asked. Lei Wanjun said, "There must be a relationship. Otherwise, there would never be such a change. Monster beasts have now begun to rise, which is a difficult thing to do. You also know that everyone in the Monster Palace has the bloodline of the Monster Clan in their bodies. At this time, their changes are the greatest." Lei Wanjun's words were extremely reasonable. Compared to those beasts with thin bloodlines of the monster clan, those people in the monster palace were simply geniuses. Originally, the spiritual aura was not obvious. Not only could the monster clan's bloodline not be a powerful help to them, but it could even be an obstacle to them becoming stronger to a certain extent. But now it was different. At this time, the spiritual aura had directly increased, and the whole world had begun to change. The bloodline that once hindered them from breaking through to higher realms was now not only no longer an obstacle, but it had even become the most advantageous weapon for them to rise. Their strength would definitely be greatly improved. This was not only the main point. Compared to those poor beasts or the once weak monster clan, the most powerful half-monsters were originally very intelligent, and they also knew how to cultivate. They were not like those monsters who had just awakened, who could only rely on the changes in their bloodline to increase their strength. They were terrifying existences who could truly cultivate. In this way, their strength could only become stronger and more terrifying. At this time, it had already involved a problem. That was the problem of their standpoint. Were they monster clan or human clan? The hundreds of disciples in the monster palace, when all of their strength was awakened, would definitely be extremely terrifying. If this sect still existed at this time, their battle prowess would have reached a heaven-defying level. Since ancient times, the status of the monster palace was actually not high. Human cultivators looked down on half-demons like them. It was only because of Su Yen that their interactions with righteous Dao cultivators had become more frequent in the past few years. However, only the Thunder Sect, the Heaven and Earth Organization, and the Burial Sword Mound truly communicated with them. They ostracized the other sections. Of course, the other sects had the same attitude towards them. At that time, their cultivation levels were not high, so they could only do this. But now, their realms had been greatly improved. What kind of attitude did they have toward humans? Did they still hate them? After all, in the past, they and their ancestors were all looked down upon by others. Many half-demons eventually joined the monster palace because they had no other choice. When their bloodline had just awakened, it would make them very powerful, but because of their bloodline, they would show different aspects compared to others. For example, some people would grow horns on their heads, while others would grow tails. All of this made them the outliers among the crowd. Some half-demons even lost their lives because of this. Humans claimed to be an intelligent race. However, selfishness was human nature. There was a saying that those who were not of the same race were bound to have different hearts. Naturally, one could imagine how tragic the fate of the half-demons was. And now, their time had come. When the spirit chi began to increase, they immediately obtained extremely powerful strength. With the support of such a powerful force, their strength would naturally soar by leaps and bounds. And at this time, would they still be as peaceful as they were in the past? Would they still be willing to just hide in a small monster palace and live a life isolated from the world? Yun Wanqing had a deep sense of unease about this. However, when her attention fell on the monster palace had disappeared. In short, I have a deep sense of unease. I hope that my feelings and uneasiness are wrong. I hope that everything can be as calm as before, Yun Wanqing said. Lei Wanjun sighed. Calm as before? That was simply impossible. The world was already in chaos, and everything was already different. At this time, it was impossible to be calm no matter what. Don't think so much. The only thing we can do now is to wait. Wait for our strength to be strong enough, wait for the disaster to come, and wait for the final outcome. These three things were actually filled with deep helplessness, but at this time, it seemed that this was the only way. However, most of the things in this world were like this. Nothing could go according to one's wishes. For a moment, the two of them fell into silence. They suddenly realized that their strength was really limited, and they did not know what to do. When the world changed, they were like children, and there was no way to do anything. The Arctic land. The deep iron chains made a heavy sound, as if a patient was in pain. The person bound by the chains opened his eyes at this time. His eyes were filled with a smile at this time. It was a feeling of relief. Am I awake again? Hee, the feeling of waking up is really not good. Here, incomparably terrifying pain bound him, making him suffer unimaginable torture. This was naturally not a good feeling. It was as if this person was going to die at this time. However, no matter what, he finally woke up at this time. As for him, waking up was the best thing that could happen. At this time, his gaze had already landed on an extremely deep distance. It was a world that he could never see clearly, but he seemed to have grasped everything there. Ha, spiritual energy, I feel spiritual energy. Yes, he felt it. He felt that this world had changed. The spiritual energy that was once so thin was now returning bit by bit at this time. Although compared to the spiritual energy density in his memory, it was still not worth mentioning. But it did not matter. As long as spiritual energy appeared, it meant that hope had arrived. He suddenly took a deep breath, and then suddenly roared, I, Yang Tai Yi, am about to return. You can't lock me up. His voice exploded, and in an instant, it was like thunder roaring at this time. The terrifying sound rolled out, and countless glaciers in the Arctic land were directly destroyed at this time. His strength was truly too great, to the point where it was unimaginable. He was once the most terrifying Demon King, and now, the Demon King had returned. If Su Yan was here, he would definitely feel very surprised. When he first came to the Arctic land, he had seen this Yang Tai Yi. In his knowledge, Yang Tai Yi was Fu Tu's senior, who was suppressed in this place by the Devil's sect. But at this moment, looking at the power that erupted from him, it was clearly a dense demonic aura, a terrifying and powerful demonic aura. Yang Tai Yi was a powerful sovereign master. Even if he was suppressed, he was still powerful. As long as he could break free from this damned place, his strength would definitely reach an unimaginable level. It would only take a blink of an eye for him to return to his peak strength. Of course, this was on the premise that he could unlock these damn chains. Damn it, this damn devil suppressing chains, how long are you going to suppress me? The changes of this world have come. The dusty things will unfold a brand new veil. The things that have passed will be revived again. You can't suppress me for long. You can't stop me when you come out. He began to roar like a madman. He kept shouting, and his demonic voice shook the world. At this moment, everything between heaven and earth was not worth mentioning in front of his terrifying majesty. After an unknown amount of time, he finally calmed down. Previously, he felt the changes in the spiritual aura and was too excited. But at this time, he suddenly realized that everything was futile. No matter how angry he was now, it was useless because he couldn't break free from this damned seal. The only thing he could do now was to wait. However, he had enough of waiting. He hated the endless waiting. Now, even he had forgotten how long it had been. Maybe it was thousands of years, maybe it was tens of thousands of years. No, it seems that other than waiting, I have a better method, hee. At this time, he suddenly thought of someone. Su Yan, I wonder how that kid is now. I wonder if he's dead. If he's dead, it would be such a pity. I hope you don't disappoint me and don't die. At this time, he suddenly calmed himself down like never before. What he needed to do now was to send a message and directly send his message. At such a long distance, he did not even know where the other party was. It was naturally extremely difficult to send a message, or even almost impossible. However, that was only almost impossible. It was still possible to send a message to Su Yan. As long as he was still in the 5 counties, it was possible. Su Yan, in this small world, there was no change in time at all. It was as if everything was separated, so Su Yan did not know how much time had passed. However, at this time, he could clearly tell that his strength had begun to increase greatly again. Su Yan's original realm was at the peak of two essences' venerable realm. This was his true realm, not his combat strength. But now, the decaying law was being nurtured in his body and was about to take shape. How powerful was the power of a single law? The so-called law was a power that only Dao venerables could comprehend and obtain, but now, Su Yan, who was just a venerable, had begun to condense a law. Including the laws of ice and fire, his body now contained three great laws. Chapter 1085. Female Literature. Under the influence of the three great laws, Su Yan felt as if his body was about to explode, as if a surge of power was about to make him explode. At this moment, he had a ridiculous feeling that he was about to explode because of the power. If he died like this, it would be really ridiculous. At this moment, a voice sounded. "Focus, don't be distracted." When this voice sounded, Su Yan immediately knew that it was his father who was going to give him pointers. Su Lai did not say much, but he directly sent a will into Su Yan's body. It was a way to analyze, comprehend, and use power. Su Yan was able to reach such a level, so his understanding of power was naturally much better than ordinary people. However, compared to Su Lai, he was still too far away. He had never imagined that his father would be so powerful and terrifying. In the small Su family, there was actually such a powerful child like Su Lai. Su Yan continued to cultivate according to the power that was transmitted to him by this will. Unknowingly, his aura began to solidify, and the power that was about to make him explode was controlled bit by bit at this time. All of the power began to operate in a strange way. At this time, the intense pain disappeared bit by bit. This caused Su Yan to finally heave a sigh of relief in his heart. If he was unable to adapt to that power, he would end up in a pitiful state. However, it was clearly different now. At this time, his strength had increased to an extremely terrifying level. At this moment, he was like a god. The powerful aura continued to circulate in his body, and his aura climbed steadily. Finally, suddenly, the world changed directly. At this time, his power broke through a bottleneck. At this moment, Su Yan's realm increased again. At this time, he had become a three essences Dao Lord. The growth of other venerables was based on the power of the Dao source. However, Su Yan was different. He supported his growth with the power of laws. Shura's fire law, ice law, and decay law. These three laws were extremely powerful and terrifying. Among the three laws, the one that was most compatible with Su Yan was the decay law, because it was a gift that Su Lai had given to his son. It was simply unimaginable how powerful the power contained within was. As for ice and fire, they were also very powerful, but Su Yan didn't have such a deep understanding of them. Of course, Su Yan was also clear in his heart. In any case, these two powers were not his true laws. If he wanted to become a Dao master, he definitely could not achieve it by devouring other laws. The real key was to comprehend the laws that truly belonged to him. Su Yan's power was the most terrifying. There was even an indescribable divine splendor in his eyes. At this moment, Su Lai's face was almost right in front of him. "My child, you are not strong enough. The current you is not strong enough to take the absolute initiative in the realmless battlefield. Therefore, you have to continue to become stronger. When you truly become a Dao master, come here again. This broken small world is a gift I prepared for you." Su Lai's voice sounded. At this moment, Su Yan was alarmed. He didn't know what Su Lai meant by the realmless battlefield, but he could see that the battle back then was undoubtedly more terrifying than this. "Where are you? This isn't your real body, right? Father." He finally said these two words. He originally thought that when he said these two words, he would feel very awkward. However, when he really said these two words, he discovered that there was an extremely wonderful power in these two words. This power was not something else, but emotion. "I'm already dead. I know that you must have many questions in your heart, but now I can't answer them one by one. Remember, if you want to know the answer, then make yourself stronger. Become stronger. Su Lai's face shattered bit by bit. At this moment, he was finally dissipating. At this moment, Su Yan realized that he was full of reluctance. However, no matter how reluctant he was, he couldn't keep what he couldn't keep. Su Lai's face still disappeared. When he came back to his senses, Su Yan discovered that he was standing in the place where he had entered previously, which was the sword well. This time, he had originally come to investigate the clues of the destruction of the burial sword tomb, but he had discovered something about Su Lai. Of course, Su Yan didn't think that he was dreaming, because he could clearly feel the power in his body. Power didn't lie. Don't worry, I'll definitely know the answer, Su Yan murmured. Just as he was deep in thought, there was a sudden change in his mind. He felt as if there was someone calling out to him from the unseen world. This voice was so weak that Su Yan couldn't hear the content at all. However, he was very sure that this call was real. Who's calling me? Who's calling me? Su Yan tried to use his spiritual force to reply to this call, but when he tried, he realized that he couldn't even respond at all. This kind of information transmission power consumed a terrifying amount of spiritual force. After a short attempt, Su Yan had almost paid a huge price. His spiritual force had almost been completely drained. The law level of that kind of power was really too high. Even the current Su Yan couldn't do this at all. After discovering this, Su Yan didn't continue to try because he knew that if he continued to try, there would only be one outcome, death. Therefore, he directly stopped this kind of call. Let's not care about that for now. I'd better go back to the Heaven and Earth organization. Wan Qing must be anxious at this time. Su Yan's power revolved and directly went to the Heaven and Earth organization. Although the circulation of spirit qi was much better than before, that kind of invisible suppressive power still existed. Therefore, Su Yan couldn't directly use the power of space flash at this time. Fortunately, his speed was very fast, so he didn't need to worry too much. The journey from the burial sword tomb to the Heaven and Earth organization was not far. Su Yan's speed was so fast that it didn't take long for him to arrive. However, along the way, he discovered many changes. The most obvious one was the change in the concentration of spirit qi. Next was the monster beasts. Su Yan keenly discovered that the number of monster beasts in the 5 counties had increased by a lot. To him, these monster beasts were naturally not powerful. It could even be said that he could directly destroy them without any effort at all. However, for ordinary people, monster beasts were almost a disaster. Although the physical fitness of humans had been greatly enhanced. Except for those cultivators, ordinary people were no match for those monster beasts at all. Su Yan was not a cold-hearted person after all. When he saw those monster beasts tormenting the city, he finally couldn't bear it and directly took action. However, after he took action, Su Yan was suddenly stunned because at this time, he suddenly thought of something. That was the Su family and the monster palace. No, why didn't the Su family think of me when I returned to the 5 counties this time? Although it was said that the Su family had nothing to do with him, at least Su Yan had cut off the connection with this family in his heart. However, it was absolutely impossible that they didn't even think of it. There must be something strange about it. At this time, when Su Yan thought of the Su family, his head felt a little empty. At this time, the green lotus bright moon in Su Yan's mind bloomed. In an instant, those names finally appeared in Su Yan's mind. At this time, Su Yan finally understood. The Su family's karma has been cut off by someone. Su Yan's words were full of solemnity. What did karma mean? Even now, he still couldn't figure out. In the previous world, Buddhism attached great importance to the theory of karma. This person appeared in this world, which meant that they had karma with this world. There was an interesting saying, which was that through the 7 people around you, you might be able to have a relationship with someone on the other side of the world. This sentence said that the relationship between them was connected, but in fact, it also said that karma was very deep. Whether one was willing or not, they were deeply connected to this world. At this time, he couldn't think of the Su family, which could only mean one thing: their karma had been cut off by someone. No, it couldn't be said to have been cut off. After all, it required too much power. However, this at least meant that someone had tampered with the power of karma. However, there was no need for someone to make such a big fuss over a small Su family. Although Su Yan had never seen this kind of power before, there was one thing he was clear about. The more powerful the power, the more involved it would be to use it. For example, the so-called power of karma was almost heaven-defying. It was even related to the heavenly axiom of the unseen world. The small Su family, which didn't have many spirit-channeling cultivators, wouldn't have made such a big fuss if Su Yan hadn't appeared out of nowhere and been destroyed by the other families in the celestial twin city. This was really abnormal. Su Yan suddenly thought of his father in this world, Su Lai. Su Lai might have died, but he might not have completely died. However, since he could control a small world, he must have been an earth-shattering figure. To be honest, even now, Su Yan still couldn't understand Su Lai's achievements. Chapter 1086. Female Literature, How Could He Become So Strong? Many factors had fused together for him to be able to rise in such a short period of time. Of course, the most fundamental factor was the existence of the supreme power. But what about his father? How did he do it? And how did he end up like this? Su Yan suddenly felt that his brain was not enough to comprehend. After he liberated the city, he directly sent a message to the Heaven and Earth organization before he turned back. His destination was the Su family that he had almost forgotten. He wanted to see if the Su family members were still safe and sound. Speaking of which, he had actually promised to try his best to bring Suyu back. Unfortunately, after Suyu followed Sheng Wansheng, she had already rejected him. Su Yan did not force her. The last time he had fought with Sheng Wansheng, Suyu had clearly stood on his side. Su Yan was definitely not an indecisive person. In that case, he would naturally cut off all ties with Sheng Wansheng. However, he should still inform the Su family. At this moment, Su Yan once again stepped into Tian Shuang City. When he arrived above Tian Shuang City, Su Yan's expression suddenly became ugly. This was because he discovered that Tian Shuang City had become a city of death. The city was filled with resentful spirits and raging flames. Everyone had died. What made Su Yan even angrier was that this was definitely not the work of a monster beast. It was not a natural disaster, but a man-made disaster. Who was it that was so cruel? Tian Shuang City was just a small city under the burial sword tomb. Even if he wanted to deal with the burial sword tomb and kill everyone there, this small city would be meaningless. More importantly, when he had fought with the mysterious existence of the Dark Demon sect before he had rushed into the burial sword tomb, Su Yan had already confirmed one thing. The disaster in the burial sword tomb was not the work of the Dark Demon sect. This made this matter even more confusing. At this moment, Su Yan suddenly felt a little heavy. He felt as if an invisible net had quietly opened up around him. That net seemed to want to swallow him whole. Just as he was about to leave, Su Yan suddenly discovered that there was a life aura in a certain place. And that place was none other than the Su family's old residence. Su Yan's eyes lit up as he landed in the old house. Who is it? Come out. Su Yan's spiritual will radiated outwards. Under his powerful spiritual will, nothing could hide. At this moment, Su Yan was stunned. At this moment, he was truly shocked. Because at this moment, he saw someone he would never have expected. Su Yan. At this moment, that person had already walked out. He smiled at Su Yan and said, "Ha ha ha, long time no see, my cousin." His tone was calm as if he was greeting his family. However, at this moment, Su Yan's expression did not look good. He clearly remembered that Su Yan had become mentally retarded and crazy back then. But now, he was standing in front of him, perfectly fine. What exactly happened here? Also, there was his power. At this moment, Su Yan could already feel that the power in his body was so strong. The aura had already reached an extremely thick level. The peak of the dragon realm. His cultivation was actually at the peak of the dragon realm. Su Yan's aptitude was not considered good. Otherwise, he would not have snatched his Tianling pearl in order to enter the burial sword tomb. But at this moment, he had already reached the peak of the dragon realm. The peak of the dragon realm was naturally nothing to Su Yan, but things could not be looked at that way. At this time, Yun Wanqing was only at the peak of the square circle realm and had not become a dragon realm expert. But Sun Yan had already reached the peak of the dragon realm. This was truly terrifying. Seeing that Su Yan was a little surprised, Sun Yan was very happy. He raised the teacup in his hand and slowly drank the tea. Then, he said, "Why? Are you surprised that I have reached this level? When you made me a fool back then, you probably did not think that I would be able to turn things around one day." His words were filled with pride. "I don't want to talk nonsense with you. Tell me what happened. Why did Tianshuang City become a ghost town? Why are you here? Where are the others?" Su Yan wanted an answer. Sun Yan looked at Su Yan and continued to speak slowly. "Do you want to know the answer?" I won't tell you. I just want to see your angry expression. Do you know how happy this cousin of mine is when I see your unhappy expression?" Bang! With a loud bang, Sun Yan's body flew out and slammed heavily into the wall. Su Yan said, "I already said that I don't want to talk nonsense with you. So, you better stop pretending. I don't have a good impression of you. Now, tell me the answer." Su Yan's voice was a little colder. Toward Sun Yan, he was thoroughly disgusted, and he did not have any thoughts of repaying evil with good. At this moment, Sun Yan climbed up again. "Your strength has reached such a level? It seems that I am still not your opponent." After speaking, he directly attacked. With his current peak of the dragon realm strength, he condensed an extremely powerful attack. Su Yan watched as Sun Yan used his strength. In his hand, a powerful energy began to twist and turned into a terrifying demonic light. When the demonic light appeared, it finally formed a large sword. This power was actually somewhat similar to that of the Dark Demon sect. At this moment, Sun Yan said, "There is one thing that I don't mind telling you. This celestial twin city was massacred by me. This broken place is unpleasant to see. Of course, the rotten people in this broken place are also the same. So, I killed them while I was at it." At this moment, he revealed a brilliant smile. No, it was not a brilliant smile, but a sickly one. This person had gone completely crazy. He had become a madman. / At this moment, the energy that he had accumulated finally erupted and directly slashed at Su Yan. "I don't want to talk nonsense with you. Tell me what happened. Why did Celestial Twin City become a dead city? Why did you stay here? Where are the others?" Su Yan now wanted an answer. Sun Yan looked at Su Yan and continued to speak slowly. "Do you want to know the answer?" I won't tell you. I just want to see your angry expression. Do you know how happy this cousin of mine is when I see your unhappy expression?" Bang! With a loud bang, Sun Yan's body flew out and slammed heavily into the wall. Su Yan said, "I already said that I don't want to talk nonsense with you, so you'd better not pretend to be like this. I don't have a good impression of you. Now, tell me the answer." Su Yan's voice was a bit colder. Toward Sun Yan, he was thoroughly disgusted, and he did not have any thoughts of repaying evil with good. At this moment, Sun Yan climbed up again. Your strength has reached such a level? It seems that I am still not your opponent. After saying that, he directly attacked. With his strength at the peak of the dragon realm, he condensed an extremely powerful attack. Su Yan watched as Sun Yan displayed his strength. In his hand, a powerful energy began to twist and turned into a terrifying demonic light. When the demonic light appeared, it formed into a huge sword. This power was actually somewhat similar to that of the Dark Demon sect. At this time, Sun Yan said, "There is one thing that I don't mind telling you. I was the one who massacred this celestial twin city. This rundown place is not pleasing to look at, and the people in this rundown place are also the same. So, I conveniently massacred them." At this time, he revealed a bright smile. No, it was not a smile. It was a sickly smile. This person had gone completely crazy. He had become a madman. // At this moment, the energy that he had accumulated finally erupted. Then, he directly slashed towards Su Yan. "I don't want to talk nonsense with you. Tell me what happened. Why did Heaven Twin City become a dead city? Why did you stay here? Where are the others?" Su Yan wanted an answer. Sun Yan looked at Su Yan and continued to speak slowly. "Do you want to know the answer?" "Huh, I won't tell you." "Huh, I just want to see your angry expression. Do you know how happy this cousin of mine is when I see your unhappy expression?" Bang! With a loud bang, Sun Yan's body flew out and slammed heavily into the wall. Su Yan said, "I already said that I don't want to talk nonsense with you, so you'd better not pretend to be like this. I don't have a good impression of you. Now, tell me the answer." Su Yan's voice was a bit colder. Toward Sun Yan, he was thoroughly disgusted, and he did not have any thoughts of repaying evil with good. At this moment, Sun Yan climbed up again. "Your strength has reached such a level? It seems that I am still not your opponent." After he finished speaking, he directly attacked. With his strength at the peak of the dragon realm, he directly condensed an extremely powerful attack. Su Yan watched him display his strength. In his hand, a powerful energy began to twist and turned into a terrifying demonic light. When the demonic light appeared, it finally formed into a huge sword. This power was actually somewhat similar to the Dark Devil sect. At this moment, Sun Yan said, "There is one thing that I don't mind telling you. This Heaven Twin City was massacred by me. This broken place made people unhappy. Of course, it was the same for the rotten people in this broken place. So, I killed them." At this moment, he actually revealed a brilliant smile. No, it was not a brilliant smile, but a sickly one. This person had gone completely crazy. He had become a madman. // At this moment, the energy that he had accumulated finally erupted. Then, he directly slashed towards Su Yan. Chapter 1087. Female Literature. There was a problem with yesterday's chapter. It has been revised. Su Yan's power directly rushed into Sun Yan's body, and his divine thought directly intruded into Sun Yan's sea of consciousness. He had learned his lesson from the man in black self-destruction last time. Su Yan was extremely domineering this time. He said, "Actually, it's better for you to become an idiot. However, I'm not going to give you another chance this time." His power was like a long needle that directly pierced into Sun Yan's sea of consciousness. At this time, Sun Yan was really afraid. An intense pain was transmitted directly. His whole body began to twitch. He was like a madman who wanted to struggle. However, it was useless. Under Su Yan's power, no matter how he struggled, it was futile. This was the difference in the essence of power. At this time, the two of them were no longer on the same level. One was in the clouds, while the other was on the ground. This was the real difference between the clouds and the mud. "Let me see what you've experienced. How did you become like this?" Su Yan's divine thought directly pierced into Sun Yan's mind. He was extremely domineering, trying to find the answer he wanted. After returning to the continent of the 5 counties, he realized that this continent, which he was originally familiar with, had completely changed at this time. Many unfamiliar existences appeared on the stage. These guys were extremely powerful to begin with. If he was not prepared and did not even know who they were, he could only suffer losses at their hands again and again. Every time, he had to pay a heavy price. This time, he was able to save Yun Wanqing and Lei Wanjun in time. It was really lucky. He did not know if he would have such a chance next time. The strength of the enemy meant that he could not be as gentle as he was in the past. This enemy could already affect the mysterious and unfathomable threads of karma. Such strength had already surpassed the scope of his current understanding. At this time, Su Yan was thinking how good it would be if the God-Slayer sword was here. It was an existence like an ancient giant. It was the real God-Slayer sword. He did not need it to make a move. He only needed to get some information from it. Then, he would be able to take the initiative. However, he dispelled the thought in an instant. It seemed that he had been too reliant on the God-Slayer sword. He had actually placed his hopes on it. This was not a good thing. The God-Slayer sword had indeed helped him many times, and it had even involved his life. However, even now, Su Yan still didn't trust the God-Slayer sword. Su Yan's spiritual will finally pierced into Sun Yan's sea of consciousness, wanting to probe the deepest secrets of his soul. However, it was at this moment that his divine will stopped. Because at this moment, a powerful force directly rushed towards Su Yan. This power was much stronger and more terrifying than Sun Yan's attack. It was the power of a venerable one. You're courting death. Su Yan immediately threw a punch in the direction of the incoming force. His power was extremely domineering. Currently, his true realm had reached the extremely terrifying level of a 3 essences Dao master. With such a realm, his battle strength was even more terrifying. This guy who had suddenly launched a sneak attack did not expect Su Yan's strength to have reached such a terrifying level. They had only just exchanged blows, but he was directly sent flying by Su Yan. That was not all. An extremely terrifying power directly rushed towards his body. At this moment, Su Yan had no intention of bypassing him. This punch was meant to take his life. Such domineering power, such a terrifying aura. That person seemed to know that he did not have long to live. He simply stopped running away and directly rushed towards Su Yan. At the same time, his body began to flicker with a demonic light. He wants to self-destruct his origin. Su Yan immediately saw through his opponent's plan. This mysterious venerable one had suddenly appeared and wanted to directly blow up his origin. One had to know that such an action was akin to courting death. No, to be precise, it was an action more extreme than courting death. This was because one would have to endure incomparably terrifying pain. Just think about it, one's body would directly be torn apart. Such intense pain was more terrifying than being torn apart by 5 horses. Ordinary people would not be able to make such a decision. Anyone who had a slim chance of survival would not do so. Although Su Yan's previous punch was extremely terrifying and could kill him, it was not inevitable. If he burned his origin, there was still room for him to escape. However, at this moment, he did not think of escaping at all. Instead, he rushed towards Su Yan without hesitation. He wanted to use his self-destruct origin to attack Su Yan. He was so desperate. A crazy enemy was extremely terrifying and troublesome. An enemy who did not care about his life was even more so. At this time, even Su Yan could not afford to be careless. After all, although he was powerful, if he was directly hit by his opponent's power without any preparation, he would be seriously injured. He directly condensed his power and then formed a powerful protective shield in front of him. At this moment, the venerable one who suddenly appeared had directly self-destructed. The terrifying power spread out, and a thick light directly attacked Su Yan. The terrifying explosive power was completely blocked by the energy shield formed by Su Yan. However, at this moment, another power appeared on the other side of Su Yan. This power was so powerful that it was far from what the previous Venerable One could compare to. His target was not Su Yan, but Sun Yan. That power directly enveloped Sun Yan, and then suddenly pulled, wanting to take Sun Yan away. At this moment, Su Yan's eyes glowed brightly. You paid such a price to save Sun Yan. Who exactly are you? Su Yan's power counterattacked again, and a power of law strangulation directly rushed out. The power of law strangulation was extremely strong. Even if the Venerable One who attacked later was powerful, under the strangulation of Su Yan's Shura's fire law, he was also seriously injured. He never thought that Su Yan's strength had reached such a level. This attack directly caused him to be seriously injured. However, he did not fight back, nor did he even block it. Instead, he protected Sun Yan with his own body, and then directly took him away. Su Yan's eyes were burning. He was really surprised that the other party valued Sun Yan so much. He was willing to pay the price of a Venerable One's death and a more powerful one being seriously injured to take him away. At this moment, Sun Yan's strength was indeed not bad, but it was only not bad. He had already reached the peak of the Dragon Realm. However, the possibility of becoming a Venerable One at the peak of the Dragon Realm was actually not high. If it was so easy to become a Venerable One, then he would not have such a high status in the cultivation world. The other party's choice was completely for the sake of small gains. Su Yan believed that it was impossible for the other party to not understand such a simple logic. However, they still did so and carried it out so unwaveringly. A Venerable One was so crazy to die, without even the slightest hesitation. The Venerable One that appeared later was the same. When he blocked Su Yan's attack, he was also like the previous one, without the slightest hesitation. Su Yan's strength was extremely strong. If he was unlucky, then he would pay the price with his life. As a powerful Venerable One, the other party must have known this, but he still did it so firmly. If that was the case, then there must be something fishy. Su Yan clearly knew that a trash like Sun Yan definitely did not have such charisma to have such a loyal friend to help him. He also did not have the qualifications to have two Venerables become his life and death friends. Then, there was only one possibility. That was, Sun Yan was valuable enough to make the person behind the scenes pay such a price for this idiot. At this moment, even Su Yan felt a headache coming on. At this moment, he suddenly thought of 4 words, Destiny's Child. Only now did he realize that he was still too naive. He thought of these 4 words so simply. Since he was Destiny's child, then how could the people related to him be simple? At this moment, Su Yan realized that the world had almost completely changed. It had changed so much that he couldn't recognize it anymore. The originally small Su family actually had such an unforeseen event at this time. Su Yan had already speculated that the reason why the other party was so persistent in saving that idiot, Sun Yan, must be because he was a member of the Su family. The Su family was a small family in Heaven Twin City, but he did not expect them to have such a powerful background. There was also his father, Su Lai, who was an extremely powerful figure. The reason why Su Yan was able to reach his current level was because he had directly imbued the laws of decay into his body. Otherwise, he would still have to go a long way to reach his current level. The Su family, the Su family. The blurred trajectory of Destiny's Child finally began to show at this time. At this moment, Su Yan had become confused. He did not know where his path was going. In fact, the Su family was no longer a big deal to him. However, it was still his family after all, and they were connected by blood. Perhaps when he was lonely, he could come here and see these so-called brothers and sisters. Wasn't this a good thing? But now? The current Su Yan was really scared and helpless. He realized that he had become more and more lonely. The one who took the Su family away must be a terrifyingly powerful existence because he had disrupted the karmic lines. Even his memory of the Su family was like this, to the point where he could barely remember them. What about ordinary people? They probably did not know that there was a family called the Su family in this world. He had a faint feeling that the Su family might stand on the opposite side of him in the future. Su Yan's intuition had always been quite accurate, but it was definitely not his style to worry about something that had not happened yet. Chapter 1088. Female Literature. At this time, Su Yan left directly and headed for the Monster Palace. At this time, he had also thought of the Monster Palace. The monsters had begun to become crazily powerful, so what about the people with the monster bloodline? Their strength would also increase directly. He had lived in the Monster Palace for a long time, so he deeply knew that the disciples of the Monster Palace were extremely special existences. On one hand, they wanted to integrate into the world and live like others, but at the same time, they had a completely different view of the world that had abandoned them. Some were indifferent, some looked down on it, and some were hateful. This was their attitude toward the world. When they became powerful, what would they become? As for his brothers, he didn't know how they were doing now. He didn't know how strong the Ratley brothers were now. However, Su Yan was destined to be disappointed. When he arrived at the Monster Palace, he saw that it was empty. Even the Monster Palace itself had disappeared. If Su Yan wasn't so familiar with the mountain range here, he would almost think that the Monster Palace wasn't here in the first place. As expected. Su Yan suddenly felt a sense of powerlessness in his heart. Sure enough, everything related to him seemed to have been affected. The burial sword tomb was destroyed, the Su family was taken away by a mysterious power, and now the Monster Palace had disappeared. Things had happened one after another. Even Su Yan had a sense of fear in his heart. At this time, he suddenly felt that he should be that loner. Everything related to him would not have a good ending. Su Yan suddenly laughed at himself. It was ridiculous that he had such negative thoughts. He directly dismissed the thoughts in his mind. At this time, he no longer bothered to find the whereabouts of the Monster Palace. Su Yan knew very well that the people of the Monster Palace should not have any accidents at this time. It was because the person behind the scenes definitely needed the Monster Palace. After all, at this time, the people of the Monster Palace would definitely have extraordinary power. However, Su Yan did not know what their current situation was and whether they would become his enemies in the future. Fate? Bullshit fate. If the so-called fate is a path that has already been planned for people to walk, then what is the point of living in this world? They might as well just die. Su Yan roared at the sky like a madman. It was at this moment that the intermittent voice rang out again. Perhaps it was because Su Yan had been too angry before, causing his emotions to reach an extremely high level, which also caused the power of his divine sense to reach its peak. At this time, he was actually able to distinguish the two words in the mysterious consciousness. Extreme North. The far north, the land of the far north. Su Yan finally knew who was calling him. Extreme North Cold Land, Senior Yang Tai A. Back then, the power of the great demon dragon's heart had grown stronger and stronger, to the point where it could even threaten his true body. At that time, Su Yan had nowhere to go, so he went to the extreme North Cold Land. He was very lucky to meet Yang Tai there. Under Yang Tai A's guidance, Su Yan went to the pagoda and obtained the Buddha seal. The Buddha seal directly covered his heart, forming the Buddha's heart. In this way, his strength would become stronger and stronger. No matter how this Buddha's heart would affect him in the future, he should not forget the kindness of that senior's guidance. I was really muddle-headed. At that time, I said that I would rescue Senior, but now I actually forgot. Thinking of this, Su Yan did not delay any longer. In fact, he really needed someone who could give him pointers right now. The continents of the 5 counties were beginning to recover, and those mysterious forces were awakening one after another. Also, his father had mentioned the boundless battlefield. What was that? Could it be that the continents of the 5 counties were the boundless battlefield? This thought had crossed Su Yan's mind, but he could not be sure. However, a powerful venerable emperor like Yang Tai would definitely know more than him. He immediately moved and headed toward the extreme North Cold Land at an extremely terrifying speed. The extreme North Cold Land was a dangerous area. The last time he came, Su Yan was almost going to die here. Fortunately, he managed to survive and meet Yang Tai. For the current him, those existences that he had met back then were actually not considered strong. However, Su Yan would definitely not be careless because he would not forget that while he was becoming stronger, these powerful existences in the extreme North Cold Land were not stagnant. After all, to be able to become the giants of the extreme North Cold Land, their bloodlines must be extremely noble. When such existences began to increase the spirit chi of the entire world, their strength would definitely increase even more rapidly and terrifyingly. Su Yan finally entered the extreme North Cold Land. He discovered that the spirit chi in the extreme North Cold Land was actually stronger than outside. Moreover, the cold chi in this place was even stronger than before. Even the extreme North Cold Land had spread a little outside. For ordinary cultivators, this place was an ice hell. Even the vital essence circulating in their bodies would be directly frozen. However, for Su Yan, this place was like a fish in water. At this moment, his law of ice was directly activated. The law of ice was an extremely powerful power that he had obtained. It was the inheritance of great Emperor Shura, who wanted to be a venerable emperor. The King of Frost had cultivated this law to an extremely pure level. If it were not for Su Yan and the King of Destruction, the King of Frost might have succeeded in breaking through to the Emperor of Shura and then bravely advanced all the way. Now, Su Yan had grasped this law. At this moment, he circulated the law and began to devour the surrounding power. The endless aura directly condensed toward his body, causing his power to continuously increase. At this point, the sound of the call became even stronger. It seems that I really can't wait any longer. Su Yan smiled bitterly. However, he could understand that anyone would definitely be impatient after being suppressed in such a godforsaken place for so many years. Especially after seeing the hope of leaving, their mood would definitely become even stronger. Su Yan restrained his aura and walked toward the cold cave where Yang Tai was imprisoned. He did not want to cause trouble, but reality did not go as he wished. When he approached the cold cave, the ice layer was directly broken open. A giant snake that was hundreds of meters long directly appeared and pounced fiercely toward Su Yan. Su Yan immediately retreated. At the same time, he was also a little shocked. At this moment, his control of aura had reached a superb level. Since he had already restrained his aura, it was almost watertight. However, why was the terrifying demonic beast here so sensitive? It actually appeared at the first moment. The terrifying and ferocious giant snake blocked in front of him. A shocking cold air directly pounced toward Su Yan. This terrifying power seemed to want to freeze Su Yan directly. However, it was a pity that it had found the wrong opponent. Su Yan's ice power was far stronger than his. Unless it was an existence that was more powerful than Su Yan in terms of law. Otherwise, this kind of attack would have no meaning to Su Yan. The sudden appearance of this strange creature had no practical meaning to Su Yan. At this moment, Su Yan's power directly rushed out. Recently, Su Yan's temper was really not very good. He had just returned to the 5 continents and so many things had already happened. Those things that annoyed him came one after another, making him feel tired of dealing with them. Even if Su Yan had become so powerful, he was still a person with emotions. Of course, he was not to the point where he could not control his emotions. However, during a battle, his choices would often be more extreme, and his power would also be more powerful. A punch. Su Yan directly threw out a punch. His full strength was so terrifying that the powerful force directly landed on the giant ice snake's head. When one's strength reached a certain level, the only thing left was to be crushed. The ice snake might be an extremely dangerous and terrifying existence to other cultivators. However, it was not the case for Su Yan at all. Under the impact of the violent power, the ice snake's body was immediately torn into pieces. With just one punch, this terrifying demonic beast that had reached the venerable realm immediately died. After casually getting rid of the ice snake, Su Yan was ready to continue moving forward. However, he had not moved much when a few more terrifying and powerful auras appeared at the same time. Demonic beasts again. At this moment, a headless and extremely terrifying demonic beast appeared. This made Su Yan's gaze become even more sinister. He really did not want to play any more today. Su Yan's aura rolled, and his strength continued to skyrocket at this moment. Since you want to play, then all of you can die for me. Icy hell kill. At this moment, his power of ice suddenly erupted. His law of ice completely crushed these pitiful things. In the face of Su Yan's terrifying power, these things did not even have the strength to resist, and all of them directly dissipated. With this, all the ice demonic beasts here were dealt with. At this moment, the ice cave that sealed and imprisoned Yang Tai-yi had already appeared in Su Yan's perception. Ha ha ha, he's here, he's really here. At this moment, Yang Tai-yi was extremely excited. The Su Yan that he had been waiting for had finally arrived. In other words, it was time for him to break out of this damn seal in advance. As long as the seal was broken, he would be able to immediately get out of here. Then, he would make those who should pay the price pay and regain control of what he should have obtained. Come quickly, my child, release me. However, it seems that you have become much stronger. At this moment, he could barely sense Su Yan's aura. He could clearly sense how powerful Su Yan was at this moment. Su Yan looked at the ice cave. However, at this moment, Su Yan did not immediately move forward. He only said, "It seems a little strange." Chapter 1089. Female Literature, It was a little strange. Yes, it was indeed a little strange. Firstly, he did not feel any joy at this moment. Logically speaking, Yang Tai-yi had given him pointers and helped him resolve a huge crisis. He was still a member of the Stupa sect. Regardless of how the Stupa's heart would change in his body, the Stupa sect had fought to the death with the Devil sect for the sake of the 5 prefectures. He should be happy that such a person was able to get out of this predicament. However, at this moment, Su Yan did not feel happy at all. This feeling was very strange, and he could not describe it. If it was just this, it would not be the reason why he did not take action. What really made Su Yan feel strange was that there were already traces in the surroundings. These were traces of being swept by an extremely terrifying force, even though the wind and snow had covered most of the traces. However, Su Yan's divine will was so strong that it could not escape his detection. Then there were the demonic beasts. The concept of territory was the nature of demonic beasts. As long as they were powerful demonic beasts, they would have their own territory. When other powerful demonic beasts invaded their territory, this was the greatest provocation. To put it bluntly, no demonic beast could withstand such provocation. However, it was not just 1 or 2 demonic beasts, but more than 5 demonic beasts gathered together. What was even stranger was that all of them had only appeared when he was heading to the ice cave. In fact, the last time he appeared in this area, he was also hunted down by demonic beasts. However, this time, the demonic beasts were clearly stronger. These demonic beasts would appear in such a dense group, naturally, it was not because they were in love. Then there was only one reason, and that was that they were arranged to be here. This was their mission, and they had no choice. Therefore, even though the first demonic beast was easily killed by Su Yan, these demonic beasts still attacked Su Yan fearlessly. What were these demonic beasts guarding? Their shared territory? Nonsense, then there was only one goal, and that was the ice cave. They were preventing him from approaching the ice cave. Of course, these demonic beasts were not bodyguards that Yang Tai had found for himself. Therefore, they were there to prevent Yang Tai from leaving. Although Su Yan didn't know the exact truth, he had a vague guess in his heart. The truth was probably different from what Yang Tai had said back then. Su Yan, long time no see. At this moment, Yang Tai's thoughts were transmitted over. At such a close distance, he could already feel Su Yan's aura. Naturally, he didn't need to transmit his thoughts through his perception like before. They were already able to communicate clearly with each other. Hearing his voice, Su Yan suddenly felt a little absent-minded. This senior was still as calm as before. "Senior, long time no see. I'm here." Su Yan slowly floated forward. Not long after, he arrived at the entrance of the ice cave. He once again saw the dreadful chains that bound the dreadful chains. He also saw Yang Tai again. At this moment, Yang Tai was even older than the last time they met. "I'm really happy that you could come," Yang Tai said. "Su Yan, Senior, you've suffered. I'll try now to see if I can release you." After saying that, Su Yan was about to start. But at this moment, Yang Tai immediately stopped him. "Don't do it, Su Yan. The power of these chains is far beyond your imagination. Although you've already reached such a level of cultivation that even I am amazed, it's a pity that you're still unable to cause any impact to the chains. So, don't waste your energy." His tone was filled with helplessness and a little bitterness. Su Yan's divine thought scanned the chains. The strength of these chains was indeed as Yang Tai had said. Not only were they sturdy, but they also contained an extremely terrifying demonic qi. If he forcefully broke through, he was afraid that he would immediately attract a backlash from this dreadful power. He did not know what would happen to him, but Yang Tai would definitely be impacted by this power and suffer great pain. Su Yan's expression did not change as he said, "Senior, how can I save you?" Yang Tai said, "If you want to save me, you need to release the demonic qi on these evil chains. Only then can I gradually recover my strength and break free from these chains. But don't worry, this is not the reason why I called you here." Su Yan said, "Senior, if you have any instructions, please feel free to say it. Without your guidance, I'm afraid that I would have already been dominated by the heart of the great demonic dragon and become a walking corpse." Su Yan's words were extremely sincere. Yang Tai only said, "That's your own fate. If you can't obtain the approval of the pagoda, even if you know the method, it's useless. Moreover, to me, it's just a word. You don't have to take it to heart." He continued, "I believe that you've already sensed that this continent has completely changed." Su Yan nodded. Yang Tai said, "This continent is actually not that simple. As you said last time, this continent is lacking in spirit qi, and it's difficult for even powerful people to appear. However, this was definitely not the case in ancient times. This continent has a name, and that is the Boundless Battlefield." Boundless Battlefield. Hearing these words, the depths of Su Yan's heart immediately fluctuated. It was actually true. At this time, Yang Tai was still talking. "The battle that broke out here was simply beyond our imagination. Of course, that was also an extremely distant era. In our era, the battle was still extremely terrifying, but the continent had already begun to decline. Later on, those bastards of the demonic sect actually wanted to use Xueji to summon the great demonic heavenly lord back to life, which caused the continent to reach such a state. However, there were really many people in that era. Although I hated them very much, I had to admit that they were powerful. The strength of these existences was extremely terrifying, so even if the world withered, they might not necessarily die. Perhaps they just went into hibernation. Now that spirit qi has recovered, they are very likely to wake up. You have to be careful of these guys. He actually said these things to him. Could it be that his previous feelings were really wrong? Su Yan was puzzled, but he did not show it at all. He only said, "Senior, in fact, this junior has already fought with a sect called the Dark Demonic Sect." Dark Demonic Sect? Huh, that's an old friend. In ancient times, the demonic path flourished, and there were many powerful demonic sections. The Dark Demonic Sect was one of them. However, speaking of which, they were actually all believers of the great demonic Heavenly Lord. This Dark Demonic Sect's actions are extremely strange, and their strength is extraordinary. You have to be careful. Su Yan said, "Yes, this junior understands. Since you have already foreseen it and are still standing in front of me like this, it means that you have strength that is not inferior to them. I can be much more relieved. Senior, it's better if you tell me how to cut this evil chain." Su Yan asked again. At this moment, Yang Tai finally said, "This demonic shackles is forged from extremely terrifying demonic qi. Its strength definitely surpasses your current strength. Therefore, you cannot use brute force against it." He paused for a moment before continuing, "If you have a divine sword, then you might be able to cut this chain. Unfortunately, divine swords are difficult to find." When Su Yan heard this, his heart moved. He almost said that he had a divine sword in his hand. However, for some reason, this thought was extinguished the moment it appeared, as if it had never appeared. At this time, Yang Tai continued, "However, not all divine swords have the best effect. In fact, you have already inherited the inheritance of the Stupa sect. The Stupa sect has 2 divine swords, 9 heavens and Stupa. These 2 divine swords are extremely powerful for suppressing demons and killing evil. They were practically born for this purpose." Su Yan said, "Senior, do you want me to obtain these swords? Please enlighten me." Su Yan knew that Yang Tai would not say this for no reason. However, at this time, he was unable to determine whether Yang Tai was good or evil. All of this had to be left for later, so he was not in a hurry to make things clear. "Actually, I'm fine with it. After so many years, it'll be the same after a while. As long as you give me enough time, then my strength will gradually recover. Although it will take a long time, I will eventually be able to come out. However, if you want to become stronger, then these 2 divine swords are indeed very important." At this time, his expression had become much more serious. He continued, "You must know that these 2 swords are extremely important to the Stupa sect. Many of the fundamental inheritances are within these 2 divine swords. Therefore, Su Yan, if possible, you must find these 2 swords." At this time, Yang Tai's expression was very serious. His words were filled with deep sincerity. At this time, Su Yan found it even more difficult to grasp. "Senior, the Wuji world is so vast. Where should I go to find these 2 swords?" "The bottom of the sea. It used to be an extremely vast continent. However, after that battle, the continent has completely sunk into the depths of the sea." Yang Tai's words shocked Su Yan. Although he knew that the true power of an expert could reach a lawless level. At this moment, he already knew that there was actually such a terrifying power in this world. At this time, a terrifying shadow came silently from the sky. This kind of mountain-like aura was simply unimaginable. At this time, the entire cold land of the far north seemed to be enveloped by this terrifying power. Chapter 1090. Female Literature, What's Going On? Su Yan was shocked. This Arctic land was abnormally cold, but nothing had happened here for so many years. But today, such a change had occurred. "Oh no, that guy has come out." Yang Tai's expression changed. What kind of existence was he? Needless to say, he was powerful. However, at this moment, even his expression had changed. What kind of unforeseen event had happened to cause such a reaction? "Su Yan, leave quickly. Leave this Arctic land." Yang Tai didn't care what Su Yan thought and directly said so. At this time, Su Yan was even more shocked. With Yang Tai's strength, he actually said such words. Listen to me. In this Arctic land, there is an extremely terrifying demon suppressed. His strength is many times stronger than mine. Under such circumstances, it's very likely that he's about to wake up. If this guy wakes up, I'm afraid it'll be a huge disaster. Even Su Yan was incomparably shocked at this moment. He clearly knew that Yang Tai was at least an Emperor realm expert. But at this time, he said that the terrifying existence was many times stronger than him. What a terrifying demon chi! At this moment, Su Yan had also sensed the endless and terrifying devil chi that was constantly rising in the sky. That kind of terrifying strength was simply frightening. That powerful shadow of power seemed to want to devour the sun and moon of this world. Leave quickly. If you don't leave now, you won't have the chance. Yang Tai said. Su Yan made a prompt decision and left. Such a surging aura was many times stronger than the Emperor of Tianxing he encountered in the Shura world. At this time, he wasn't even a match for the Emperor of Tianxing, so how could he be a match for this terrifying existence? Su Yan left directly. At this time, Yang Tai's expression changed again. Damn it, that guy actually woke up. Impossible. According to his situation at that time, it's impossible for him to wake up so early. Forget it, this guy's strength is very strong, and indeed can't be inferred with common sense. Fortunately, I have already told Su Yan the news. Thinking of this, he suddenly laughed out loud. You are indeed powerful, but so what? Back then, you were still suppressed here. The time for the world to change has finally arrived. I can't wait any longer. Su Yan, oh Su Yan, you are really not a simple kid. You even have doubts about me. But it doesn't matter. The two great divine swords of the Stupa sect, are you going or not? The smile in his eyes was so resplendent that it was like an extremely brilliant ray of light. What kind of person was Yang Tai? Although Su Yan hid his emotions well, there was still no way to hide from his eyes. He saw a kind of emotion in the depths of Su Yan's heart, and that was doubt. It seemed that he had been too excited and made such a mistake. Although Su Yan did not say anything previously, and even showed that he was eager to rescue him, he knew in his heart that Su Yan already had doubts about him. However, this did not matter. He directly told him about the two great divine swords of the Stupa sect. Humph, it's more interesting to deal with smart people. If it was a stupid person, how could he have rescued me in advance? Then, Su Yan, what would your choice be? At this time, Su Yan was hurriedly leaving. The changes in the cold land of the extreme north had completely moved him. Such an aura fluctuation was really terrifying to the extreme. That violent power was constantly fluctuating, and the terrifying power was simply terrifying to the extreme. That dark power had directly swallowed the entire world. That Yang Tai was right. This existence is indeed much stronger than him. Such terrifying power is simply not on the same level. Such a berserk power had already reached the pinnacle. What kind of existence is this? Perhaps he is already on the same level as a top existence like the great demonic dragon. Feeling the terrifying power, Su Yan's heart was still beating wildly. However, at this time, he was even more shocked in his heart. Who was suppressing this guy here? This guy's power was already so strong, but there was still someone who could directly suppress him. This was too terrifying and frightening. At this time, that dark power suddenly began to produce an extremely terrifying devouring power. Su Yan could feel that the surrounding aura was all hitting this place. That terrifying power was simply incomparably terrifying. At this time, the violent power continued to increase. Even someone as strong as him felt a trace of resistance, not to mention the static Bing Shan and the like. Therefore, everything was swept up by this power. Those substances were disintegrated one after another, and then turned into a kind of energy. What a terrifying demon! At this time, Su Yan fully opened his eye of truth. He seemed to want to see the deepest part of this power. At this time, that terrifying aura was constantly rioting. At this time, the terrifying aura had already reached the extreme. At this time, the world also resonated at this time. His gaze continued to penetrate, wanting to know what kind of terrifying existence was at the end of that dark power. However, it was a pity that his gaze was unable to block the other end of the hall. At this moment, this power had directly solidified. There was even a wave of power that came back to bite him in the direction of his gaze. Su Yan snorted coldly, "It's actually so overbearing that it won't even let me look at it. Instead, it wants to directly devour me." At this time, he directly raised his hand and directly blasted out the law of decay at this time. The grayish decaying power collided with the terrifying power that was rushing out. That power was indeed powerful and terrifying. It had an indescribably terrifying aura. However, Su Yan was definitely not to be trifled with. The destructive power of the law of decay was extremely strong. When the power of the law fell, that violent aura directly annihilated everything at this time. At this time, the power between heaven and earth began to go berserk. Unknowingly, the two powers directly collided. This time, Su Yan naturally won the confrontation. After all, that power could only be one of his powerful powers, or it could be said that it was an instinctive counterattack. However, Su Yan definitely did not have it easy. He's really a terrifying guy. After fighting with him, Su Yan had a certain memory of this person's power. His aura was also captured by the power of the zenith. Of course, the power of the Supreme could analyze the strand of power, but the power itself was far too great. It was basically impossible to completely understand it. Well, this guy seems to have set his eyes on me. At this time, Su Yan suddenly felt a sense of danger. It was as if he was being targeted by a terrifying wolf. Su Yan's first reaction was to leave immediately. However, the moment this thought appeared, he forcibly suppressed it. "No, I can't leave like this. Although this guy's strength is extremely strong, he's not a complete body now. How can he make me run away?" Su Yan suddenly felt a surge of courage in his heart. He knew that he had to force himself at any time. In fact, there was always a subconscious escape in the heart of people. When they were tired, they wanted to rest. When they were lazy, they would find excuses. When they were afraid, they would retreat. This was the weakness of human nature. However, there was no way to escape. This world would definitely not treat people who ran away well. If you took a step back, the world would take a step back. One day, you would reach a point where you could no longer retreat. Then, it would be time for you to die. Many people were willing to retreat in exchange for a moment of stability. However, they simply did not know that one day, they would have no way to retreat. Moreover, Su Yan had never been a person who liked to retreat. This was because he knew very well in his heart that once he retreated for the first time, these things would follow one after another in the future. Therefore, he would not make such a choice no matter what. At this time, the sky was almost completely dark. That terrifying existence had swallowed everything. This was the true absence of the sun and moon. Even the eye of truth could no longer see the true light in the darkness. At this time, the most real doomsday had arrived. Seemingly having felt Su Yan's provocation, the owner of that gaze once again sent a wave of power directly towards Su Yan. Unlike the previous time when it was done casually, the power this time was much stronger. The appearance of such a violent and terrifying power made Su Yan feel a huge pressure like a landslide. However, in the face of such a huge pressure, Su Yan did not feel discouraged. Instead, an extremely dignified will surged in his heart, and that was to defeat this power and directly suppress this terrifying demon Qi. At this time, his power was directly condensed to the extreme, and that violent power finally took shape. At this moment, the power of the three great laws began to appear directly outside Su Yan's body. He knew that he could not hold back in the slightest when facing such a terrifying and powerful force. Instead, he had to use everything he had to directly suppress this force. If he could not succeed, then he would definitely have to pay a huge price. At this time, that light had been condensed to the extreme. The terrifying and enormous power seemed to have turned into a terrifying gale. This storm was not an ordinary storm, but a storm of laws. It was mixed with the power of ice, fire, and the decaying law. For Su Yan, his current limit might be to use two laws at the same time. However, he knew that this was far from enough. He wanted to make himself stronger, so he could only continue to force himself.